My name is Nassim Haramein. Thanks for coming, all of you. We've got people from everywhere. Portland, Ashland, Reno, all the way from Reno. It's great. Thank you all for being here. So today we have a big day. A lot of information is gonna flow through this room today, and we're gonna go through all the physics from universal size object right down to subatomic particle, going through consciousness, ancient civilization, chemistry, biology, and so on. So we've got a big agenda. It's going to be fun. And it's going to take a little time. So be comfortable. Make sure you are comfortable. Make sure you have enough water to lubricate your brain. Lubrication. And make sure that if you have to, that you eat enough and all this, so your blood sugar doesn't drop too far. Sometimes I see people, that I see smoke starting to come out of the ears. Then I know there's like damage being done. So we'll try to avoid that today. Oh, okay. Maybe we can turn that down on the board. Which one is that? That one there. Low. Okay. Is that better? Yeah. Good. I've been having a little bit of trouble with my throat, so usually I just project, but today I'm going to try to be nice to my voice. Yeah, get good lubrication going. So, go ahead.
What's the break schedule?
The break schedule is when I see everybody's turning purple because they have to go to the washroom and stuff, then I'll stop. Actually, if you guys are really exhausted and you need a break, just let me know, because I just keep on going. I just go and go for like 13 hours. So, sometimes I forget about the crowd. And so, oops. So, but in general, I'm going to try to break around 1 o'clock or 12:30. And then we'll reconvene for a little more, and then we'll have lunch around 2, and then come back, and then I have the evening sessions. We might be here for a while. So I was asked to present a bunch of different things today that I usually don't have time to present, so I'm going to try to squeeze it in. So especially a section on the Knights Templar that I usually don't present. So I'm going to talk real fast. One thing that happens is that when I'm presenting this information, there's a certain amount of complexity. Although the concepts are really simple and you're going to get them right away, there's a certain amount of complexity. There's a certain amount of rewiring that occurs from things that you've been taught, and from just a new way of thinking coming in, and that takes a little bit of time. And what happens is that if you have too many questions that are unanswered, then it starts piling up, and that's when I start noticing people turning, white, and it's like, oh my God, they're gonna explode. And so, because it makes like a dam of all the things that are not figured out. So I'm gonna allow you today interrupt me and ask questions, but it's gonna have to be like really, really crucial for you to interrupt me and ask questions. Otherwise, I just get interrupted too much and it breaks the flow and it's really hard to get all the information in. So before you ask questions, please think about it or see if I'm going to answer that question shortly after, because commonly that happens. But if it's really piling up and you just cannot go forward in the thinking without getting those questions answered, please just interrupt me. You can start screaming, jump up and down or something. I'll get the signal. So I'm going to go through the information today in a little bit of a chronological way. How I came up with it and how it changed my life and how my life evolved as the information evolved. And you'll see that although this information can get extremely complex, extremely fast, the way I learned about it, the way I learned it, makes it easy because it was just a series of logical progression that I teach typically to even 7 years old. And actually, some of the 7 or older kids commonly after the talks come up to me and say, "Are you sure the other physicists don't think this way?" And I'm like, I really checked it out. I spent 20 years checking it out. They really don't think this way. And it boggles their mind because it's kind of obvious and it's kind of instinctive. It's not kind of instinctive, it's instinctive. And funny, it's a funny thing that like commonly now, they think of these thoughts as counter-instinctive. But I think they're quite instinctive. And they got counter-instinctive as a result of confusion. In the early ages, when we learned some of the foundations of our reality at school. So that's really what happened. At the age of 7, I had a bunch of esoteric experiences. And we're not going to get into that, but I had an intuition, and I definitely had experiences that told me that there was something else than the reality we observe. That like the reality we observe is just like a little bitty part of what's going on. Just like, if you'd like, the electromagnetic spectrum has a section that we see, and then there's a whole bunch we don't see. And the part that we don't see has huge impact on the physics of the part that we see. And I felt that very early, until they discovered, for instance, X-ray and infrared and long wavelengths and so on. They thought that all there was the visible spectrum. And, it became clear later on that there wasn't, that there was much more. And I think that it's becoming clear now in current physics that there is a whole bunch of stuff going on that we're not aware of that is actually generating the part that we are aware of. So when I was 7, I noticed this. I had experience that made me notice this. So when I got to the age of 10 and I got into my first geometry class, and the teacher went to the blackboard and said, "Today we're going to learn about dimensions," I thought, that's it. Oh my God, finally somebody's going to explain to me what's this other world about. These other dimensions that I felt were present. And I got really excited. I was like, oh my God, finally an adult that's going to talk about something real, and something that makes sense to me. So the teacher started the lesson and I got really, really disappointed. He didn't tell me anything about the dimensions that I was experiencing earlier on in my life. But he actually gave me one of the major keys to the evolution of this theory and to its conclusion and into its proof that is now being peer-reviewed in many universities around the U.S. and from scientists that are looking at it from NASA and so on. So it's really exciting. And that, at the age of 10, made a huge difference. What the teacher did is he went to the blackboard, and we'll call this our blackboard today, and he made a dot. And he said, the dot is dimension 0, and it doesn't exist. And I went, okay, I can see it, but it doesn't exist. And, you know, I was near the door in the back of the room. I was always closest to the door because I was having so much problems at school. And, you know, I'm like, okay, whatever, you know, if you got a dot that doesn't exist, I can go with that for now. And then he said, this is a series of dots that he placed together and made a line and said this is dimension 1 and it doesn't exist either, it still doesn't have volume. And, you know, that seems consistent to me. Then he placed a bunch of lines that are made out of dots together, made a plane, called it 2D, and said this is the dimension that you live, that your comic strips lives in. It still doesn't exist, it still doesn't have volume. Well, until then, although, you know, it was kind of a bizarre approach, it was consistent. But then he did something that seemed like a miracle. He grabbed 6 of these planes and put them together on the blackboard, made a cube, and said, this is dimension 3, 3D, that one you exist in. And I was in the back of the room, and I'm like, oh my God, how can that be? And I could tell that all the other kids in the room were like, huh? You know, but nobody was saying anything. I wasn't about to put my hand up because I knew the next thing that was going to happen is the door was going to get open and I was going to get kicked out again. So I didn't want to do that. So I didn't say anything, but it didn't make sense because it's like that was a mystery cube. Because if you have a dot that doesn't exist, that makes a line that doesn't exist, that makes a plane that doesn't exist. You slap 6 non-existing planes together, you don't get existence. All you get is non-existence to the 4th. Okay? It's got nothing to do with existence. You just have got a bunch of non-existent dots together, so nothing exists. And that was not logical. I have a tendency to be an extremely logical human being. And it turns out that Buckminster Fuller, I found out later, had the same problem at school. He wrote about it in his book. And he didn't understand how this worked neither, and he didn't thought it was correct. And actually, through my research, I found that this is an ancient riddle. It's mentioned in ancient manuscripts that are from the Middle East and so on, and there is all sorts of treaties about this problem, although this problem is the foundation of our understanding of physics and dimensions. And all of our knowledge is actually based on it. And it creates a lot of problems. This simple riddle that is unsolved has generated a whole set of distortion in our societies and in the way we do physics and the way we understand the universe and how we relate to it. And we're going to see that today. We're going to see this error just come back and bite us in the butt every time we come around the corner. You all following this?
Yeah.
Well, okay. Well, I was going home from my school that night, and, I had an hour and a half bus ride back home. And that's because I kept on getting kicked out of the schools closest to my home. So I had to go further and further, and some physicist once told me, actually, I was furthering my education that way. And I thought that was true because I had all this time to think when I was in the bus. So I was thinking and thinking, and I was going in this bus, and I'm like, I'm not living another day without solving this. I had no idea that nobody had been able to solve this or anything like that. Nobody told me it was not solvable. Nobody told me I shouldn't be working on this when I was 10. So I was in my bus going, I cannot survive another day on this planet without knowing what the heck a dimension is. And what is the dimension I'm in? And what are these other dimensions I'm experiencing, or these other energies I'm experiencing, and so on. So I'm thinking and I'm thinking and I'm thinking, and I've got a goal in my head that I'm going to solve this before I get off the bus. So I'm, the bus is getting crowdier, and, it's like more and more people in there. And it's getting really kind of tight. I'm like sitting on this little bench, and I'm getting squashed, and I'm getting really uncomfortable. And I'm trying to think about all this, and I'm like, I gotta find a solution. And at one point I thought, well, maybe I should like try to get my mind out of this bus, because it's just getting too crowded in here. So I started to expand my mind, and I rose above the bus, and I saw, in my mind's eye, I saw the bus becoming a dot. And then I rose further, and I saw the Earth becoming a dot. And I rose further, I saw the solar system becoming a dot. And I rose further, and I saw the galaxy becoming a dot. And then I flew back into the galaxy, into the solar system, and back into this, I saw the Earth, and then I saw the bus, and I found the bus, and flew back into my body. And I thought, wow. And I looked at my hand, and I flew into my hand in my mind's eye, and I saw it was made out of dots. I didn't know those were called cells, And then I flew into one of the cells in my mind's eye, and I saw that cell had to be made of thousands of little dots we call atoms. And I flew into, actually, billions of little dots we call atoms. And then I flew into one of those dots, and I saw that inside the atom there was a whole bunch of other dots in the middle, and so on. And actually, that was my first glimpse at the fractal nature of the universe. And I thought, oh my God, I know how to solve this. It's a dot within a dot within a dot to infinity. And the only thing that exists is the dot. Within each point, all information is available. Each point contains the whole. So the only true existence is the point. And from that point, or from an arrangement of points, you get all of reality. Wow. I was onto something. I got really excited. It's like, that's the way it goes. Each point contains the whole. Each point has all information. Each point is connected to all other points in the universe. And then the universe arranges the points in all sorts of different ways and makes all of the things we see. Well, that would mean that each point had to contain infinite amount of energy, infinite amount of information. Well, I got excited, and I'm like, oh my God, I got to tell my mom. So I went back home, I got out of the bus, and I'm all excited. I'm like walking on the cloud. I'm feeling like I've got this illumination, and I'm on my way to changing the world and all this, and I get home and I wait for my mom. My mom comes back from work and I'm like, "Oh, Mom, I figured out something at school today. It's real important." She smiles and she's like, "Oh my God, he finally had an A in a test or something. She thought I did something real good at school." And I'm like, "Mom, I figured out that each point contains the whole. Each part of you has infinite involved in it, and each point has a connection to everything else." And I'm telling her all this, and she looked at me and she, "Part of your curriculum at school, is it? And I think you should go back to it. You're not doing," and and my mom's kind of a pragmatic person, and she's a Roman Italian, woman, and she just looked at me and said, "Anyway, today I don't feel infinite." You know, I'm not feeling infinite, so why don't you just go back to your curriculum, Go do your homework or something. And it I got disappointed. It crushed me. I was like, "Oh my God, she's right. How can a point contain the whole if a point has a finite boundary? If the body has a finite boundary, how can it have infinity in it?" So I was like, "Oh, I gotta go back to the drawing board on this one." I was like, that doesn't really work. How do I do this? Well, it turns out that that's gotta be one of the largest errors that is going on in our understanding of physics and our understanding of the way the universe functions and our place in it. That is, that infinity and finite system are opposites instead of complementary. But how can a finite system and an infinite curvature be complementary? How can the two be together? I knew when I was 10 that there was a solution to this, because I knew I was right, because I had seen it in my mind's eye. I instinctively knew it. Actually, most children I talk to, if they haven't gone through that first lesson of geometry, know this. They think of the universe as infinitely big and infinitely small, all embedded into each other to infinity. In general, they think of that as being quite logical. The kids are not the only people that thought of this. Do we have sound on the computer? One famous physicist, Carl Sagan, wrote a book called Contact. And then there was a movie that was made out of that book. And the movie starts like this. Thank you. Okay, this is a little bit hard to see. It's the edge of the Earth. There we go. And so we're moving away from the Earth in space. And as we move out, we catch up with all the radio waves that were sent into space by the Earth. So it's like almost going back in time. goes Saturn. Now we're exiting our solar system. And shortly we'll be exiting the arm of the galaxy we're in. Here's our galaxy center. And now we're moving faster and faster away from our galactic supercluster. So the concept of a universe within a point, was there quite definitely described. Let me tell you as well that the concept of a universe coming out of a dot is not that outrageous. The current theory of the Big Bang says that we all came out of a dot the size of a Planck's length, 10 to the minus 33 billions of times smaller than an atom, and all of our universe. The only difference here is that this view says, no, it didn't all emerge from one dot that decided to make a universe. All dots contain the possibility of a universe in it. All dots are connected to all other dots. And so here, then Hollywood came up with their version of this concept. And since they're the man in black, they have much faster technology. They can move much faster than anybody else. So that's the end of Man in Black movie. And they have extreme speed. Because they got all that alien technology. Little marbles we are. So these concepts have been around, except they've never really been understood because, again, how do you fit infinity in a finite space? And it's crucial that we understand how we did it. Well, when I grew up, eventually, I found the solution. I found the answer to this. The solution is what is called a fractal. And I'm going to show you very, very simply how infinity fits into finite. How infinity and finite systems are absolutely complementary. And that each point has the potential of having all information in it. I'm going to show you this in a geometrical way, so it's really easy to understand. And it just happens that the way I'm showing you this turns out to be very crucial to the way systems are organized and generate the geometry of our reality everywhere we live. So we're going to make a boundary, a circle, and inside it we're going to inscribe a tetrahedron, or an equilateral triangle in this case. The boundary could be a sphere, and the middle triangle could be a tetrahedron. Okay? So this you can visualize in 3D space, in spherical coordinates. Now, the universe is polarized, positive, negative, male, female, white and black. So this has a polarity, right? And generates a reverse equilateral triangle. Now, I'll give you a hint to the ancient civilization part of this lecture we're going to have today. Right away, we have one of the most commonly found symbols in all ancient civilization around the world. A circle with a double triangular polarity inside it, commonly referred as the Star of David, or the Shield of Solomon, the Star of Zion. It's found on the on many walls around the world of ancient civilization. Now, if you keep adding triangles, you get smaller stars, smaller stars of David. And then you can keep adding them again, and you get smaller stars again. Now, at each level of the fractal, you're going to generate a boundary. This is an important part to understand. Each level generates a boundary. Again, boundaries at the next level. And now I'm making smaller boundaries. See, I didn't put them all around because I got lazy. And then now I'm making smaller boundaries again. And smaller, and now they're so small you can't see it. Now, if I give that equation to my computer and got the computer to just keep making boundaries, keep making smaller and smaller triangles, it would continue to do this to infinity until it heated up, melt down, and I'd have to go and get myself a new computer. But assuming it didn't do that, it would keep making smaller and smaller triangles to infinity. And I could give it a code so that every 5 iteration or 6 iteration, it would zoom in so you could see it again, and then starts making more triangles, and then zoom in, and then so on to infinity. However, although I can place an infinite amount of triangles, I will never exceed the first boundary I made for myself. Never. I just showed you how infinity fits in a finite space, or a so-called finite space. Because you can divide to infinity within the circumference of a circle. What does that mean? Why is that important? What does that do to your life? What does that do to the way we do things on this planet? Well, let me give you an example, even if it's just for physics. We built faster and faster and faster accelerators that cost billions of dollars to build, to get smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller. Now we're at like millions of times smaller than an atom particle, actually. And we're building accelerators now in Geneva in Switzerland that are costing $300 billion, I believe. 5 countries had to get together to build it, right? To get even smaller particles. Well, if we understand this principle, we would understand very quickly that you can keep building larger accelerators and you can keep getting smaller and smaller particles. You can always keep dividing. So we would give up the search for some fundamental particle and that's going to end the search for particles, and we would start to understand that what we need to discover is the dynamics of the division, the dynamics of the quantization. You understand? Not, how far we can go into infinity. Just so that some physicist can put his name on it and get a Nobel Prize for a new particle. But further, what does it mean to you? It means that if this is true, every one of your atoms, every one of your cells has infinite potential in it, has infinite connectivity to everything else. That each one of your atoms is a mini black hole. Because if there's infinite amount of particles in it that can be divided, that means it has infinite mass. Most people say, I can't envision infinity. It's a good point. You might have to take a lot of coffee in the morning. But it's like, I can't visualize infinity. If it's true that I have an infinite nature inside of me, how is it that I can't see it, that I can't visualize it? That's a good point. Well, the reason is that most people try to envision infinitely large when they think of infinity. So that is limited by your senses because it's external to you. However, here we see that through infinite division we can generate singularity, a link to all other things. So when you try to visualize infinity, you might want to turn your senses inwards and go towards the infinitely small that's contained in all of your atoms, in all of your cells. Well, just happens that all of the masters that have walked the earth have been trying to tell people about turning their senses inward through meditation, prayers, and so on, to connect with their infinite nature. The Buddha, Jesus, all these people said the temple of heaven is within you and within everything. That's the description of a fractal, my friend. The thing is that it was never appropriately applied to physics. It has huge repercussions in physics because it completely changes the way we look at the structure of reality if everything contains the whole. So you see, already this is a key to understanding your nature and your potential. How many times in the year do you turn your senses inward and connect with your infinite nature? And so I was really excited about this because it seemed to say as well that the universe would be expanding and contracting, right? If everything goes towards infinity at the center of all atoms, then the universe is contracting as much as it expands. And I could see how the external part of my existence is the expansive part, and the internal part of my existence is the contractive part. So I started to think in those terms when I was actually 11. And I learned to meditate. A young master of meditation from India taught me to meditate. And I was really excited because I was discovering a whole world within myself that seemed to have infinite potential. So I started to spend more and more time concentrating inward and connecting with that part of my existence. And I started to think that there must be a balance between the expansion of the universe and the contraction of the universe. And the contractive part of that balance equation is the part that generates. And the radiating part is the part that alienates, that destroys. Yet, all of our science, all of the knowledge is based on the radiating part. There's nothing we've really discovered since fire. We explode everything. We put fuel in a rocket, right? Tons and tons of fuel, and we light the bottom, put a few people on top, and pray that they're going to survive the experience. That's our approach. We put fuel in our car, and we explode it in a chamber, and we push a piston up and down. It's all about explosion. And we think the universe is expanding. When much later, I was brought to Georgia Tech to have a conference, kind of a debate with other physicists. These are very well-known physicists, highly regarded, older people that had their students there. And we were talking about things. Some of the students were there. They came in and out. We were, looking at equations. We had all this stuff on the big wall there, on the blackboard. And I showed up with this book. This is the only book I had with me. I had maybe another few, but that was my main book. It's called Gravitation. It's a classical book about relativistic equations. It's written by Messner, Thorne, and Wheeler. Those are legends of physics. Wheeler having worked with Einstein and so on. And it's a brick, you can see. And that's why it's called gravitation. When you pick it up, you know everything you need to know about gravity. And I was going through all the equations, and I could see that the physicists were starting to get upset with me. I was, kind of going through, the way they think of the universal dynamics and the universal expansion and all this. And I finally said, okay, if I understand your model right, and I opened Gravitation on page 719, and I said, if this is correct, then the universe is something like this, which they show you after about 1,000 equations. The model for our universe is a balloon with pennies glued to it. So what you do is you take a balloon, you take a bunch of pennies, and a glue gun. And you glue the pennies to the balloon, and the pennies represent galaxies. And then as the balloon inflates, the galaxies move away from each other. generating the universal expansion we observe with the Hubble. It's called the Hubble constant, or the Hubble expansion, and is observed by various modalities, including telescopes. And so I'm going through this with them, and you got to realize these guys are very accomplished physicists, and they're looking at me going, "Oh my God, this is like kindergarten stuff. If you don't know this stuff, you should go back home and study a little more before you waste our time." And so I was like, well, what I want to know is where is the equation, because I really looked through all your stuff, and where is the equation for this guy? And, the room became quiet. And I was saying, well, this is definitely a component of the dynamics that are going on. And I said, if you keep drawing, if you don't stop at the face, and you keep drawing the rest of the guy, you'll notice that when the balloon expands, the lungs contract. For every action, there is an equal and opposite reaction. First law of physics. That hurt. Everybody had a blank look on their face, and the room became so quiet you could hear a pin drop. And I could see my dear friend and sponsor across the room going, "Oh, you're doing damage." Kind of obvious. Completely missed. Obviously, if the universe expands, then something is contracting. And that dynamic of expansion would be a feedback, right? Expand, contract, expand, contract. And it would have a very specific topological structure, meaning it would look in a very specific way. It would have very specific dynamics for things to be able to expand and then contract and so on. So, when you think about it, and I was thinking about it for years, if you radiate, if you look at the universe, you find that everything in the universe radiates. What does it radiate in? In the vacuum. The vacuum of space. Well then, the vacuum cannot be thought of as empty, can it? Because no energy is lost, no energy is gained. So if all the suns, all the stars, all the galaxies, all the black holes, everything we see radiates into the vacuum, then the vacuum must be full. Full of energy. And it was clear to me that then the vacuum must be the contractive side of the event horizon, the contractive side of the structure of reality, the part we don't see. Why? Because it's contracting towards infinity, moving away from us. It appears to us as vacuum. So I was puzzled about that, and I remembered my first class of physics. So again, you know, I'm all excited now. I'm about 16, and I'm going to my first class of physics. Well, actually, I'm like 14 or 15, something like that. And I'm like, oh my God, today I'm going to go into my first class of physics. I'm going to learn everything there is to know about atoms and reality. So when I sat, the first thing I did is put my hand up. And, you know, the teacher didn't know me better at the time, so he asked me what I wanted. And I said, what is an atom? I was surprised to hear the response. I thought, oh, he's just going to spell it out. What the heck is an atom? And he said, oh, that's way too complex for a first physics lesson. And in fact, we are not quite sure what an atom is. I was like, huh? You mean that in all of the years of physics that have been going on this planet, you guys still don't know what the heck is an atom? How can you tell what anything else is then? Right? And so I was like puzzled, but one thing he said is that one thing we know is that the atom is made out of 99.99999% space. And I went, oh, space. Mostly space. Everything you see, everything you touch, everything is mostly space. 99.99999%. That includes you. You are 99.99999% space. And it was like, wait a minute. That the universe is connected by a non-seen force, right? What would be the thing that would connect all things? Space. That's the only thing that's everywhere. And that's the only thing that all energy is radiated into. So I started to think, maybe it's the exact contrary. Maybe the atom is just a result of a division in space. Aha! Like the fractal structure we just saw. Divisions of space to infinity. Now it starts to look a little different, doesn't it? Is your brain starting to hurt? That's okay if it does. It's normal. Don't panic. It'll get better. But imagine you're doing music. You need silence to be able to cut it, to make music, to make a beat. If you're making reality, you need space to define the reality in between. So space, reality could be just various resolutions, right? Various divisions of space in a fractal structured vacuum, which is some of the math we just published recently. It's becoming extremely popular, the concept of a structured vacuum, energetic structured vacuum. This is in advanced physics. So I dug a little bit more after that first class in physics, and I found something that blew my mind. Much later I did find it. And it says this. It's in gravitation. Present day quantum field theory gets rid by a renormalization process of an energy density in the vacuum that would formerly be infinite, if not is not removed by renormalization. Now people, you don't know what renormalization is. What they tried to do to me at school. It didn't work so good, can you tell? We'll talk about renormalization in a minute, but here, energy density in the vacuum that would formerly be infinite. That means that current day physics for subatomic particle, quantum physics, has to have a huge amount of energy in the vacuum for all their physics to work. Why do they try to remove it by renormalization? I'll explain that right now. There is two infinities in physics. That sounds like a misnomer, but that's the way it is. One infinity is infinitely small quantities. You know, you mix this quantity with this quantity and you approximate it, and you know, infinitely small. At one point you say, okay, well, it doesn't matter, it's just bits, you know, like infinitely small. It's okay, you can ignore infinitely small. And then there is another infinity. That one has a highly technical term that is found in physics books, and that term is nasty infinity. Yes, it's used in physics commonly. Nasty infinity is not infinitely small, but infinitely big. When you find something that's infinitely big, you can't just say, oh, I'm just going to ignore that. Right? I'm just going to ignore infinite amount of energy. I don't think so. You got to do something with it. And that's why they call it nasty, because it's like, oh my God, what do? We've got infinite amount of energy in the vacuum. You know, nobody's going to believe us. So there's a thing in physics is that if you find nasty infinity, you got to somehow get rid of it. And if you don't, then your theory is no good. It's discarded. And the way they came up with a way to get rid of it is that they use a renormalization process. Basically, they take the infinitely large number and they cut it. Okay? And then they try to shove it under the carpet somewhere, and they don't talk about it. So, basically, you can graduate with a PhD in physics and never have heard that the vacuum density is infinite at the Planck's distance. Right? It's called quantum fluctuation. Now it's getting more talked about because of many, many different reasons. But so it's becoming more popular in people. But only a few years ago, if you talk to people about, you know, infinite density in the vacuum, they'd look at you and go, oh my God, what are you talking about? They think you're talking about a vacuum chamber in a laboratory somewhere. So I was, you know, so how did they renormalize this? Well, they took a thing that's called a Planck's distance. And I'm not going to go into much details on how they derived this number. But it has to do with the Schrodinger's equations. And the Planck distance is 1.616 multiplied by 10 to the minus 33. This is a small little dot. And basically they say this little dot is the smallest thing the universe does. Right? We'll make the dot. See? Here's my Planck's length. And they say the universe goes to that small and then stops. It's like, I'm done. I'm out of here. This is way small enough. I ain't doing nothing smaller. Okay. And then what they did is they went and see how many of these Planck's lengths, right, would fit in a centimeter cube of space, to try to renormalize the infinite density of the vacuum, to get a closed number. So they stacked the Planck's length into a centimeter cube of space, basically, and calculated that the density of the Planck's length would have to be 10 to the 94 grams per centimeter cube. 10 with 94 zeros of these Planck's length in a centimeter cube of space. Well, now they had a finite number. But what is that finite number? Let me give you an idea. If you took all the stars we observe in the universe with the largest telescope on Earth, actually off the Earth, the Hubble, and you stuck, and we see 100 billion galaxies. Each galaxy has over 300 billion stars in it. Most of these stars larger than our solar system. Okay? And you took all that stuff with a huge trash compactor and you squashed it into a centimeter cube of space. You still would not have 10 to the 94 grams per centimeter cube of density. You'd still be short. Okay, so you guys got a finite number. It sounds pretty infinite to me. Maybe we should learn to deal with infinities instead of trying to renormalize them. Because you know, people got Nobel Prizes for this. So 10 to the 94 grams per centimeter cube is actually what's called the vacuum fluctuation density in quantum space. Meaning that the vacuum is not empty, it's extremely dense. But why does it feel like the vacuum then? It doesn't feel so dense, either after, you know, a night at Burning Man. With what happens there, you know, how can the vacuum be so dense? Well, if the vacuum is everywhere and infinite in nature, then it's in perfect equilibrium. And if it's in perfect equilibrium, there's no way you're going to feel it. It can have infinite forces in it, but if it's in perfect equilibrium, you're not going to know it's there. Just like a fish inside the ocean, in the water, will never know it's in the water until you take him out of the water and it feels a different density. We have no way to feel a different vacuum. So we think of the vacuum as empty, when actually it's full. And you can come to those conclusions yourself by simply realizing that if everything is radiating in the vacuum cannot be empty. So I was amazed, and I'm like, okay, well, let's go with this. The universe is expanding. The vacuum is contracting to infinity. And all of reality emerged from the feedback between expansion and contraction. It becomes really clear then that the expansion part would be the electromagnetic radiation part of the universe, and the contractive part would be the curvature of space-time and the vacuum energy going towards singularity at the center of the system. So, yeah, I'm gonna elaborate on it. It became really clear, well, basically, that if there is an expansive and a contractive part of the universe, the expansion part is what we see as reality, which is the radiating electromagnetic emission that we see. A star, a planet, an atom, all radiate energy. That's why we see it, right? And the contractive part that we don't see would be the vacuum energy curving, space-time curving into it, generating singularity, generating the gravitational field. So now I had an inkling about the relationship between electromagnetism, radiation, and gravity.
Gravity goes into the singularity.
Gravity going towards singularity. Space-time curving towards singularity. Now, I later realized that that wasn't that outrageous of a thought. Because when Einstein wrote his field equations, he didn't solve them. Einstein just wrote the expressions. It's 10 differential equations. He couldn't solve them. A physicist that was fighting on the Russian front, right, while dodging bullets, was working hard at solving those equations after they were published. His name was Carl Schwarzschild. And he generated what's called the Schwarzschild solution. As soon as he solved Einstein's field equation, he sent a paper to Einstein with the results. And Einstein presented it to the German Academy of Science, and it became the first solution to Einstein's field equation, which we still use today. Carl Schwarzschild died 2 weeks later on the front and never had time to give further complexity to his solution. Basically, he did it without rotating the field. At first, he was trying to estimate, so he didn't have a rotating metric. And we'll see a little bit more about that later. But the first solution to Einstein's field equation was a black hole. It's called a Schwarzschild singularity. It made a black hole. But because when you go towards singularity with Einstein's field equations, they go to infinity, nasty infinity, that part is ignored. It's called the unsolved nonlinear part of Einstein's field equations. So we use only the weak part of the gravitational field. The part that's not curving very much towards singularity. The part that's much weaker on the outside of singularity. You guys see where I'm going with this? Oh my God. big omission. Infinite amount of singularities just scrapped because it didn't fit our concepts. So I started to think, well, okay, if the universe is expanding and the universe is contracting, then there's got to be geometry to describe that. There's got to be a structure that describes the contractive side. The expansion side was pretty easy to figure out. If things are expanding from a point, from a center, then they must be expanding radially. It must make the geometry of a sphere. Right? The expansive part being a geometry of a sphere. That's what we see. A sun, a planet, a galaxy. Galaxies have galactic halos that are perfect spheres around them. Atoms, cells, whatever. Spheres. So we see the sphere part because that's the expansion part. But what I wanted to know about was the contractive structure of the vacuum. Why did I want to know about that? Because if I understood the structure of the contractive part of the vacuum, then I understood the geometry of the foundation of creation. Do you guys follow me there? Because if that's what creates, if that's the general active thing, that's the thing that holds things together, then that's the key to the force of creation of all things. If you have a sphere or a ball on the end of a rope and you spin the rope, you're going to feel a force outside pulling away from your hand, right? That is not a true force. It's called centrifugal force. It's not a true force because the only reason that force is occurring is because the ball is attached to the rope, which is attached to your hand. The centripetal force, the force that's holding the ball to the center, is what's making it go in a circle. Without the string, the ball is going straight and there's no force. You guys follow me? So actually the force that holds to the center is the primary force from which the illusionary radiation occurs. Do you see what I'm saying? I mean, that has huge implication in philosophy as well. Because if you go inward deeper and deeper, then you would expect more and more radiance to occur. Because you have a feedback relationship between the internal gravitational collapse and the external expansion of the electromagnetic field. So I was really excited about that, but I didn't know what was the geometry or the structure of the collapse. I knew one thing, is that the geometry of the collapse had to be in equilibrium. So I looked and I thought, well, if the sphere is the highest volume possible, which it is, then the geometry, so it's the highest volume possible because it's expanding, right? Then the geometry of the collapsing vacuum must be the smallest geometry possible. The smallest volume, the volume that's collapsing. And that is a tetrahedron. Everybody here knows what a tetrahedron is? Okay. While I'm traveling, it's kind of hard to bring all my models. But this is a double tetrahedron. Okay, there's two there. Actually, there's 8 making an octahedron in the middle, but we're not going to get too complex here. If you have a tetrahedron, you have 4 faces, 4 equilateral triangle faces. It's like a pyramid with a triangle base. Okay? It's like 3 triangle faces with a triangle base. It's the smallest volume possible. And thus, that had to be the final geometry of the collapse. Well, you know, when I was thinking about these things, it was almost 15 years ago, there wasn't people like if you go in Sedona right now, you know, like, or, you know, Burning Man or whatever, you know, there wasn't people going around with tetrahedrons on their heads and like living in tetrahedron houses and, you know, having tetrahedron cars and stuff like that. You know, at that time, nobody even knew what the heck was a tetrahedron. I mean, it was not so common, although, you know, that comes all the way back from the Pythagorean school and then Plato schools and so on. So I was, you know, at the age of 16, after all my encounters with current physics and so on, I decided I was done. And it's great because I just went to the Einstein exhibit in New York and found out that Einstein did the exact same thing and quit school at 16. But I was, you know, I couldn't keep doing this. I was just running into troubles everywhere I went. And so I started to teach skiing. Because I was a good skier, I figured I can live that way and do research at night. So I was doing research at night and skiing every day, teaching skiing, being in nature. And I was like, well, you know, after years of skiing, I taught skiing for 15 years. I became one of the top ski instructors in Canada. I was one of the 20 top ski instructor in Canada, ski coach. And I was very successful. And I was going from Canada to Australia, New Zealand in the summer to do their ski season there. And then back to Canada. And then back to Australia. And then back to Canada. And I was freezing my butts out. I had no time to unfreeze. I had like a week and a half to 2 weeks on, you know, Fiji Island, you know, in between seasons. And I was just not cutting it. So after a while of doing that, I got tired of it. And one summer I said, that's it. I ain't teaching skiing again this summer. I'm going to teach scuba diving. So I'm, you know, decided to thaw out one summer and teach scuba diving. And I had been scuba diving since I was a young kid, so I knew I could teach scuba diving. So I opened a map, and I thought, okay, I got to be south of the border. It's got to be extremely hot. And so I took a map of Mexico, and I found this little island called Isla Mujeres. And I thought, wow, you know, I was a ski instructor. Island of the women, man. Yeah. That sounds good to me. So I decided I was going to go to Isla Mujeres. So I went down there and I got a job as a dive master, and I started to, you know, dive master down there, and I learned a lot and all this. And then one day I had a day off, and I decided to go for a little expedition. And I hadn't seen the pyramids, so I decided to go to Chichen Itza, the pyramids of Chichen Itza. Well, you know, it's like you get in the bus. You know, I had to take the ferry from the island. I got in the bus, you know, with the chickens and the pigs and everything. And I'm going through the jungle, you know, for hours. And then finally, you see these pyramids sticking out of the jungle in the middle of nowhere. And it's like, huh? And they're like these huge monuments. And I get onto the site, and I'm walking around, and I'm like going, wow, how did this get here? So I'm climbing on top of the pyramid, and I figure I meditate on it, so I'm sitting down, I'm trying to meditate, and sure enough, as soon as I close my eyes, I hear, a group of tourists coming off the stairs on the other side with a tour guide. I'm like listening, trying to meditate, and and I'm listening to this tour guide, and the tour guide is saying how, all the rocks were cut in the quarry over the mountain range we see in the distance, and that they were carried from there, cut with copper tools, and then carried from there on with vine ropes on logs across the mountains, across the jungle, down the mountains into Chichen Itza, and then assembled into this amazing monument we were standing on. I'm listening to this and I'm going, really? And then he mentioned that actually the monument was actually carved and cut perfectly so that on the solstice every year, when the sun rises, it casts a shadow of a snake going up the stairways, and the snake head is carved on the bottom, and it really works. And I'm listening to this, and I'm like, wait a minute, that doesn't sound right. These people, like thousands of years ago, were going around with huge stones across jungle, across mountain range, right? And like putting them in this perfect building that's amazingly well aligned to astronomical events. And it's not like you can build the pyramid and then like get Joe up there and get, okay Joe, the sun's rising now. Okay, pick it up now. Okay, a little bit to the left. You can't do that. You gotta calculate that stuff in advance. And those are not simple calculations. Those are very complex. Just happens that most of these buildings we find around the world are pyramidal. Most of these enigmatic buildings are pyramidal, and most of them are aligned with incredible accuracy to astronomical events. So as I was listening to this, and I'm a climber as well, and I know rock, and I know that you can't cut rock with copper. And I find out later on that archaeologists say, oh well, they had a way to temper the copper so it became hard. And I was like, okay, can anybody else do that? No. You mean that with all the millions of dollars that are invested in research and metallurgy, nobody is able to harden copper, but the ancient people thousands of years ago could do it? The other thing is that, have you ever tried to pull rocks on logs in the jungle with vine ropes? And now, you're talking about people that didn't have the pulley. So now you gotta stack these rocks to make your pyramid without a pulley. That didn't sound right to me. Just because I'm a type of a logical person. And I was standing on top of this pyramid, kind of scratching my head, going, oh my God, that doesn't sound right. There's got to be some mystery we're missing here. And then it hit me. It's like, wait a minute. This is a pyramid. And there's pyramids all around the world from these ancient civilizations. Why were they all building the exact same geometry? Why didn't they make a cube? Why? What's going on? What's with this pyramidal thing? And I thought, okay, maybe this is a long shot, but maybe they knew something about the fundamental structure of the vacuum. Maybe they knew something about the logos of reality, the fundamental structure from which everything emerges. And maybe pyramids are involved in that. So when I got back home, at the time I lived at Whistler, Canada, a big ski hill, I went to my local library. Well, you know, in a ski resort, library is not, you know, so elaborate. But I was looking for information about ancient civilization, and the first book I came across was titled Mystery of the Mexican Pyramids by Peter Tompkins. And I thought, oh, that's a good title. Definitely is a mystery there. And I opened it randomly, if there is such a thing. And when I did, this graphic, this is not my graphic, this graphic was on the page. A tetrahedron within a sphere. Well, I had spent by then a very long time coming up with the idea that a tetrahedron and a sphere must be part of the geometry of reality. And it was the base of my theory. And to find this in a book that talked about ancient knowledge was crazy. I'm like, oh my God, they beat me to it by 2,000 years. Dang, I was going to copyright this. And I was like, oh, what's that doing there? And, you know, there was a whole elaboration about the relationship of a tetrahedron to a sphere, showing that a tetrahedron has a very interesting relationship to the sphere, where it intersects the sphere at exactly 2/3 down, 1/3 up, if one point is on the south, or if one point is on the north, then 2/3 up and 1/3 down. And it intersects the sphere at exactly 19.471222064 latitude, which is exactly where I live, actually. I live on the big island of Hawaii, and that is on one of those points. And I was puzzled. How did that get in there? Did somebody listen to my thoughts? But I realized that this graphic was the result of a paper that had been published by an American engineer that had been hired to survey the huge city, ancient city of Teotihuacan, near Mexico City. This is where there's the moon pyramid and the sun pyramid and the way of the dead and all this stuff. His name was Hugh Holliston Jr. and the paper was published by the American Health Society after 20 years of him putting, surveying all of the buildings there. Well, when Hugh Holliston Jr. started to survey the buildings at that ancient city, he found something very bizarre. He found that all the buildings there seems to, like the large buildings, the temples and such, seems to be in the exact appropriate place to describe all the orbits of our solar system, with the sun pyramid, the moon pyramid, and everything. He found all the orbits, including Pluto and Neptune. Now, Pluto and Neptune, Neptune, I think it was late 1800s. Pluto was discovered by us early 1900s, 1920-something, by the observatory in Arizona there, in Flagstaff, Arizona. So, how come these people, thousands of years ago, had these orbitals? Not only did they know these planets were there, but it had the appropriate placement to generate their orbits. Those are extremely difficult things to figure out, especially if you can't see it. And so that blew his mind. And he started to continue to investigate, and he found that there was some incredible mathematical recurrence in all of the measurements that he was taking. And that recurrence, these mathematics that kept on creeping up, were always the same. And he figured out that they were pointing out to the mathematics of a sphere and a tetrahedron embedded in it. And that's why he put that graphic in his paper, saying that if these people were trying to communicate something to us, they were trying to tell us about a sphere and a tetrahedron. He didn't notice, though, that even that city, right beside Mexico City, that ancient city, is exactly at 19.47 latitude on the Earth as well. So not only does it have the mathematics of a tetrahedron in a sphere in all of its layouts, but as well it is placed on the Earth exactly where a tetrahedron would intersect a sphere.
What's the third point?
Well, this is a grand circle, you know, all around the Earth. So depending on where you put this point, these other points will move, right? But if you put this point at the big island of Hawaii, then Mexico City is somewhere in the middle here, in between these 2 points. This one is near the coast of Africa, I believe, and then this one is India, the Daikini temples in India. And so I was amazed that this engineer had come up with this. And I was confirming, that imagine that there is a fundamental structure to the vacuum, that there is a fundamental structure to reality. You would expect that throughout the ages, we would have come up with it, because it would be inherent in us. It would be oozing out of us. So I thought, maybe they came up with this then. But I knew there was something wrong, because a tetrahedron on its own is not in equilibrium. And I knew the vacuum geometry had to be in perfect equilibrium. So I had to find something else. Well, at the end of his essay, Hugh Holliston Jr. mentioned a very important thing: the isotropic vector metric from Buckminster Fuller. He said that the mathematical constant that he got from his surveying of that ancient city pointed out to the square root of 9/8, which is the mathematical constant for an isotropic vector metric generated by Buckminster Fuller. Bucky thought that this metric was the fundamental mathematical blueprint of the universe. Well, Bucky was quite eccentric. However, many of the things that Bucky came up with were later confirmed. So he's getting more and more acceptance of his work, although he's not around to appreciate it anymore. But the blueprint of the universe, he thought, was the isotropic vector metric. What is this thing? It's 10 tetrahedron on the bottom. This is called a 4-frequency isotropic vector metric. So 10 tetrahedrons on the bottom, 3 in the middle, I'm sorry, 6 in the middle, 3 on top, and then 1, making a huge tetrahedron on its own. Can everybody see this? So there's actually 20 tetrahedrons in an isotropic vector metric. And if you take only one face of the isotropic vector metric, right, just a plane of it, then you have 4 faces on the bottom, 3 faces on the second level, 2 faces on the third level, and 1 face on top. Everybody sees this? Okay. Well, when I found the isotropic vector metric, I thought, well, I'm interested about negative space. So let me take off the tetrahedrons and see what's in between them. So I did that, and when I did that, I realized what was in between the tetrahedrons. They're octahedrons. Do I have a little octahedron somewhere? No, I don't. I guess it got destroyed. The glue, while I was traveling, melted with this 108-degree heat we've been having. So I lost some of my models. But an octahedron is a pyramid with another one below it. Emphasis on the word pyramid. So I was happy to find that the pyramidal geometry was present between the tetrahedrons. Can everybody see how an octahedron is 2 pyramids base to base? If this is one point of the pyramid, then the base is here, and it's a square base. It looks rectangular because it's in perspective. And the other point is here, right? 2 pyramids base to base. There is a bunch of them together, but when I did this, I realized there was something weird. There was something weird in the middle of the metric, because the metric is called isotropic. So you would expect that it would be always in balance, that it would always be in symmetry. But there was a symmetry in the middle. I found 4 reverse tetrahedrons pointing down and rotated 180 degrees. And they didn't belong to the octahedron, and they didn't belong to the tetrahedrons that made up the outside or the metric. So there was a bunch of these, there was 4 of these tetrahedrons completely out of place, creating a symmetry in the middle of symmetry. Now I knew this had to be incomplete, because if this was the fundamental structure of the vacuum, it had to be isotropic and symmetric so that you would have perfect equilibrium. Oh, there's an octahedron. Thank you. Ooh, nice. Q-tips. Thank you. Appreciate. Q-tips with what? Honey?
Rubber cement.
Rubber cement. Here's an octahedron. And so when, yeah, that wouldn't melt as well. Oh, that's good. Because I used to do it with marshmallows, but then people would grab the marshmallows and eat them. And I'd lose my money. But anyway, so the isotropic vector metric had to be modified. I didn't know how. One thing I was sure of is that the universe is polarized, so that it had to be 2. Okay? Now, if you have a polarized universe, and you have 2 isotropic vector metrics, and they're mirroring each other, you have a problem. Because the two mirroring each other, base to base, don't make a sphere. Remember, fundamental axiom, the universe is generating spheres, right? So you don't have a sphere, you have an egg. And so now I had a chicken and an egg problem. And I was like, oh my God, what do I do with this? I didn't know what to do. But I knew it had to be two isotropic vector metric. I didn't know what to do with these other spaces, these other tetrahedrons in the middle, neither. And you got to realize that at that point in my evolution now, I'm finishing my ski career. I got a bunch of universal 2x4s behind the head, forcing me out, telling me you got to do this full time. You ain't gonna do this while teaching skiing. And this point, I'm still doing all this without a computer. So I'm rendering these geometries in my head, and I'm trying to figure out how they fit together. Okay, I found the octahedrons in the middle and all this, and then I'm going, okay, wait a minute, I gotta make this become a sphere. But I don't want to distort the geometry of the isotropic vector metric. It has to be tetrahedrons. So I'm like getting all frustrated about it. And I'm, okay, well finally I decided, okay, and I pushed one into the other. And I, generated this in my brain. I was pushing one into the other and trying to figure out where the tetrahedrons would fall. And then that's when I realized what had happened. When you push one isotropic vector metric into the other so that you generate a perfect sphere, then the central geometry is a vector equilibrium, the only geometry in full equilibrium in all vectorial possibility. And there is no distortion because those four tetrahedrons that were in the isotropic vector matrix alone were there to accept the reverse one, so that the one isotropic vector metric was missing its better half. And when the two came together, it created equilibrium. I still get the chills from that time when I discovered this. It was like, oh my God, this is beautifully, metaphorically, and beautiful for what I'm trying to achieve. The geometry of equilibrium, the geometry of the vacuum. And I could see how the male and the females coming together generates a new point of center, a new being. Boy, that, at that point, I was living in my van. I had sold everything, all my ski equipment, all my stuff. I moved into a van so I could sponsor my research. And I moved down south so I wouldn't have to eat so much. And so I was doing this in my van, and I was so excited. I mean, this was better than sex. I mean, I didn't have a girlfriend at the time, And so it was just beautiful. It was metaphorically beautiful, but in the physics of what I was trying to achieve, it was exactly going in the direction I wanted it to go. And I realized that the vector equilibrium had to be fundamental to the structure of space, of the class. Why is the vector equilibrium the only geometry in full equilibrium in all vectorial possibility? Let me show you. If you have a vector going in one direction, and that vector has a certain length, we'll call the length of the vector its force. So longer it is, stronger it is, shorter it is, weaker it is. Okay? In order to get equilibrium, you would have to have a vector in the exact opposite direction with exactly the same length. But that's a weak equilibrium because you'd have to nail that, that vector so that it would be a perfect alignment here. Otherwise you would miss equilibrium. And any forces pushing down in any other direction would break the equilibrium. It's very precarious. So how would you increase stability? You'd probably add vectors at 90-degree angle from those. Now you increase equilibrium, right? However, the edge of your geometry has longer vectors than the vectors to the center. Because they're longer, they're stronger, and thus your geometry explodes. It doesn't work. What would you do to try to correct it? Probably add vectors at 45-degree angles from these other ones. But if you did that, then the edge vectors are shorter than the vectors to the center. The geometry implodes. You still don't have equilibrium. So what's the solution? The solution is the hexagon. Because the hexagon has edge vectors that are the exact same length as the vectors to the center. It's the only geometry that does that. So now you have equilibrium. And what does that look like in 3D? It looks like a vector equilibrium. This geometry here. Oh. Okay. Vector equilibrium. It's 8 tetrahedrons pointing inwards. Now, this can be seen as well as 4 hexagons intersecting each other. You see that? The red one on the edge, there's a blue one at the equator, and then 2 ones intersecting in the middle. Everybody see that? There's a red one on the edge, an hexagon on the edge. 4 hexagons intersecting, creating equilibrium at the center or singularity. And note that there is 12 vectors radiating from the vector equilibrium. So there's 12 vectors radiating from the center, and there's 12 edge vectors, 24 vectors. These numbers are found in most ancient civilization texts. 12, 24, and so on are found everywhere. The 12 angels with singularity in the middle, the 12 apostles with Emmanuel in the middle, the singularity, and so on. The 24 elders in Kabbalistic tradition, and so on. So I was really amazed that I had found this, but my geometry was still out of equilibrium. Meaning, on this geometry of the 2 isotropic vector metric, the vector equilibrium in the middle had all of its octahedrons filled. That means that when the vector equilibrium is in the middle, the pyramidal structures are completed with octahedrons. But the edge octahedrons were incomplete. So I still had a symmetry. So I went back to the drawing board, back in my van, trying to, I've got this in my brain, and I'm noticing that some of the faces of the octahedrons are not covered. So it's asymmetric. So I decided I have to keep adding tetrahedrons till I gain symmetry. So I kept on adding tetrahedrons, and to cover all of the faces, I had to add 24 tetrahedrons to the ones that were already there. So this is one isotropic vector metric is 20. The other one is 20, that's 40, plus 24. 40 plus 24 was 64 tetrahedron metric. The 64 tetrahedron metric is a match to many, many things. I'm going to give you a hint. There's 64 codons that generate the 20 amino acids of your DNA structure. Okay? Now, when I found the 64 tetrahedron grid, then I realized that that was the quanta in which symmetry was present everywhere, and equilibrium was truly generated at the center. But what got me really excited is that I realized what I had built. What I had built was a fractal structure, just like the 2D fractal structure I showed you at the beginning, but this one in full 3D spherical coordinates. The only true fractal 3D spherical coordinate that you will find. Can everybody see the vector equilibrium on the inside and then the vector equilibrium on the outside? This continues to grow to infinity. And I could see that the inside vector equilibrium, its radius is exactly half the radius of the one on the outside. So the geometry grows in fractals, but not only does it grow in fractals, the fractals are perfect octaves. You see? And so I got really excited. It's like, oh my God, here it is. The structure of the vacuum. Equilibrium to infinity. Infinitely big to infinitely small. And then I noticed further that how this was constructed is constructed this way. Let me see if I can let go of some of this stuff. Actually, I'm going to leave that. I realized what I had built. I had built a matrix based on 8 star tetrahedrons, each having 8 tetrahedron in it. Okay? All coming together towards the center to generate the star, the 64 tetrahedron grid. But when it did, the 8 stars coming together, okay, here you're only going to see 6, plus the 1 in front, and then there's 1 in the back you won't see. So the 8 stars coming together generate the vector equilibrium in the middle. Why is this significant? 8 star tetrahedron is made out of 8 tetrahedron pointing outward, radiation, coming together to generate the vector equilibrium, which is 8 tetrahedron coming towards the center, generating contraction. So now, not only did I have found the geometry of equilibrium, but I had found the only fractal 3D metric, and it generated expansion and contraction. Exactly all the axioms I had placed for myself when I started this investigation of the geometry of space. I was so excited.
In his head.
I'm still excited. I was doing this in my brain. I didn't have a computer, and I confirmed it later on computers. But I was like, oh my God, this is so awesome. And then something really weird happened. I knew I had the fundamental structure of space. I knew, I was definitely seeing. Now realize, you guys, if we truly have the fundamental structure of creation, then technology that's based on this information is going to tap directly into an infinite potential of energy, infinite potential of gravity, infinite potential of rejuvenation, regeneration, and so on. You're talking serious change in our ways of doing technology. So I was really excited. And then a bunch of people in England called croppies. Those are people that measure and photograph crop circles. Okay? Now, I know you guys, crop circles, There's scientific papers that were just published in peer-reviewed journals about crop circles, because many of them are not being able to be explained by people going in the fields at night and stomping around, Doug and Dave drinking moonshine and freaking everybody out. Some of them are not easily explained, and actually papers have just been published in peer-reviewed journals saying that this might be a new source of energy. But the croppies that I'm talking about decided in 1997 that if somebody is trying to talk to us through the crop circles, maybe we should talk back. So they went in the crop circles and they wrote in big letters by stomping around with their boots, what do we need to know? Good question. And the next crop circle that occurred was the largest crop circle to date at that time. And it's this one. Have we seen this somewhere? This is everything we've been talking about this morning. What do we need to know? Well, that's really nice. They give us this. They even made it in a way that's not reproducible by Doug and Dave drinking moonshine. Because all the hay is woven in a way that it makes effects of light and shadow that gives the vertices, the edges of 3D tetrahedrons. That is not easily done in the middle of the night. And so, and it was enormous. It was the largest today. It was much larger than anything previous to that. And it was interestingly situated near ancient, sacred site. And then a few weeks later, the next crop circle, a few weeks later, was another iteration of the same thing. So they were insisting on the pattern. What do we need to know? You guys get it? Look at tetrahedral fractal geometry. Right? How do you fit infinity in a finite space? Note that on these fractal curves, although there's not a boundary around the whole thing, the boundary is implied because the circles are all there of the smaller boundaries of the fractal. You guys follow this? So I was like, oh my God. Well, when I found this, I was living at my friend Gabrielle Cousin, in Arizona, and you know, he found me jumping on his couch, pulling my hair out. I got a picture of that part in the middle, and I realized what it was. It's the exact same geometry, but this one going inwards, towards infinitely small. So I was, oh my God, this is actually telling us everything we need to know about the structure of reality, the structure, the physics of creation. And that's according to my theory. I was mind blown. But then on top of it, they made it so nice that you could actually overlay the 14 octahedron cavities that are generated by the 64 tetrahedron grid right on top of it, and you get a very nice match. So, you know, and then since then, it's been going berserk. There's been 64 tetrahedron crop circles occurring. Look at the precision. Again, right beside an ancient site. Stone site with an enormous stone that was placed on top of another. And sure enough, when you overlay the 64 tetrahedron grid, you get a perfect match. This is not trivial. Okay? When you continue to explore the crop circles, this one is really interesting. It was thought to be, by one of the famous psychics, the most important crop circle ever to occur. And because it's really simple, everybody went, huh? There's other crop circle much more interesting. But in fact, if you look carefully, that crop circle is a 2D representation of a 3D vector equilibrium. And in this crop circle, it gives you singularity in the middle, and it tells you that each tetrahedron generates the sphere, the radiative side of the equation. But then, if you take that sphere around each tetrahedron and you add the other ones of the other tetrahedrons, you get this symbol, the seed of life, known as the seed of life or popularized as the seed of life. That is a symbol that is found in many, many ancient civilization walls as well. And then they give you a crop circle to tell you you've decoded it right. And they insist. Here is your intersecting spheres. Note torque, rotation. Do you realize that current Einstein field equation does not accommodate for torque? What they did is that they eliminated torque by attaching the observer to the rotating object. So that they wouldn't have to deal with Coriolis effect and torque. Well, if you do that, there's a good chance you're going to end up with 98% the mass of the universe missing, which is exactly what occurs in current cosmology. But instead of revising their approach to energy and torque and so on, they invented a new kind of matter. They call it dark matter. And they just plugged it in. to the equation to make it work. Some kind of dark matter that doesn't radiate, that nobody can detect. It's convenient. Your equations are missing 98% of the mass out there, and instead of revising your equations, you just plug in some dark matter. This is not what I think of good physics. But if you look at galaxies and so on, imagine all the torque you would need to orbit a galaxy, billions of stars. You're talking about a lot of energy. So they give us a little bit of an idea about the rotation here and the Corliss effect. But as well, you know, in case we were confused, they made sure we realized that it's all in a fractal structure. You see, it's all there. It's just amazing. Okay, this is a part of the presentation. Are you guys all doing okay? I'm just going to finish this section, and then we'll go. How are we doing? 12:30. Actually, if you guys want to take a little break and go to the washroom and all this, we'll do 10 minutes, or actually let's do 5 minutes. Be back here at 12:35, okay? And we'll reconvene and we'll do another section and then do lunch. This next section is really exciting. It's a lot of fun. Okay. Have a good break. Thank you. Well, we're going to go a little longer and do this section. This section is quite amazing. And you might not get right away the relationship to this research, but you will get it in this afternoon session. So we were talking about crop circles. And, you know, all these, you know, esoteric crop circles that are occurring, and if you don't have a base in what we've discussed earlier, it doesn't necessarily make sense. It's like, oh wow, you know, a bunch of really cool geometries in the field, you see? But with what we have come to in our conclusion, with what the logic we've been following since this morning, then all of a sudden these crop circles have a whole new meaning. They are talking about something very, very important, very fundamental to reality. And you know, you imagine that you were an advanced species that had the capacity to travel across the universe. And you showed up on this planet, you know. You found this planet and you know, you're basically like studying the planet a little bit before you land, you know. And you know, you kind of tap into the radio waves and the TV, and you know, you look at the TV and you watch a football game with, you know, all these people bumping into each other, running after this piece of skin, and you know, all the rest of the people, thousands of people getting drunk, eating hot dogs, you know, and doing the wave. You might find that when you turn around and you say, okay, who's volunteering to go on the surface, you'd have a hard time finding volunteers. You know? You might find, and I don't have anything against football, but you know, it's all the people shooting at each other. You'd probably say, well, you know, it's not a good idea to land on this planet right away. We got to wait till these people have a little bit more understanding of the way the universe functions and how it works together, and how the universe actually works in collaboration with all points, not in destructive in with all points. And so, you know, there's lots to be said about that. The concept that the universe always goes towards further disorder is violated by simple observation. The laws of entropy are violated by simple observation, and I'm gonna go through that a little bit more this afternoon. So remind me, but you know, we don't have time to go through that right now. But basically, there's evidence, including your own existence. If you take your DNA and you put it end to end, well, you'll find, first of all, that in one cell, there is 6 feet of DNA. This is from the Genome Project. And if you took the 6 feet of DNA that's in one cell and then put all the other 6 feet of all the other cells in your human body right now, you could wrap your DNA 5 million times around the world. That's how much DNA there is in you right now for you to exist. That is not a sign of disorder. That is a sign of extreme amount of order, extreme amount of organization and complexity. So maybe, you know, if you were one of those species that found one of these planets that hasn't figured out the organization and the complexity and the support that the universe generates in order for you to be there, you'd probably try to give them a bunch of drawings in their crops and stuff, try to educate those people before you try landing on the White House lawn. Right? Because you probably won't find no volunteers to go and get shot. Right? So, but did they only talk to us about the geometry of the vacuum, the geometry of reality? No, they didn't. They actually talked to us directly in binary code. We have been contacted. 2 summers ago, this crop circle occurred. It's the only crop circle that ever made it to the mainstream media news all around the world. I had friends calling me from the eastern U.S. telling me, I just saw a crop circle on the 5 o'clock news. The reason why this crop circle made it to the 5 o'clock news around the world is because it occurred in the middle of a rainstorm. It rained all night. Cats and dogs. And in the morning, this crop circle was there in this field. The largest crop circle ever to occur. 409 circles. It's enormous. And basically, it told the world crop circles are not just hoax. There is crop circles that are not hoaxes. Well, the next crop circle about after this one did not make the mainstream news around the world, most likely because it was too shocking. The next crop circle that occurred was a reply to this. In 1972, Carl Sagan and other physicists, astrophysicists, figured that we had just finished building the Arecibo radio telescope, the largest radio telescope on Earth, and we had the opportunity to send a very strong signal into the universe that could reach a faraway planet one day. And maybe they would decode the signal and then send the signal back And then it would reach our planet one day. And we would know that there's living entities out there. But that would take a few thousand years. They still decided to send a signal to give a chance to our grandchildren to get, a chance to have a talk with other beings out there. So they figured out a way to send a signal that would be the easiest for others to decode. They use a binary code of ones and zeros, just like a computer, and that can be transferred to a punch card, just like a computer punch card. Okay? And what does it say? It says, we're made out of carbon. This is our chart of elements. This is our DNA. We have a small head, big body. We live on the third planet from our sun. And you see, that's the sun, that's the third planet we live on. And this is the Arecibo radio telescope we're sending this way. This is the technology we're sending this way, a radio telescope. So they sent it in 1972, and 2 summers ago, across a radio telescope commonly hired by SETI to listen for a reply, came 2 crop circles, one being a reply to the Arecibo radio telescope signal, and the other one being a nice little mugshot. Did you hear about that crop circle? No. When SETI was asked about this, SETI is the NASA, search for extraterrestrial life. They're listening with huge radio telescope to see if they can hear something out there that would be life on another planet. One day I'm going to make a comic strip with a huge radio telescope, a SETI guy with the big earmuffs, listening, and in the background, back here, a little UFO. When they saw this, they said, well, it's got to be a hoax. Because if they wanted to talk to us, they wouldn't have sent a crop circle. The radio telescope was right beside it. Why didn't they just send a radio signal? Well, my reply to that is, if they would have sent a radio signal, you and I would never have heard about it. Maybe they wanted to talk to all of the people of the planet, not just a few agencies, right? So instead, they sent a radio, instead of a radio signal, they put the crop circles reply directly across from the radio telescope. And you got to realize that here you have a governmental installation that has infrared cameras, guards, and all of this. Nobody saw nothing. Right? And it's not like Doug and Dave can go in that field and do that all night and nobody noticed. And then when you look closely, the woven patterns of the hay are not reproducible readily in the middle of the night stomping around. The actual mugshot is an incredible pattern that generates a negative image of a picture. And you can tell that that being has large eyes, a small nose, a small mouth. And the reply says, this is what we sent, this is what came back. It says, we are carbon and silica. Our table of elements is very similar. It says we have a 3-strand DNA structure. it says we have a big head and a small body. We live on 3 of the planets of our solar system. The third one has 4 moons. And this is the technology we're sending this way. Now this is not subject to interpretation. This is a binary code. They're talking to us directly. Okay? Now, when I saw this, I got really excited because I'm like, oh my God, they give us a blueprint of their technology. It's right there on the bottom. I'm like, whoa, what is this? Well, the resolution is really poor, so you can't tell what the heck it is. Well, they thought about that. They were nice about that. Because a year prior to this reply to the irresistible message, in the exact same field, a year to the date of the reply, prior to the reply, to the date, this crop circle occurred, which is exactly what's at the bottom of the reply. Just to make sure we had a high resolution blueprint of how they're using their technology. Here's your radio telescope. It's the exact same installation. You can see here the fence, you know, and all the security equipment. And this is right across from it. And that's what it looks like. Fractal tetrahedron geometry spheres. Everything we've been discussing this morning. So here, they're telling us directly, and notice, you know, that the sphere are fractalizing to smaller and smaller outside and fractalizing towards singularity on the inside. Now, that's just incredible. And that's not the only thing they've been contacting us with. A year after the Arecibo message reply, to the date, so this was a year prior, right? So the Arecibo message came in. At the bottom of the Arecibo message, there was a technology which they had put a year prior, right? Now we're going to go a year after, so last summer, midsummer, a crop circle occurred exactly the same day, but a year later, and this one was an enormous crop circle, almost 2 football field long, again across a large installation communication antenna, which has security all around it. Right across road, this is a huge crop circle. Can everybody see what it is? It's the side view of an alien head with a big eye, the nose, the mouth. Can everybody see that?
Not fully. Oh, yeah.
Can you see it better here? See his eye, his nose, his mouth. And look up here in front. He's got a hand like this. Right? It's the other hand. Right? Like this. And he's holding on to a CD. That's his thumb here, and that's his hand. Okay? He's holding on to a CD. They figured those guys are at CD technology level. We'll burn them one. So they burned us a CD, and sure enough, on the CD is a string of a binary code. what happens when you play that CD? Well, that binary code was decoded, and here's what it says. Be aware of false gifts, they're broken promises. This was last summer. Have we seen broken promises this year? Oh my God. This is very interesting. Much pain, but still time. Certainly a message of hope for all the people that have been working towards a new way of doing things on this planet. Believe there is good out there. And then we oppose deception. And the and has a bell sound. This is an ASCII code, so there's a bell sound typically to end a transmission. So I haven't had time to work on this so much because I'm publishing a unified field theory with a lot of math and a lot of work in it. And so I haven't had time to work on this, but I am convinced that there is an underlying code as well in this. Because these capitalizations are actually part of the code. So if you only read the words that are capitalized, you have false, broken promises, pain, believe, good, OP, deception. I don't know what OP deception is. Could be other people, it could be many things. But go ahead.
Are the capitals at the beginning of the sentences part of the code?
Yes, they are.
How about the office of the president?
Office of the President. The Office of President deception. We definitely have seen this year.
Does the bell sound have a certain frequency?
I don't think it does because it's just an ASCII code, you know, that gives a bell sound. So I don't think it has a specific frequency to it. So this is a direct communication, my friend. Go ahead.
You kept saying a date that they did this one day, same next year, the same date next year, the same date. You know what date that is?
Well, it's August 15th, I believe. I'm not sure on that. You might have to verify. And I've been going on the net this year to see the crop circles of August, and the page is not updated past the 10th or the 11th. So I'm anxiously waiting to see if there's been another message this year. Direct binary message. There's been many crop circles this year.
Usually, apparently, August 15th is always close to this radio telescope.
I'm sorry?
Is this close to radio telescope?
Well, it's in England. The two that we saw, the two first one were right beside the radio telescope. The third one is further from the radio telescope, but then again, it's right beside a huge repeater antenna, which implies communication. So here, we're being talked to directly. They are getting closer and closer to contact. We're going to see this afternoon a little bit more of the influence that other species in our galaxy may have had on our planet early in its evolution, and how that relates to our current physics, and how that relates to the physics that I'm presenting to you today. Because there's a direct relationship. And it has to do with some of the monuments that are found all around the earth. So when you look at this, there is crop circles all around the world that are telling us about this structure of the vacuum. But when you look at nature, see, the proof of the pudding is that in this case, all of nature is included. Because, you see, if you take Einstein field equations, for instance, there is no human being that live in that world. There is nothing in Einstein field equations that describe how you got here. Okay? You can't put human beings in there. If you look at quantum equations for subatomic particles, there is nothing in that world in which you exist, neither. It's all probabilities. But if you have a unified field theory, then it should include all of the biological resolution. Okay? Well, when you look at biology, when you look at nature, what do you see? You see highly organized systems that generate fractal structures everywhere. Where is the fractal coming from? Look at the branch of a tree. They're all fractal structures. Look at the way the grass grows. They're all fractal structures. The way plants grow, the nervous system of your body, the veins of your body, all fractals. All very specific fractals that obey actually the phi ratio, 1.618. Always 1.618, smaller and smaller or bigger and bigger. Just like your finger. The end of your finger is 1.618 smaller than the middle part. And the middle part is 1.618 bigger than, smaller than the third part. And your finger compared to your hand is 1.618 smaller. And your hand to your forearm is 1.618. And again, your whole body. All fractal structures everywhere in nature. That's the proof of the pudding. Actually, that fractal behavior of nature, according to this theory, emerged directly from the structure of the vacuum. The vacuum directs reality. And reality portrays the structure of the vacuum. So when you look at nature, you can see the vacuum geometry. And in such a theory, everything is included, including you. So then it is a fully unified theory. We're going to finish on this. We're going to just touch on it as we go. This is a presentation I did to the APS, the largest physics community on Earth. And I showed here in a scaling law, hello, I showed in a scaling law that if you take all of the objects in the universe and you plot their radius against their frequency, okay, these objects all fall on a straight line across the graph. Okay? all of these objects obeying the Karl Schwarzschild condition of a black hole. Okay? Let me explain this, what it means. Because it looks complex, but it's not that complex. This is the universal scale, our universe. We have an approximate idea of its radius if it's a closed universe. If you look at that, the mass inside the universe exceeds the escape velocity of light. That means if you shine a light in one direction, you know how Einstein discovered that the electromagnetic field can get bent by the gravitational forces, the curvature of space-time? That light will bend around one star, bend around the other star, bend around the other star, bend around the other star, and come right back. It will not escape our universe because there's too much mass in it. That means we live inside a black hole. Let me reiterate that. We live inside a black hole. That's why when you look up in the sky at night, it's black. Because light is contracting in the vacuum towards singularity. Everything inside that black hole is smaller black holes. But these smaller black holes you are outside of. This is a quasar, very, very large. This is a galactic center. This is our sun. This is an atom. And this is a subatomic particle, the Big Bang, 10 to the minus 33, the Planck's length. Note that the atom and subatomic particle are included. Current physics is divided between quantum theory, which is subatomic particle and atomic particle, and cosmology, which is relativistic equation for large objects. Here we show a direct relationship of all these objects together. No division. If all of these objects are considered different scales black holes, this is called a scaling law. This is what I'm just about to publish in November. It's under peer review right now, and so far the peer review is excellent. We're having fun yet? So now you can see that if you're in a universe that's a black hole, the smaller black hole in that universe you're on the outside of, so they look like white holes. They radiate. You see the radiating side of the event horizon. It looks like a star, it looks like a planet, it looks like an atom, it looks like a subatomic particle. Do you guys see that? The white hole and the black hole are not two different objects. They're inside each other. And it's a feed between the gravitational field and the electromagnetic field. Radiation generates curvature in space, which generates radiation, and that generates an open feedback. And what's an open feedback? It's a fractal. That's exactly what a fractal is an equation that's reiter and reiter and reiter, and it generates an open feedback. Everybody sees this? Everything you're looking at is different scale black holes, including all the atoms that you're made of. We don't see any evidence of entropy and depth. All we see is evidence of mini black holes disorganizing and reorganizing, or actually changing levels of organization. When you die, not one of your atoms will ever disappear. They just go from one level of organization to another. They go from one scale to another. Now I'm telling you that your atoms are mini black holes. Is that crazy? Actually not. Some of the largest, most comprehensive unification theory that are trying to be worked out now, and are incorrect because they're missing the fractal component, by Stephen Hawking, for instance, describe all subatomic particles as mini black hole, and the Hadron Collider that's being built in Geneva that I mentioned earlier is being built to search for these mini white hole black holes for subatomic particles. One thing that's really exciting that I discovered lately is that I'm telling you that the atoms that makes up your cells are mini black holes. Well, that's true. But another resolution is the cell itself. When you look at the surface of a cell, a biological cell, it has a grid on it. It has a mesh on it that holds the event horizon of the cell, that holds the membrane of the cell together. That is called lipoprotein. The rate of oscillation in hertz of the lipoprotein on the surface of a cell is 10 to the 11 hertz. That's 10 with 11 zeros hertz. That's how fast it vibrates, the cell. If you plot the cell at 10 to the 11 hertz and plot the radius of that cell, then you end up in the exact middle of the graph. And you have all of the biological resolution right there in the middle of the graph. And I'm not publishing this with this first publication of this paper because it's a little too esoteric. You don't want to freak them out all at once, you know? It's bad enough, you know, that you're telling them everything's a black hole. But the cell actually, the cell biology, the biological resolution actually obeys the Schwarzschild condition of a black hole because it generates so much energy. 10 to the 11 is a huge number. The other thing that confirms that this scaling law is correct is that when you look at the distances between each of the data points on the scale, oh, by the way, you know, these should fall everywhere if the universe was random, right? And they don't. They all fall on a very linear progression from universal size to atomic size. Now, if you look at the differences, if you look at the length between the data points, interestingly, when you subtract the length from each other, you get the phi ratio on that big of a scale. The exact ratio that you find everywhere in nature. The exact ratio that Kepler used to describe the scaling law for our solar system. That scaling law that Kepler came up with by embedding geometries together, which is a crazy idea. It's like, oh, I'm going to embed geometries together and figure out all the orbits of the solar system out of it. It worked. His solution is still the most accurate solution at 99.9% accuracy. And it uses the phi ratio. Well, this is like Kepler's scaling law, except it's for the whole universe and everything in it. And it generates the phi ratio, which is the phi ratio we see everything, everywhere in nature. So you know you've got it right. You guys all followed this? Now you start to see yourself as a scale, as a resolution in an infinite scale of space. You are the event horizon, you are the boundary between infinitely big and infinitely small. Go ahead.
Does biological transmutation of elements fit into this?
The question is, biological transmutation of elements fit into this? It does, because if everything is a black hole at different scale, you should be able to move the scale. If you understand that and you understand the geometry under which that happens, you should be able to move the resolution up and down the scale. And by doing so, you would change the elements. So it is a key component to eventually being able to change one element into another in a laboratory. And we'll see tonight and this afternoon how the ancient alchemist knowledge is directly related to this, and how the geometry of the vacuum functions. That's why the alchemists had all this geometry embedded in their knowledge. So this is extremely significant, this scaling law, and it's just about to get published. And we're publishing it first in a very broad peer-reviewed journal, so that we can publish it as a whole with all the writing, because it's fairly long. But as well, we're publishing the solutions, the mathematical solution, in various mathematical journals. And I'm hoping that, I'm sure that it's going to be ignored largely at first, because that's always the way things go. But eventually, it will get noticed, because the solutions are extremely accurate and they work for unification. And this afternoon, we're going to see more of what that means, what is the topology of how that works, and how that relates to ancient civilization. So to finish on this before we go to lunch, this geometry then, the geometry of the collapse, generates all of the scales of the black hole dynamics, each boundary being one of the resolution of the fractal structure, from universal size right down to subatomic particle size. And this geometry is what dictates where the structure occurs, where the boundary occurs. Infinite boundaries within boundaries. Well, that actually happens in a human body. The cells of a human body divide exactly that way as well. So not only does the cell obey the Schwarzschild condition of a black hole, but the cells, I have a little movie I'm going to show you on this. The cells actually self-organize in the very specific geometry of the structure of the vacuum and generates all of the complexity of a human being or anything else that it's building. Let me see if I can find it. Cell division. Here it is. Here's the cell dividing, generating perfect tetrahedrons. See? If the first cell is divided in two, the first cell divides in two, makes two cells, right? And then as you go, these two cells divides in two again, that makes four cells. The four cells don't make a cube, they make a perfect tetrahedron. You see? And each of these cells will divide again, making another set of four, and these four will go in between and make the reverse tetrahedron. And they'll continue to grow from 4 to 8 to 16 to 32 to 64. And it will not start to differentiate the cells until it gets to 64. It will stay, you know, T cells or fundamental cells until it gets to 64. And then at 64, then it starts to make brain cells, heart cells, liver cells, and all sorts of other cells. So you all went through this very specific geometry to get here. You are an extension of space looking back at itself. That's the feedback of reality. That's what generates reality. You, the universe, experiencing itself, learning about itself. And that feedback between the internal and the external and the internal and the external is what drives the dynamics of all of the forces of the universe, which reduces in this view to only two forces, gravity and electromagnetism, the feedback between the two. No need for the strong and weak force anymore. Why? Because if you take this view, then subatomic particles are mini white hole black holes. This is funny, and I'm going to finish on this. Just so you know, quantum physics is bunk. Okay. Why? Because in the late 1800s, we figured out that atoms had electrons. When we discovered the electron, this crazy thing, this crazy little electron, kept on going around in circles around the nuclei of an atom. You guys are doing okay? I'm going to finish on this before we go to lunch. This electron didn't stop spinning. If you take current conservation of energy law, they're called natural law. They're the laws that were written by Newton. Okay? The laws of entropy. The electron should radiate all its energy within seconds, milliseconds after the Big Bang, crash onto the nuclei, and all atoms should have been alienated. There should be no atoms in existence. So when they found the electron, negatively charged electron spinning around a positively charged nuclei, and it didn't slow down, actually the electron spins at near the speed of light, 99.999% the speed of light. Ain't slowing down neither. We haven't seen any of these electrons slow down. So that was a large conceptual problem when they discovered this. Well, instead of re-examining Newton's laws, they invented a new type of physics. They called it quantum physics. They said the first axiom of quantum physics is we don't care about causation. That's the first axiom of quantum physics. That means we don't care what's making this thing spin. We're going to avoid that whole problem by saying we don't care about it. And if we're asked about it, we're going to say go and see your priest or go to church or whatever. We don't answer that question. And they started from there and they said, okay, at this electron energy level, we'll call it quanta. And then we'll quantize for the next electron level and next. And they wrote the math, and so that they could predict the first electron shell, the hydrogen atom, and then they approximated all the other atoms out of it. Oh my God. Never explaining why this thing is spinning and ain't slowing down. Okay. We'll see this afternoon why, well, we'll see why this is a problem. Well, actually, we'll see it now because otherwise this afternoon you won't be able to remember. But basically, what happens is that look at this statement. Newton's laws are of conservation of energy. If a system does not interact with its environment in any way, that's how they all start, then certain mechanical properties of the system cannot change. They are sometimes called constant of motion. These quantities are said to be conserved, and the conservation laws which result can be considered to be the most fundamental principle of mechanics. They're called natural laws. In mechanics, examples of conserved quantities are energy, momentum, and angular momentum. These conservation laws are exact for an isolated system. All of our current physics is based on this. Nobody took the time to ask, what the heck is an isolated system? Open a physics book and look up isolated system. An isolated system implies a collection of matter which does not interact with the rest of the universe at all. And as far as we know, there are really no such system. So now you have all our natural laws based on something that is not found in nature. That is a big problem. And that is the reason why we haven't understood the electron and the atom. Because the electron and the atom and everything else in the universe all interrelate. No such thing as isolated system. There is no shield against gravity, and the electromagnetic force is infinite in range. But in order to focus on basic principles, it is useful, that's debatable, to postulate such a system to clarify the nature of physical laws. That's debatable. In particular, the conservation laws can be postulated to be exact when referring to an isolated system which was just said not to exist. That is circular thinking. Now that's where fractals come to the rescue. Because in a fractal, every system is related to all other systems. And when you write the math, when you write the physics, you're then taking in consideration all of the rest of the components that are occurring in order for that system to exist. The electron cloud and the atom is continuous because it's continuously interacting with the rest of the universe. It radiates energy, and that energy eventually curves back into it to generate gravitation, and out and in and out. And when you start to see it that way, then you can do something that's really nifty. You can look at the subatomic particle. See, the other thing quantum physics did is when they found the nuclei of the atom, now they were deep in doo-doo already, right? When they found the nuclei of the atom, they noticed that the protons were all positively charged and all stuck together in a teeny bitty thing in the middle of the atom. They calculate, you know, when you take two magnets and you try to push them towards each other, right? How they push against, right? Now they tried to calculate how much force theory, not chaos theory. Because basically what chaos theory proves is that whenever you think it's chaotic and it's random, you can always find a higher point of perspective in which you find organization. But since that would be going against the concept that the universe is going towards further entropy and that everything is always going towards further disorder, they called it chaos theory, just to confuse everybody. But chaos theory is really a theory that proves that there's no such thing as chaos, but that there is only different levels of organization. I was looking for this CD. Where we were. So we were finding that the structure, we're just going to do a little quick, oh yes, go ahead.
I had a question about, one of the last things you said was about strong points and as to the gravitation in the black hole. Can you repeat that?
Okay, what I was saying is that when quantum physicists found that the protons were all stuck together in the middle of the atom, they calculated how positively charged particles could be that close together. They would have to have some huge force holding them together because they have a tendency to move away from each other because they're all positively charged. They calculated how much force it would take to hold them together, and they called that force a strong force. And basically invented a whole brand new force, which they didn't say where the force was coming from. You remember? Because quantum physics says we don't care about causation, we can invent anything we want. So they just invented a new force, they didn't say where it came from. Actually, when they found the quarks, they found that the quarks had to be squished together as well. So they made the strong force the color force at the quarks level, just inventing forces. And basically, what I'm saying is that if you consider quarks and protons as small mini black holes, and then you calculate, you know, how black holes would have a gravitational field. If you calculate the gravitational fields for these mini black holes, then the gravity that these mini black holes generate is strong enough to hold the particles together. And you don't need no strong force or color force, basically, that were just pure inventions of modern physics. Do you see what I'm saying? So all of a sudden, you see, one of the problems in current physics is they can't relate gravity to the strong and weak force at the atomic level. But that's because they invented forces that don't belong, you know? And you just got to re-examine how you're looking at these subatomic particles with the force you already have, which is gravity and electromagnetism, and then all of a sudden it all starts to make sense. You see? Yeah. So basically, this morning we saw that there was very fundamental errors in our concepts of dimensions, and then we saw that these, these concepts can be described and corrected. These concepts can be corrected by using a fractal analogy. And I want to mention that the fractal analogy is much more than just an analogy. It is a whole new way of writing physics, which accommodates for singularity. Basically, the largest error in current physics is they can't deal with singularity, so they make it like it's not there. And so basically, for instance, Bohm was a collaborator, a physicist that collaborated with Einstein, and he tried, Einstein's field equation, he wrote to try to unify physics. And he was trying to find a unification theory from the beginning, and he never succeeded before he died. But Bohm was on his case saying, it's got to be holograms. It's got to have to do with holograms where every part contains all information and so on. And Einstein was wanting to use hologram, but holograms are not mathematically applicable. It's a nice analogy, but there's no mathematics that are useful in hologram that you can apply to the field equations. However, fractals are mathematical equations that can be applied to physics. The other thing that's amazing about fractals is that a fractal equation is a reiteration of an equation that is deterministic, meaning the equation itself is deterministic, a circle and a triangle, right? But when you reiterate it, it becomes an open feedback to infinity. So it has a completely non-linear, non-deterministic output, right? So from a very deterministic equation, you get a complex, nonlinear output. And so you're accounting for both sides of the universe, the deterministic part and the non-deterministic part. So we saw that we can solve these dimension problems by describing dimensions at different resolution of a fractal. We saw that the universe is most likely expanding and contracting at the same time, and that the contractive part of the universe would have to have a very specific collapsing geometry, which is related to a tetrahedral grid that eventually generates 64 tetrahedron as you find or research the perfect geometry for a collapsing equilibrium, which is the 64 tetrahedron grid, which is generated from 8 expanding star David coming together, generating the vector equilibrium at the middle, right? And then we saw that each of the tetrahedrons generating the spheres create this incredible geometry of the flower or seed of light that we see emerging at all levels. Including the way cells develop in a woman's womb. Note as well that we all came out, like good evidence that the universe is a fractal. Nobody seems to notice, but we all come out of other people. That is a pretty good evidence of fractals being, part of the foundation of creation, right? We all came out of our mothers, and when we look at it, we could say that the tetrahedron in the sphere is actually reproduced in the creation of new human beings. You see, because you have, a penis, a vector, and a vagina, a sphere, and the penis crosses the event horizon of the sphere. And then it sends another little vector, sperm, out, and that little vector crosses the event horizon of the cell of the egg, right? And then the egg crosses the event horizon of the uterus and goes in the placenta and grows and makes a sphere, right? And then the sphere, inside the sphere is the vectors of the legs and the arms and all this, and then eventually that vector moves out and crosses the event horizon of the mother. You see how that, evolves? And then eventually, as you die, you cross the event horizon of your own atoms, and so on. And I thought that was interesting. But as well, all of life emerges out of water. And the water molecule, H2O, is a tetrahedron. You see? So the water molecule, and so is the silica molecule, are like the transducer for the vacuum information to move the information through into this level of the resolution of reality. Why do I think that water is a transducer? Well, by observation, everything emerges out of water, and if the vacuum geometry is tetrahedral, you would assume that the vehicle that brings the vacuum geometry information through would have to be tetrahedral. It would have to match, and it does. But what's really interesting is that as it does that, water is the only element we know of that expands when it cools and contracts when it warms. So it has a completely reverse thermodynamic structure. And that's the link across the event horizon. It has a thermodynamic link because the vacuum goes towards absolute zero and the electromagnetic field goes towards heat. So, there was something else on water I was going to say, but I just lost it. Well, in any case, from the water molecule, the water then is an extremely good example of the dynamics of space creating reality. Let's imagine a water droplet falling from the sky. It's a sphere falling through space. Now, as the sphere cools down, it reverts back to its smallest dynamic. It contracts to its smaller dynamic, to its most stable dynamics. And what does it do? It makes a snowflake, right? The snowflake is an hexagonal vector equilibrium, and it's fractal. There's millions of different snowflakes, and all of them are hexagonal in nature, and all of them shows evidence of fractals. Frost on the window will show you that. And so, are you guys following this? So we had concluded that the geometry of the field involved, this is the surface of the cell that is oscillating at 10 to the 11 hertz. This, I'm showing relationship between cells and galaxies. So we had concluded that the tetrahedron grid and the octahedron at the center generating the vector equilibrium in the 64 tetrahedron pattern is the foundation of the collapsing side, and that the radiative side that results is the sphere. Okay? We see the sphere. We see everything that's convex, right? What we don't see is the part that's contracting, everything that's concave, right? So now, when you look at it, the sphere intersects, making these petal lobe-like structures. You see? That's the intersection of the spheres. If there's a sphere around each tetrahedron, right? Remember, you put a sphere around each tetrahedron. Now they intersect, creating these lobe structures, and these lobes, these petals, go directly to the apex of the octahedron cavity between the tetrahedrons. That's why in this model I have red beads in the middle. These red beads in the middle are the intersection of the spheres if I had a sphere around each tetrahedron. It's interesting that the petals don't fall anywhere in the geometry. They fall exactly at the apex, at the vertices of the octahedron in the middle. And so, when you look, so I was studying this, and I was thinking about these lobes, and I'm like, well, what are these petals? What does that have to do with anything, in physics? Well, at the same time as I was studying this, I was trying to figure out the physics, of waveforms. And I was really studying hard, trying to understand waves and to understand physics in terms of waves and so on. And, I was getting a lot of headaches. I couldn't figure out what the heck was a wave. And the reason why I couldn't figure out what the heck was a wave is that when I'm the type that observed nature. And so I would observe nature. And in nature, I didn't see anything going up and down like this. And the physics book kept on saying, very basically, that everything was a wave. Right? And it's like, well, if everything is a wave, why isn't everything moving up and down like this? Traveling through space up and down like this. And, I couldn't figure it out. I was like, oh my God, what is this wave thing? And it was giving me a headache. And I was like studying for months, trying to figure out the wave. And finally I got frustrated and I thought, well, I'm going to go back to point zero. Forget all these physics books. And I just hop in my van, went to a high lake in Canada. I lived in Canada at the time. And I went to one of those turquoise lake in the high mountains of British Columbia, which has, which is really, really flat. And I grabbed a rock and I threw it in the lake. And I'm like, I'm going to start with point zero. What the heck is a wave, right? So I threw it in the lake, and the rock hit the surface tension of the water, and sure enough, the waves came off, and I could see that if you bisected the waves, you would get this up and down motion of a sine wave. But something was not quite right. If you have this up and down motion of the wave, it's only a result of that rock hitting the surface tension of the water and pushing the molecules away. So you have to account for that force too, of the rock going through the water. So if you account for the causation of the wave and the wave, then you get a different model. You get a model of more of a cone, because the rock is sinking and the wave is going out. And that's when it hit me. Oh my God. I realized what had happened. This is this two-dimensional problem again. Guess what? Our universe is not on the surface screen of an oscilloscope. Our universe is in spherical coordinates out here, okay? And so what happened is that because physicists and mathematicians are really not good in dealing with rotation and angular momentum, torque and Coriolis effect and all this, they flattened the wave. They made it like this. So what I did when I had this elimination of the cone, I went to the side of the lake on the sand and I drew a wave with a stick, but then I put a line through it like this, and I realized that the wave is actually a 3D vortex. Can everybody see that? And I was like, oh my God, they flattened the wave. That's why I'm confused. Nothing in the universe goes up and down like this. Everything in the universe orbits and rotates. This is when this is one of the reasons that Einstein field equations are not complete. It's because the torque and the Coriolis effect that's resulting from rotation is eliminated by attaching the frame of reference to the rotation of an object. when they calculate the forces involved in a black hole that's rotating, they attach themselves to the black hole so that they're rotating at the exact same rate so they don't have to deal with torque. Go ahead.
Does rotation have something to do with time and the way time's interacted with?
Yeah, and we're going to see that in a minute. So, imagine that there is, I'll give you a simple example. Imagine that there's an electrical motor turning in front of you, and there's a shaft, and you're going to try to grab that shaft, right? Now, if you grab that shaft and you're not moving with it, you're going to get heat, you're going to get torque, you're going to get all sorts of effects, right? Thermodynamic also. Your hand is going to start shredding, right? Okay, but if you turn with the shaft, then there's no force. You see? Now that's a big difference. Okay, if you're calculating things where things are turning with, if the observer is turning with the thing, then you're going to miss a lot of forces. Imagine, for instance, calculating the forces that are going on in a galaxy. 300 billion stars orbiting, right? But instead of being an observer looking at the object orbit, you're attaching yourself to it, then there's not going to be any forces. That's a big omission in current physics. But what happened there is that I realized that the waveform is not a thing that goes up and down like this, but actually a thing that goes in orbit. And when you look at it that way, then the wave frequency, the wave amplitude, and the wavelength are all a result of angular momentum, rotation. You see? That not being accounted for. When you look at the sun and you imagine the electromagnetic field of the sun coming towards you, typically you're imagining something coming towards you like this, right? But actually it's coming towards you like this, right? And so I was excited about that. I'm like, oh my God, okay, this works. It's a vortex. And then I was leaning back on the sand, and I was looking at the sun go behind the mountains as it was setting. And I thought, isn't it cool how we always think the sun is like setting, but actually it's the earth that's turning? And as I thought that, I had another illumination. Oh, mechanically. And I thought, wait a minute. We've all been taught in our current understanding that the sun is here in the center of our solar system, right? Since Galileo and Copernicus. And that the planets do something like this, right? Is this true? No. That actually has nothing to do with the dynamics of our solar system. Although this is taught to all children at school. Even in my school there was like one of those little devices, you know, that you turn the little thing on the bottom and the planets go around the sun. I don't know if you had those, but I had those in my school. And it's actually completely incorrect. Here's our closed, isolated system biting us in the butt again. Because the sun is moving 200 kilometers per second. And the planets are following at the equator of the sun, generating a huge vortex that has nothing to do with planets coming back onto themselves over and over again. See how different that view is? just from not going with a closed system, right? And I realized it's all vortices. Now, when you look at it, you could say this is 2000, this is 2001, this is 2002, and so on, right? Like the Earth. Well, this distance has nothing to do with the same point in space-time. After a year of rotation around the sun, the Earth is millions and millions of miles away from where it was last year. Do you see how that starts to open your mind, open your consciousness to what's really occurring?
You mean I'm still 1 year old?
For me?
You mean I'm still 1 year old?
What do you mean?
Well, there's no birthday, so you never get back to the beginning.
Yeah, there. Well, you know, the birthday. Actually, there is still a birthday, and that's when you were 2 and you were 3, because you were changed. In fact, if the Earth came back onto the same space-time coordinates, then you wouldn't change. It would be the same year every year. It would get really boring. So, like Groundhog Year, you know? And so that I realized why every moment is a different moment. Every moment is a different moment because we're moving through the geometry of space-time. And every movement through, every point on that spiral is a different point, is in a different relationship to everything else.
Could you explain the Coriolis effect and how that fits into this?
Well, the Coriolis effect, that's a little more complex. I'm going to explain the Coriolis effect later on. It's going to be easier with the graph on the computer. Go ahead.
Well, what you're showing is that time is actually a spiral, not a circle.
That's right.
So we've miscalculated time as well.
Yeah,
Our
it's not.
understanding of time.
That's right. Time is not, and we're going to discuss that in a little minute here. Here, time is definitely, this is like a concept of linear time, you know, but plotted over a spiral instead of a line, okay? Because that's the true dynamics of our planet. Why is this important? Well, in physics, it has its part, and we're going to see that in a minute. But I've used that in psychology. That is that when you look at this, you can say that in each point of time on the planet, you have left an imprint on the space-time structure where that planet moved through. Meaning that all the events that occurs on the planet as we move through space are imprinted or radiated into the vacuum in that very specific space-time coordinates. Why does that apply to psychology? Because when you understand that, you can actually get somebody to go back in time in their mind's eye, following the path, the true mechanical path of the planet through space. And go back to an event that was dramatic to them. And what you do is when they get to that point, and you know what? It makes a big difference. Because if you try to get people to do that with the wrong model, which is the planet coming back onto itself, after you've gone back 1 year, it's too confusing. You can't do it. You see why? Because all the space-time overlap each other and it gets messy. But if you got the right mechanics, people can easily visualize that. They instinctively know how to go back. They back up the earth to the event that created problems in their life. And then what you do is you get them to visualize that event or to experience that event from the exact contrary point of observation, 180 degree from what they observed the event from. So if they had a traumatic accident or something, you get them to change. If they had like, sexual abuse or all sorts of abuse, you get them to observe the event, not from the place where they observed it then, but 180 degree reverse from where they observed it then. And, if they were the abused, then they become the abuser. If they were the abuser, they become the abused. And when they do that, the first thing they experience, it's very powerful, it's very dramatic, first thing they experience is empathy. Because they feel right away the pain and the fear and all the problems that this person was experiencing that made them have these actions. It's very powerful. And as soon as they do this, the 180 degree phase of the two waveforms of observation cancel the event. And all of a sudden, you can see it in their face, and I've done this many times now. All of a sudden, because it cancels out all of the geometry following that event in the vortex change to the present moment. And they change right in front of your eyes. Some people that had major physical problems just got rid of them right there. And then all of the future possibilities change as well, because that event is no longer present in their spiral lifetime. So that's one thing that's really interesting about that. And it's been very effective with Susie. Susie is still here? No, she's not. I'm collaborating, hoping to finish a book on the psychology of the application of this theory. See, it touches all levels because it is a truly unified view. So I was pretty excited about that. I realized what the wave was. It's a vortex. And I realized that the mechanics of orbital bodies in the universe are all vortices, spirals. But I was like, how do I make that, visually appropriate for people to understand? I was thinking, I went back to my van, and I thought, I gotta use something like a rotating motor or something, and a string. And so what I did is I thought, to show this to people, I thought, I'll take a rotating electrical motor, and I couldn't find one. I mean, I had the V8 motor in my van, but that was a little too big. So I looked around, and I finally found an electrical motor, but it was inside my razor. So I took my razor apart, and I have pictures of me now. Then I had to grow a beard because my razor was stuck in my experiment. But I took my razor apart, and I took the little electrical motor out, and I attached a string to it, a fishing line to it, and then on the other side I attached a little fishing weight that allowed me to hold on to the string and allowed the string to spin at the same time. So then I turned my razor on. Is there somebody, Andy, that can turn the lights off here? And I don't have my razor anymore because, well, you can see I started shaving again. But I was in a physics conference, and it was hilarious. I was going around all these physicists in this physics conference with my little laser and my little string, trying to explain to them that a wave is a 3D vortex. And some physicist that had come from Canada saw me doing that, and he had brought this device that he thought was a cool toy. And when he saw me do that, he said, "You need this device," and he gave it to me. So since then I present with this, which is much better than my little razor string. Okay, so I'm going to try to do this and wait so I can still... Can you pull on that string above your head? There you go. Appreciate. So here, I orbited the string, and as soon as I put it together, this is what happened. The string self-organized into a vortex, but the vortex was quantized. Can everybody see the two-dimensional waveform here? The 2D sine wave? Okay, well, the 2D sine wave is a 3D vortex, right? We all agree, right? And when it does go into self-organization, it generates very specific quantas. Can everybody see this? These quantas are the particles, and this is the wave. You see? The wave and the particle come together naturally when you have a 3D vortex. You all see what I mean? All of a sudden, it's not either a wave or a particle, it's both in the same dynamic. The particle and the wave.
Now, when you disrupt that, it'll balance itself back out, right?
Pardon me?
When you disrupt it, it'll balance itself right back out, just like this.
Yeah, you can disrupt it, and you see, you can change the amplitude, but you can get like stable,
Chaotic attractor.
yeah, stable standing waves, like this one. And they're very beautiful as well. They generate really interesting fractal structures in between them, if you can see in the middle there.
So are those available to purchase?
I wish. I've never been able to find another one of these. And I looked hard and long. And you can continue to create, see, this is, let me see. This is a 2 frequency, right? So again, self-organized. Does that look like anything? Right. Now I had a contact for the petals, or for the lobes in between the intersecting spheres. The spheres are the radiating side of the event horizon. Those radiating spheres intersect, creating standing waves, that is the electromagnetic field. You see that? And so that you can actually make this the 1 frequency. Let me see if I can get, there's, let me spin it up. This is one of the interference patterns.
Now, a wave of water in the ocean coming onto a beach, is the water molecules coming in a spiral?
That's right. The water molecules are moving through the wave. You know, like surfers going through the tunnel? The water molecules are going through the wave like this along the shore. And the wave appears to be moving this way towards the shore. But it's actually a vortex. So, let me see. You can get, let me see if I can get it. Oh, way up. There we go. Here you get a tetrahedral array of waveforms in the middle. Oh, I lost it. Oh, sorry. It's kind of hard to show to a large audience. Need a camera on it. In any case, you can get all the interference pattern you need, including the wave and the particles together, all in one. You don't have to have some weird dichotomy between the two. And if you actually can get some really cool stuff. At slow speed. Here's the interference patterns at slow speed. Isn't this neat?
If you leave it long enough, does it always naturally organize itself, or is it organizing because you're moving it a little bit?
It's organizing because I'm moving it. If I change the wave frequency, right, there's places where the distance, due to the length of the string, will create interference, like here. But then if I change that length, when it's at the right length, then it will self-organize. And when it does, the rate of rotations of the motor changes. You see? And so it has to do with the wavelength and the speed of rotation. So here is my string theory. And so it became obvious that the wave and the particle are unified when you allow the spherical coordinates of the 3D vortex dynamic to be involved. Go ahead.
That relationship between the frequency and the
amplitude?
perhaps it's escaping me a bit, but is that the same dynamic as on the graph before between the frequency and the radius? I mean, is there
Yes.
Is there a correlation there?
There's a correlation, absolutely, because it's the radius and the frequency will dictate the resonance of the system, will dictate the fundamental resonance of a system. So it's either in constructive or destructive resonance, and if you change the length of the string, you either get constructive waveform or destructive waveform, and the two generate, the dynamics of the expansion and the contraction and so on. So yeah, it is definitely related. The radius of a system and its angular momentum are directly related, and its energy output, the surface of the system and the amount of information moving through it is directly related. So it all works together, you're right. So I guess I was really, I was amazed about that, because but then I was thinking, okay, you guys, this is where you guys gonna have to do some nonlinear thinking. Because I was thinking, all right, now, if you have a planet moving around the sun, right? But then the sun is moving around the galaxy. That's a larger spiral, because the galaxy is moving through space. And then the galaxy is orbiting a cluster of galaxies. That's moving through space. And then that cluster is orbiting a larger cluster, which is orbiting the universe, which is a larger spiral, and that universe is orbiting a multiverse, a larger universe, and a larger universe, and a larger universe to infinity. Then, is anything moving? That was a good question. That's where the fractals become a really good thing to have. Because in an infinite fractal of rotation, in an infinite fractal, how do you define the center? Every point is the center. You are the center of the universe, or observing the universe from your very own center. Wherever you pick a point of observation in the fractal, that point becomes the center from which you're observing the universe. That point becomes stillness. Why stillness? Because in that point now, all of the spins of the universe cancel out. For each spin you find, you'll find in the universe an exact and opposite counterspin. So all of the spin canceling out in each point creates stillness. I'll give you an example. How does here's a hurricane off the coast of Florida. How many, 100 miles an hour wind, 100 plus an hour wind, right? What's in the middle? Stillness. The eye of the hurricane. You need stillness to be able to have a frame of reference for rotation. You see? And that is how singularity occurs. Singularity is the point at the center of your experience of the universe, that's the point of stillness from which you're observing the universe. This is why, I say the universe is a fractal structure, and then people say, well, if that was true, we would all look the same. Well, we don't all look the same. Why? Because we're observing the universe from our particular point of stillness, our particular point of center. If we all observe this pan from our particular point of center, that means we're all going to get a whole different set of information about this pan. And because we all get a different set of information, we all look different. Can we have the lights come back on? That'd be great, because otherwise I get blinded by this one. Thank you. So, can you guys understand? Do you guys understand this? Right. So it's all spin canceling in the middle of all things, creating stillness. From that point of stillness, everything orbits around it. When you know that, then when you look at the galaxy, you find the same dynamics. Right? This is a galaxy. This is a huge fractal level larger than a hurricane. A hurricane is a few hundred miles across. A galaxy is a few thousand light years across. Okay? And it has billions of stars in it. What's at the center of a galaxy? An immense black hole. The point of stillness, singularity. The point where all spin cancels, creating non-movement, singularity. Yes, the black hole is orbiting, but that's the outside. If you go in towards singularity, further you go, stiller it's going to get, colder it's going to get. Now when I show this to people, when I showed this to physicists almost 12 years ago, I predicted from this theory that the center of all galaxies were going to generate black holes. That all galactic center had a black hole at the center. I got kicked out of physics conference for saying things like that. Well, recently, this data appeared. The largest Hubble the latest Hubble observations are presenting a cosmological challenge as astronomers uncover supermassive black hole at the heart of every galaxy they examine. That is a large prediction, you know. That is not trivial. Go ahead.
If you look at these pictures of the galaxy, you see that washed out thing in the middle?
Yep.
Right? If you look through like a 10-inch telescope, you don't see that big washed out. That's the film getting overexposed so they can see the outer edges. If you look at it through a small telescope, you can see a dot at the center of every one of these galaxies.
Yes.
And 20 years ago, I thought to myself the same thing.
Really?
When I started seeing that.
Oh, good. That dot you see in the middle of the galaxy is actually some of the brightest objects we observe in the universe.
And you never see that in any photo, ever.
Mm-hmm.
You can only see it through telescope.
Oh, that's good to know. You know, and they call it a black hole. Yet it's the brightest object we observe. Why? Why? Because we're observing the external part of that black hole, not the internal part. Right? So, you know, that was interesting. Here, astronomers are left scratching their head, wondering how these objects, once seen as novelty items or the stuff of science fiction, may be commonplace, dominating the core of possibly every large galaxy in the universe. Well, they keep scratching their head. Previously, supermassive black holes looked like pieces of custom equipment added to a car, said University of Michigan, da, 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 da. Now these look like standard feature, and if black holes are an integral part of galactic formation, that could require a major revision of our theories. No kidding. Maybe you don't kick people out so easily anymore. So you guys see where I'm going? See, this is the concept that I'm bringing forward. Everything is centered by singularity. And everything that is outside that center is the radiated part that we observe as the universe, because it rotates. Because it has angular momentum, and that generates forces like electromagnetic radiation and so on. So when when I was looking at all this stuff, and I realized that these lobes had to be those vortices that are moving through space, then I quickly seen, that these vortices actually match the dynamics we see for the tensor equations of the electron clouds. The same dynamics are found at the electron cloud. These are the probability equations for electrons. And then I found, you know, subatomic particles follow these dynamics as well. Mesons are vector equilibriums. Baryons are isotropic vector matrices. And then I noticed that's extremely small, right? Then I noticed that in the extremely big, the same dynamics are found. These are supernova explosions here on the right, on your left. And this is a crop circle. Can everybody see this here? It's hard to see. Maybe we can shut up the light. There you go. That easier?
Yeah, better.
You know, when this occurred, I got really excited. I'm like, oh my God, they took a picture of the geometry of space. So I'm like calling my local astronomers and stuff. And I'm like, you guys took a picture of the geometry of space according to my theory. Those big loops that you see that makes petals, that's because, you know, like a supernova explosion is a star that explodes, right? So you don't expect that it's going to organize in a very specific pattern. It's supposed to just go into a chaotic mess, right? But it didn't. This is the first supernova we ever photographed, and it made huge circles intersecting, making a petal structure. So I got excited. Well, they all told me I was full of you know what, and that, you know, this was just a random event. Well, from one random event to the other, they took picture of a next supernova, you know, that exploded and generated exactly the same thing. Intersecting ring, making petal-like structures, just like what I had predicted. And then this one was really sweet because when you look closer in the middle, there was an eye, like the eye of Horus, you know, even with a twinkle in the eye. But what got me really excited about that one is that the two intersect. The center of our sun is a black hole. Do some of my presentation now, but that's okay. You did really good at moving forward in your conclusions, and that's exactly what I concluded to. And this is one of the reasons I got kicked out of physics conference, is that I didn't just tell them the center of all galaxies were black hole. I told them all suns, including our sun, is a black hole. Including planets, atoms, everything we look at. The energy level of planets, for instance, all the gaseous planet in our solar system, all produce between 70 and 80% more energy than it receives from the sun. There is nothing in current physics that explains why. There's got to be an internal and energy producing dynamic that generates that, and I believe that's a black hole. Inside all orbiting bodies, you find the event horizon of a black hole, and depending if you're far enough from that event horizon, then you're far enough from the high gravitational field so that it is like the surface of this planet, a weak gravitation. Do you guys understand?
So,
If that was the case, then would there actually be a solid core inside the crust, or would the crust be hollow? It would be like a sphere with a hollow inner with a black hole in the center. So
That's right.
Hollow Earth theory is what
Hollow Earth, hollow sun, hollow galaxy, which we see, hollow atoms. We see that the atom is 99.9% space, and so on. Go ahead.
Do you think that this picture up here is also reproduced by the Big Bang itself?
Yeah, you could see. You see, if this cycle of a black hole gathering too much plasma and then spinning it out can be applied at all resolution of the fractal,
Goes all the way back.
then you could say that the Big Bang is just an enormous black hole that gathered too much material and eventually spit it out, and that created our universe. Do you see what I'm saying? And you can see it at all levels. You can see it in the creation of solar systems. You can see it even in the creation of atoms and so on. You know, at electron clouds orbitals jump from one quanta to the other if you add enough energy.
Well, then maybe you could use this pattern to predict the distribution of matter out there in the universe.
You can, and that's why we wrote the scaling law. That's the start of predicting the pattern of distribution of matter. First of all, you describe its scale.
It circles throughout the day.
Yes, you should see these circles throughout space. Yeah, is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, we do.
I mean, all in this form.
Yeah, you will find, so the universe would have this form. Now this form is not a 2D form. It's actually a 3D double torus. And we're going to see what that looks like in a minute.
Well, if you said people are black holes too, then why don't people gather too much material and then spit it out?
They do.
We do.
Was that like shedding our skin
Come to
cells?
Fairfax.
Yeah, the cell division is occurring at 1 million cells a second, I think. Okay, and you're shedding stuff all the time in order for your system to stay in balance. There's all sorts of ways you can look at it. For instance, throughout the day you radiate energy all the way throughout the day, and then as you radiate energy, you gather information.
You gather food.
And you gather food and so on and all this stuff. Go ahead.
If the Earth would be hollow, would it have a nucleus in the middle?
The nucleus is singularity. The nucleus is from the event horizon of a black hole, from the surface of a black hole, everything inside there is collapsed towards singularity, leaving vacuum behind. So the center of the Earth would be a singularity. So would be the center of the solar system, the sun.
What you're saying is that singularity is basically infinite. You're
Yes.
infinitely moving towards a singular point that never really fully...
You never reach, because it has infinite potential of division. So, remember I was saying we all observe things from a different angle, so we're all different? But we all agree that this is a pen in general, Depending on what you've taken for breakfast, you might think it's a pink elephant, but that's a whole other story. But in general, we all agree that this is a pen. Why? Well, because although all of our heads, we're standing on a sphere, right? We're all standing on a sphere. And although all of our heads are diverging, right, to infinity, all of our feet are converging to the same singularity that links us all. So as far as the Earth goes, from its point of observation, we are all agreeing on a consensus reality, which is constantly changing as a result of the way we're changing our relationship to reality on the surface. You guys see how that works? No?
No.
Oh my God. Okay, let me clarify that. Although we all have an individual way of observing the universe because we are all our own singularity. And when I say that, I don't say it trivially. If you are the singularity centering a universe, I mean it literally. If the universe is infinite, there is a universe out there that you are the perfect center of. Okay? So I'm not just making an allegory here. You are the center of the universe, but if, and then that universe that you're the center of, that is the center of even a larger one. And so on and so on. Well, okay, so now you observe the universe from your own center, but although you observe it from your own center, we are all connected to the same gravitational center, the center of the Earth. The same singularity holds us all together. And that allows us to have a common agreement on the planet that this is a felt pen. Do you see? And not a pink elephant. Right? Otherwise, all of our views would diverge so far apart, we wouldn't agree on anything. You see? But the system is so that there is always a larger center that generates a consensus of observation between all the independent systems of that organization. For instance, all of your cells agree to be you, right? Because they're all held by a specific singularity gravitational center, which is you, right? And they all collaborate to generate you. Is that clearer now? Mm-hmm. There was a bunch of hands up. Go ahead.
Sorry, I just wanted to know that since you said atom is 99.999999 space,
yeah.
And if you say Earth is so it's a black hole of atom, does that mean that Earth can have that much space in it?
Well, it does, because Earth is made out of atoms, and all atoms are mostly space.
No,
but
in terms of the hollow Earth.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't say that the hollow Earth it has that much space. If there's a black hole at the center of the Earth, which I believe there is, it's fairly small, because it wouldn't take a very large black hole to generate the energy that we observe on Earth. Go ahead.
Could you describe the order of magnitude size of the event horizon of that black hole?
Of the black hole of the Earth?
Yeah, the range, perhaps, the limits?
Yeah, it would be in diameter. It would be very short. It would be, the size of a ball that big. It wouldn't be that big. Yeah.
On the order of half a meter or less down to something like 0.
Yeah, exactly. Now it's not all done, that part, because we haven't made these calculations. We've made them for the sun and we've made them for other things, but we haven't made it for the Earth yet. But the theory would predict that there is a black hole at the center of the Earth, and that we're orbiting that black hole, but we're orbiting that black hole so far from it that we're in a place where there's weak gravitation, and we're far enough from the surface of the event horizon that the plasma had time to cool off, you see, that far from the event horizon, and it became more solid, and that's why we have a crust around the black hole.
Is that plasma that you're relating to similar to what I've read of Hawking radiation?
Yes.
Yeah.
Hawking radiation is the radiation on the surface of a black hole, but the Hawking radiation is really weak. The thing is that they're not calculating the plasma dynamics that are going along with the Hawking radiation, meaning all the plasma, being so close to a large gravitational field, and all the thermodynamics effects and all the charge effects creates all this radioactivity, all this electromagnetic activity and all the radiation we see coming out of black holes. Go ahead in the back.
The previous computer frame looked at a glimpse. To me, my first impression was, or one of the impressions I had was, of magnetic flux lines around the Earth. And I'm sure that's no accident.
That's right. You're talking about the Coriolis effect. The Coriolis effect is very similar to this, and we'll see that in a minute. So you're right.
And that's the same that plays out in both magnetic and electronic flux lines.
Yes.
Wherever, however the magnitude, wherever.
Yeah, at any scale, you find the same dynamics of the double torus and the structure of the vector equilibrium at singularity at all levels of the scale. So you'd expect the same dynamics to appear, and that's what we see. From electron cloud, probability clouds, to the clouds of a supernova, up in the sky. So, that's a span of a very large scale.
In that one, it almost looked one-dimensional, like it was a flat picture.
Yeah, but it's not.
In fact, it's completely full?
Yeah.
Okay.
And so after I saw all this, and I was like all excited about the dynamics that we were being able to picture, it was nice to see this guy show up in this conference and tell us exactly what it is about.
That is the result of a star that exploded in our own galaxy in the year 1054 AD. And as we watch these things explode and get bigger and bigger, they're beautiful to look at. By the way, the one at Basel Cosmos in 1987 has evolved into a very interesting looking expanding remnant. If you look just at where the exploding star used to be now with Hubble Space Telescope, you see this rather strange looking structure. If you zoom in with Hubble Space Telescope and look at the remains of the 1987 supernova, here's what you see. And I'd like you to sigh again, please. That was better. Thank you. Okay, now what is this? I mean, it looks like sort of nested hula hoops. I mean, how did it possibly get that way? And there's a solid astrophysical answer for that. It's just two words, and it's nobody knows. There is no way anyone would have predicted a structure like this if it hadn't been observed by Hubble Space Telescope. So these remnants are very exotic things, but what they share in common.
Well, he didn't know about my work, obviously, because I did predict it. And so, is this the right thing? I think so. So I thought that was interesting, It was like, oh yeah, well, I did talk about that, but one of the problems here is that the images are showing, like you were saying, a 2D type of structure, when actually we're talking about a spherical structure. Let me see. And the dynamic of that spherical structure are the dynamic of a double torus that looks like this. See, if I took this double torus and I took a picture of it at the right angle, it would look like two spheres intersecting as well. These are the dynamics of the standing wave of the surface of the black hole of the double torus predicted by this theory. And here you can see the expansion and contracting side of the universe dynamics. And this is the path of a test particle on the surface of such a black hole. This is the dynamics of the Coriolis effect. On the Earth, you find the same Coriolis effect. For instance, the weather has, the patterns of the weather goes down to the equator, gets hotter, and then goes back up to the North Pole and back down towards the equator and so on. And the one from the South Pole, goes from the South Pole to the equator and back down, creating this exact dynamic. And I thought it was interesting, although I didn't mention it at the APS, that the view of these dynamics from above is a yin and a yang. Yang. And yin yang, I'm sorry. And you know, and we'll see in a minute why that's so crucial. But these dynamics are found at all levels. This is the paper I'm publishing now. And you can see that these dynamics are found at all levels of stars and galaxies and blazars. This is a galaxy. Galactic disks have 3,000 light years vortices that emerge from the black hole at the middle. Okay? And they have huge galactic halos all around it. Can everybody see this? All around it here. And the stars move out from the galactic arm into the galactic halo and then back down and then back out. Go ahead.
What are you saying, the obvious, to say that the double taurine Corliss effect, that we can imagine that our bodies have that same type of energy pattern around us?
Yeah, you would, and that's why I think that the Buddhist shows a vortex entering at the crown chakra and entering at the root of the spine, and then meeting in the heart center, reproducing that very dynamic. And when you look at the heart center of the Buddha, where the vortex meet, there you find the geometry of the Star of David, or the geometry of the double star tetrahedron, the geometry of the vacuum, the singularity. So it's present in many, many different traditions. And actually, I did develop a meditation technique based on this to improve and to increase your capacity to move the information through from the vacuum into your singularity. There is a physical place inside your heart that has a singularity. Your heart has a little cavity between the two ventricular of the heart, and that little cavity has the highest electromagnetic field of your body. It can be measured up to 8 feet away from you. And that's the battery of life that keeps your heart going. When you die, that singularity is no longer present, and I think that's one of the reasons that they're missing a bunch of weight that they can't account for that disappear when people die. The weight is the result of that singularity curving space-time, creating a gravitational effect that we call weight. Go ahead.
You said you developed a meditation technique around that. Do you have that on a tape or a CD that you're selling?
No, not yet. I will. I've been asked to do that for a long time. I will do it as soon as I'm finished publishing the physics papers, because that has to be there first so that I'm not discredited. You got to be careful in this world. Although I'm already way out on the edge. But, you know, I'm trying to minimize the damage. If you look at it, and that's soon because I'm publishing in November.
In what book?
It's in Temple University Press. It's a peer-reviewed journal. And it's just the first publishing, which is an overview. And the overview then will have sections that are published in other journals, probably PhysRev and math journals for the solutions we found to Einstein field equations. But here's a quasar with the same dynamical vortices going towards singularity. Now, these vortices are 10 to the 6 light years. That's 1,000,000 light years long vortex. You know, 1,000,000 at the speed of light, right? It would take you 1,000,000 years to get to the end of that vortex. Okay, and that's only half. Okay, and that vortex is spinning at near the speed of light. Those vortexes are thought to be relativistic vortex. They spin at near the speed of light. Can you imagine the dynamics that it would take? Can you imagine the torque that generates? And they haven't calculated the torque? It's like, wait a minute. No wonder you're missing energy. Go ahead.
Do we have any idea of the proportion of how much that torque could be relative to the whole mass energy of that, shall we say,
We're in the middle.
system?
We're in the middle of making these calculations. It's not obvious because we have to add a torque and a Coriolis effect function to the space-time manifold, and torque is written in vectors and space-time manifolds are written in tensors. So we got to convert and all this, so it's a big job, but we're in the middle of doing that and it's looking extremely promising. It's very, very good. And so we'll be able to give answers to that soon. But here, look at the fractal. This is a quasar, 1,000,000 light year vortex. Here is a microquasar. Those are found inside galaxies. And those are 3 light years long vortexes. But the exact same dynamics. Quasars, microquasars, and clustars. All different scales, all same dynamics. You can see these dynamics at all levels. Here's pulsars. Here's again, same dynamic that you see. This is actually a picture of these vortices going towards the center of the pulsar. And then when you took a picture of the center of the pulsar, you can see the petals emerge of the octahedron, in the middle of the octahedron. Look at these twistors. These are the top and the bottom of the pulsars. And like I said, the same dynamics are found on the surface of the Earth. And actually, the same dynamics are found on the surface of the Sun, on the surface of Jupiter, and so on. So the final geometry is something like this. A double vortex, a double torus, right, which generates an equatorial plane of gravitational waves. And at the singularity, the 12 vertices of the vector equilibrium fractal structure, which determine the scales of the topology of space-time. Now, we wrote all the math for this, and they work. When you write the math in group theory for these dynamics, you end up with all subatomic particles and all forces being accounted for. So you know, when you start to see things like this, you start to think, wait a minute, how come these people knew about this? This is an ancient symbol that was found on a granite pillar in Abydos, Egypt, in a temple called the Osirian Temple. Why is it that this object, this drawing, which is on the 100-ton pink pillar in the middle of that temple, is not in any picture books or history books anywhere or archaeological books anywhere? It took me 10 years of research to go through all the books that were written on the Osirian Temple, from the first papers that were published from the archaeologists that found the temple to eventually, all the papers and the books that were written. None of them had this picture in it. The way I got this picture is that a friend of mine went out there and took it. Okay? Why is it that this picture is not in there? I'll tell you why. Because this graphic is not carved into the rock. It's not etched into the rock. This graphic is actually burnt, laser burnt, into the atomic structure of that pillar. Now when you think of ancient civilization 5,000 years ago, you don't expect them to be doing laser burn on, hard surfaces at high levels of accuracy. Okay? Archaeologists have a really hard time explaining these things. When they can explain something, usually the tendency is not to popularize it. So they leave it out. Some of these symbols that are in the Ozarian temple, there's no writing in all of that temple. Not one piece of writing. All there is these things. There's a few of them. Some of them are chipped. Well, the laser burn is through the rock. So that actually, even if you chip it, it still appears on the rock. We have no current technology to reproduce this. That's why you don't find this in history books. The other thing is that the Ozarian temple is 50 feet below all the other temples at Abydos. The archaeologists tried to say, oh, the Egyptian dug 50 feet and then started building. Well, the Egyptian never did that to any other building. And actually, when the geologists went there, they went, no, that's not the case. The building was there, and sedimentation piled up beside it. Well, when they calculate how long it would take to get 50 feet of sedimentation, that temple is no longer 4,000 to 5,000 years old. That temple is 9,000 to 12,000 years old. Maybe 10,000 years old. That's why archaeologists really don't like that temple. In fact, they very rarely discuss it. Well, it just happens that if you take that symbol and you make every circle a sphere, then you have exactly the appropriate sphere packing to generate a 64 tetrahedron grid. Hi, Mom. So here it is. Again, it comes out. Interestingly, in that temple, the Egyptians said was the foundation temple of their belief system, where Isis revived Osiris. You know, the myth that started the whole Egyptian mummification and so on was Isis and Osiris. Well, Osiris' brother was jealous, and he killed him and cut him in pieces. And Isis, in short, and Isis, found all the pieces and brought them back to the Osiris temple and bandaged the pieces back together, creating the first mummy. And then it says the Book of the Dead, the Egyptian Book of the Dead, says that she, with her magic, put life back in Osiris' body. Well, if she was able to do that, she most likely did it with what information was on these walls. The information that is on these walls might be a hint to how she was able to do this. And it became clear to me that it must have something to do with them knowing about the foundation of the geometry of space. So I was looking at it carefully because you know how I had this kind of illumination on the temple in Mexico? Well, when you start examining other temples around the world, you realize that these other temples have a lot in common. That is, they're all very, very difficult to explain with vine ropes, copper tools, no pulley, and so on. One Egyptologist, the director of the Giza Plateau, said, "There is not one grain of evidence of any advanced civilization ever having been in Egypt prior to the Egyptians." And I thought that was one of the most accurate statements I ever heard from an archaeologist. Because if you're looking for grains of evidence of sand, you will miss it. If you got your head in the sand, you will miss it. But if you look up from the sand and stop looking for grains of evidence, you will see millions of tons of rocks right in front of your eyes, giving you some pretty damn good evidence. Okay? The Grand Pyramid of Giza is made of 2,300,000 stones. 2,300,000 stones. It stands at 481 feet of altitude. Its base is 13 square feet. 13 square acres. 13 square acres. That is extremely large. When you take survey pictures, satellite picture of the apex of the Grand Pyramid at Giza, it is 1/4 of an inch off the center of the base. That's 13 square acres. 13 acres square. 1/4 of an inch off center. That's after placing 2,300,000 stones that you have cut with copper tools. Yeah, you need some pretty good moonshine to do that one. But I guarantee you, that is extremely difficult to reproduce. In fact, there is no way engineering companies on this planet could ever reproduce that. Even with all of our modern technology, if we give them billions and billions of dollars, they couldn't come up with anything like that. Because if you divide 1/4 of an inch error by 2,300,000 stones, the accuracy at which you're placing these stones is outrageous. And we can't do anything like that. Our most accurate buildings, like telescopes, are not that accurate. They're not even close to having that kind of accuracy. Go ahead.
So you could say we've just barely come out of the Dark Ages.
Basically, or we got into the Dark Ages. Because it seems that there was people that were doing heck of a lot better than us. Sorry. So when I was looking at this, I'm like, wait a minute. That doesn't happen that way. If you know, why is it that we think, you know, that this is taught as facts to children in schools every day? That the pyramids were built by people pulling on vine ropes? And you know why? Because in the 1800s, a bunch of English archaeologists showed up in Egypt, and that's the only thing they could come up with. And because they had PhDs and they were very respected archaeologists, since then, everybody is repeating the same thing. And somehow, a theory that's completely unproven became a fact. In fact, you will not get a PhD in archaeology if you say anything else about the pyramids. I guarantee you that. You cannot get a PhD in archaeology by saying the pyramids were built by little green man. This is one of the problems with education. A whole bunch of people repeating what they've all been taught doesn't advance the field very rapidly. Because everybody is repeating the same thing, you're not going anywhere. So, you know, but these archaeologists never actually, you know, I know they're not mathematicians, but this is simple mathematics, okay? You take the number of stone, they tell you that the pyramids had to be built in 20 years. Okay? So that the dynastic Egypt worked. And then you calculate how fast they had to put the stones in. At 7 days a week, 10 hours a day, 365 days a year, for 20 years, they had to place the stone every 2 minutes to finish the pyramid on time. With that level of accuracy. Never mind. But then the archaeologists say, no, those were farmers. They could only build the pyramids during the time of the flood of the Nile when they couldn't work in the fields. 3 months out of the year. See, when they had that 3 months vacation, hey, let's all go and build a huge pyramid. So they went out there and built pyramids 3 months out of the year. You redo your calculation, now they have to place a rock every 2 seconds to make it in 20 years. So that really doesn't work. Because it's not like you can take these huge rocks, an average 2 tons, some of them up to 40 tons rock. Like in the King's Chamber, there's 100 slab of 40-ton pink granite rock. Okay? These things at 135 feet of elevation in the pyramid. It's not like you go, hey Joe, catch this one. Hey Joe, catch this one. You know? And the other guy on the other end is like putting them in. You can't do that. And it doesn't matter if you got 100,000 people. You still can't do it. And you know, they tell you they did that by rolling the rocks on logs. Well, they might have not noticed, but these pyramids are in the middle of a desert. You need a lot of logs to move 2,300,000 stone. Where did the wood come from? When you ask them that, they say, oh, they imported it from Europe. I see. Was this like some catalog, you know, 1-800 ordering? Because, like, as far as I know, the Egyptian didn't, like, you know, easily navigated into Europe, cut millions of logs they would have needed, and brought them back. There's no evidence of that. So, but even more fundamental. I'll ask you, even more fundamental. The fundamental axioms of archaeology is that you observe and decode the remains of a civilization to understand its morses and its activities and all this, right? Okay. There is over 1 million hieroglyph walls in Egypt. Thousands and thousands of hieroglyph walls in Egypt. In the temples, in the tombs, everywhere. They tell us how they made love. They tell us how they eat. They tell us how they went to the washroom. They tell us everything about their life. Everything. Not one of those walls mentioned building the pyramids. What? They forgot? You're talking about something that would have taken a huge effort. You'd think they would have put at least a little wall somewhere saying, oh, by the way, we built the pyramids. No. None of that. In fact, the archaeologists say not only that the pyramids built, that the Egyptians built the pyramids, but they say that they built them as tombs. Okay. What's the evidence? Zero. Zilch. Not one pyramid was ever found to host a mummy. Not one mummy was ever found in a pyramid. Not one. And I'm not just talking about Egypt. I'm talking about all around the world. And it's funny because you know how they do all these like historic, History Channel and all this stuff. They have all these nice documentaries, and they show you where they found the pyramids and the tombs and all this and Tutankhamun and all this, and then they splice and they cut directly into the pyramids. So you think the mummies were found in the pyramids, but in fact the mummies were found. Most of the king's mummies were found in the King's Valley, far from the pyramids. Some of the pyramids, they had to dynamite their way into the pyramid. They couldn't find an entrance. When they got inside the pyramid, there was the sarcophagus, the so-called sarcophagus in the middle. It had a slab. Some of them had slabs that were like 40 tons slabs sealing the sarcophagus. They would unseal it, pull the slab off, still no mummy. What was their conclusions? Grave robbers. Those grave robbers, they were unbelievable. They just walked through the walls because they had to dynamite their way in. So those grave robbers got there before. They must have walked through the walls, got in there, picked up the 40-ton slab on top of the sarcophagus, pulled all the stuff out, including all the bones and everything else, which, wonder what they would do with, and then, closed it back up, resealed it, just to make sure they didn't disturb anything, and then walked back out with all of this stuff. This doesn't make sense. Now, there's other things that don't make sense. There is nowhere on these pyramids that it says, I built this for my tomb. I was born then and I died then. You'd think if you build such a great monument, at least you put your name on it. That's all logical. Pyramids were not tombs. Pyramids were not built by Egyptians. no Egyptian text talks about the Egyptian building the pyramids. The texts do talk about monuments, enormous monuments being built. And who they say built them was the sun gods. The Mayans, the Incas, the Chinese, the Japanese, all cultures that have these buildings, none of them say we built it. All of them say the sun gods taught us how to build, how to talk, how to write, how to do all this stuff. Go ahead.
I just want to say there's no inscriptions, no hieroglyphs inside the pyramids as well.
There's no hieroglyphs inside the pyramid. And Lord knows that the Egyptians put hieroglyphs everywhere. So why didn't they not write inside the pyramids? You know, so those are all huge contradiction to the concept that the Egyptians or the Mayans or the Incas or the Chinese or so on built their pyramids. See what I'm saying? But what is it? Like other examples is this puppy. The Sphinx. Most people think that the Sphinx is built. The Sphinx is not built. The Sphinx was carved. The Sphinx was carved right out of the enclosure of the Giza Plateau. Now, when you look at the paws of the Sphinx, you might notice that there's like brick-like structures on it, so it looks like it's built. Those are repairs that were done later in history. But the Sphinx was carved, and actually there's evidence that the head of the Sphinx was recarved. It used to be a lion's head, but it was recarved into a pharaoh's head by one of the pharaohs. However, there is erosion patterns on the Sphinx that is a telltale sign that the Sphinx had to be carved when there was a lot of rain hitting it because of the erosion on it. We know when the last time this area had a lot of rain, and that was approximately 10,000 years ago, which matches the Osirian temple at Abydos. Now, these blocks here consist of the Sphinx temple. They're the blocks that were removed from the side of the Sphinx to carve the Sphinx out. Now, if you were removing blocks from the Sphinx enclosure to build a temple in front with the blocks, would you use 100-pound block, 500-pound block, maybe even 1,000-pound block? Even like 3 or 4 tons pound blocks. That would start becoming a problem with our current technology, especially in the sand, and especially if you got to stack them. Okay? But the ancient Egyptian or whoever 10,000 years ago built this didn't remove 100-pound block. They removed 200 tons block. And we know that they were removed from the enclosure because the stratification of the layers of rock matches where they were removed from, and you can actually tell which rock came from exactly where in the enclosure. 200 tons. See, this is a little person here. See what I mean?
Yeah.
It's not trivial. You don't just grab a 200-ton block with your buddies and move it over there. The current we actually at this time lift about 200 tons with the largest land crane on earth. And we move it only from a truck bed into a boat. We can't roll with it. We can't go and like move it around the sand, and certainly we can't stack them on top of each other to make a temple. 10,000 years ago, somebody was moving 200-ton block with ease. I think this is fantastic. You know, because this is about our true history. This is about what happened on this planet prior to our current history, prior to our current thinking. Look at this statue. Ramses II. When they found this statue, it was laying like this, and it had fallen over in the desert. It's made out of pink granite. It's perfectly polished with copper tools. And this is a person beside it. The statue itself, when they found it, they said, "Oh, let's just move it over there because we're going to build the Ramses Museum." So the engineers came and they said, "Well, okay, but then we'll have to cut it in pieces because this thing is approximately 1,000-ton solid block of granite. 1,000 ton. That is 5 times more than what we can lift today with a land crane. So instead they built a museum around it. It was much easier. This is not the only 1,000-ton block that was found. The pillars on each side of the entrance of temples in Egypt, they are called obelisks. Many of them were in excess of 1,000 tons. And they all come out, all these large objects come out of a quarry that we know where it is. It's hundreds of miles up the Nile. And the quarry is on the other side of the Nile over a mountain range. Okay? When you ask archaeologists, how did this get there? They say, they cut a trench from the Nile across the mountain range into the quarry. And then they let the water in, and then they picked up the object, they stuck it on a barge, and they floated it down the Nile. But there's no evidence of that trench ever being cut. How do you lift up 1,000-ton object and put it on a barge without sinking it? I mean, that is just not appropriate. It just doesn't happen. So when you look at this, you start to wonder, who were these sun gods? And were they able to go all around the world? Under the water in Japan, recently, pyramids were found. These pyramids are at 19.47 latitude. They're enormous pyramids. All the fishermen knew that they were there, but they didn't think it was important, so they didn't tell anybody. This and here is another picture of these slabs. They're huge. They're huge blocks. What's really interesting about those is that, you see, you can't date a pyramid. You can't date a monument because carbon dating only carbon dates. You need carbon. Rock doesn't have much carbon in it, not enough to date it. It has silica, and it has, it has a certain rate of decay and all this. You can date how old is the rock, but that won't tell you when it was cut and assembled into a pyramid. Okay? So actually, archaeologists don't date the monuments. They just find the bones of this poor fellow beside it, or they find a fireplace beside it or something, and then they carbon date that. And they say, oh, it's this dude that built this thing. You see? But when the pyramid goes under the water, now coral growth starts to happen shortly after. And that's carbon datable. So now you can tell at least when the pyramid went under the water. Well, when they carbon dated these pyramids, they went under the water at least 10,000 years ago. The meltdown of the last ice age, when the water rose and covered the earth. There is over 500 flood stories in ancient civilization all around the world, talking about an advanced civilization that was there prior the sun gods and the flooding that occurred that destroyed most of that civilization. Here we might be seeing some of the vestiges of that civilization. Go ahead.
Well, Edgar Casey came up with
by finding a wall or a road, and we did. And he said it was going to be in the early 70s, and in 1973, I believe, divers off the coast of Bimini found huge rocks under the water, making a road. And Edgar Casey said we were going to find a chamber under the paws of the Sphinx. And recently, using
Side-looking radar?
yeah, I'm sorry.
Side-looking radar?
Yeah, it's actually seismic reverberation waveform. They were able to look under the paws of the Sphinx, and they found a chamber there. And they say they haven't got into it yet. That's a whole other story. But anyway, these pyramids were found in Egypt. These ones are datable to 10,000 years. Check out this picture. This was taken during the Second World War by an American pilot that was lost over China. And he saw this pyramid, and he took a picture, and he brought it back home. He survived the whole thing and brought the picture back home. And everybody, a few years ago when I would present that, people would say, oh, well, that one's iffy, This could be a hoax. Well, okay, nobody believed him. Except that the Chinese government in the last few years have released these pictures. Not only is there more, there's pyramids in Egypt, there's hundreds of pyramids in Egypt, in China. And the Chinese government actually got the farmers to farm on top of the pyramids so that they wouldn't be so apparent by satellite. And the reason why, so here's the poor farmer that got the job. The reason why they were doing that is because they didn't want the Western world to know about these pyramids. Why? Because the legends that comes with these pyramids is that the sun gods built them, and that the sun gods were blue-eyed, blonde-haired people. As far as the Chinese government looked at this, blonde-haired, blue-eyed people had to be Europeans. And the last thing they wanted was European people being responsible for some of the most ancient knowledge of the Chinese tradition. So they didn't want those pyramids to be known by the West. They did find the mummies of these blonde-haired, blue-eyed people in the high desert of China. Over 500 mummies were found. All very tall, absolutely not Asian people. And then you go to the forbidden city of China, the city that holds all the knowledge of the universe, all the knowledge of the sun gods. And at the entrance of the city is the Sphinx, the lion, which in both Egypt and Chinese tradition are the guardian of the knowledge. They guard the knowledge under their paws. And when you look closely at the paw, what do you find? A spherical intersecting pattern of the flower of life, which generates 64 tetrahedron grid. Guardian of the knowledge. Fairly old, but this section of China was largely rebuilt and fairly recent, But it's all coming from very ancient tradition that's passed on orally throughout the ages. And that's why you find still the knowledge being present. Although the knowledge of the sun gods has been very, very confused and diluted throughout the ages. So when you go further into the Chinese tradition, what do you find? The I Ching. How many I Ching symbol is there? 64. And remember now, the yin and the yang we saw is a double torus. You'd be missing the geometry of the vacuum in the middle of singularity. But the 64 symbols of the I Ching gives you this. How? When I found this, I thought, oh, this is so sweet. It took me weeks, took me months to actually figure it out. I knew there was 64 symbols, but what did the symbols say? The symbols typically are arranged in a circle. The 64 symbols. Can you turn off your light a little bit so maybe you can see the symbols? Maybe not. They're here. There's 64 of them. And each of them are actually composed of full sticks and broken sticks. And each of the symbols are in opposition. So like 1 and 64, 2 and 63, they're all in opposition. And I realized, wait a minute, if you take 6 thick, you put them in 3D space, which geometry would you get?
Tetrahedron.
A tetrahedron. That's the only geometry you can generate out of 6 sticks. But then why the broken sticks? Well, if you're following the code of the I Ching that tells you the sticks are in opposition, then you're gonna need broken sticks. Watch this. Boom, 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 boom. You see? You need broken sticks to do the polar opposite of the tetrahedron. They have to be broken because the sticks intersect.
Could you do that again with a light off? Because you can't see it well.
Okay.
Yeah, we don't need lights, period.
Well, the video
Video
does.
does, so you can see.
Boom, boom. Can everybody see this? You need a broken stick to go in between the other sticks to generate the opposite polar structure, which is given by the code itself. Isn't that sweet? And so you take the code, and I didn't have time to do the whole animation. I didn't finish on that. I will when I get better funding. You see, if you keep doing this and you follow the code, you're going to be able to do the whole 64 tetrahedron grid. Actually, after you finish the code of 64 sticks, of 64 code, each one making a tetrahedron, you will have made the 512 grid, which is the next fractal level from 64. So if you actually follow the I Ching code, which is the trigram with 8 first, and then the 64 hexagrams, right? And you generate the 512, then you follow the exact progression. Cool? So, do we have evidence of the sun gods? We do. You know, imagine again that you were to find a little bitty planet in the corner of the galaxy somewhere, and that bitty planet is not very evolved. Like, let's say you show up and they're like still in cave and not very involved. You'd probably want to try to help them along, right? So what would you do? You can't really come to the surface, you know, stop one of the cavemen and start talking to him about physics. It doesn't really work. The caveman's probably going to look at you and try to bunk you on the head. Right? So what would you do? You'd probably give them symbols, right, that have embedded in them very, very important information about the structure of the universe. And you'd expect that as that civilization grow and reach higher and higher levels, they would be able to decode those codes that was given to these ancient people. Especially if you make the code covered with all sorts of religious belief and so on, so that the codes survive all of the ages, to make sure that they understand this is a sacred code and all this stuff, so that they would transfer the information throughout the ages. Well, we have evidence of these sun gods. These are skulls that are found in temples in South America. This was found, this is in the Peruvian Museum. I call it conehead. When the archaeologists found this, they said, oh, this is the result of skull deformation. You know how the ancient tradition, they would bend their head to deform them? Now, they did do that. You know, this is the bust of Nefertiti, for instance. Tutankhamun did have a deformed head. There's many skulls like that. But when you read the ancient texts and they say, they talk about deforming their head, they say that they did that to imitate the sun god, to become sun gods themselves. Now, if you deform your head, right, today, it doesn't matter how much you deform it. You will never be able to exceed the volume capacity of your skull. Your head might look really weird, but the volume inside will be exactly the same. In these cases, the volume of these skulls, the inside volume of these skulls, are over twice the natural volume of the human skull. The normal volume of a human skull. These are not the result of skull deformation. You cannot do that by deforming your skull. The other thing that's interesting is that the hole at the bottom of the skull here, where the atlas goes in, the spine, tells you how big the person was, right? Because you can figure it out from the size of the spine. These people had to be between 12 and 15 feet tall. There was giants on the earth. Many ancient texts talks about the sun gods as being giants. These are very, very big people. And the fact that there's multiple of these skulls found in temples all around South America tells you that it's not the result of some deformation.
Have you got any skeletons to go with them?
No. Not that I know of. There might be, I don't know.
How about congregating on the skull?
That'd be a really cool thing to have. And you can see on some of these skulls that they've carved right into the skulls. So you know material was taken out. Most likely the material was tested. But there is no data available whatsoever on the result of those tests.
And if it was tested, would they be able to see if it was also silica-based, carbon and silica?
They would. They would definitely be able to see if it was a typical DNA strand of beings that are from this planet or not.
Yeah, one of those that was Nefertiti,
That was the bust. It's a statue of Nefertiti. This one here. This is a statue of an Nefertiti that shows that she had a skull similar.
So, is that are the writings talking to them about them being long heads?
Yes. Yeah.
Are these skulls related to the mummies that were found in China?
No. No. These skulls were found in South America and Mexico. Here is some of the Mexican skulls. The early ones were South American skulls. This one actually has a larger volume than the comb head. And this one is the largest volume ever found. Mexico. and the facial features are missing, but the skull is intact, and it's enormous. That's the eye sockets, so you can imagine how large that forehead was. And here is each lobe, each hemisphere of the skull, of the brain, seeming to have developed independently in this case, and making it enormous. Go ahead.
On the prior slide, am I correct in saying that the orbits of the eyes are a good deal larger than normal?
Oh yeah, much larger than normal. This person had huge eyes. And there's all sorts of features on these skulls that are not normal. For instance, in these cases, many of the facial features in the jaws don't belong to Homo sapien. They're a mix between various species that are not supposed to be mixed together. Here's Tutankhamun. Even Tutankhamun seemed to have a larger than expected skull. Here's his brother as well. Now, there's many instances in the Egyptian and the Mayan and the Inca scripts where they describe that the sun gods, including in the Bible, where they describe that the sun gods actually mixed and had children with women of the human species. And that generated a whole new species which was half sun gods, half man. So here, these might be evidence of this altered species, of this mix. And you would expect that these people would become pharaohs because they would have all sorts of capacity that the average man didn't. So here, we're starting to see a whole new picture of the history of human beings. And mingled in that picture is the information that these sun gods tried to give to man, and that we are rediscovering at this time. It became clear to me eventually that the sun gods must have been sun gods for a reason. They were called sun gods in all these civilizations, just the same. Well, if the universe is different scales black holes, then in order for these sun gods to travel through space from one side of the galaxy to the other, they would have to enter the wormhole, the singularity, at the center of those black holes. So they would use stars as gateways to go from one side of the galaxy to the other. And then you would expect them to be called sun gods. That is why, for instance, the ancient tradition in most of these countries talks about the sun as the doorway to the higher realm where the sun gods come from. They talk about the black hole at the center of our galaxy as the hub, the central sun, from which you can access all of the stars in the galaxy. So you would enter the sun and then through to the galactic center, out one of the arms of the galaxy, out one of the sun in another arm of the galaxy. this is the sun as it looks normally. On the sun appears sunspots. These are sunspots. Actually, there are sunspots seen at the X-ray range level. So they appear very bright. Actually, sunspots in the optical spectrum are very dark. They're like black. Well, they appear when the sun becomes very active at 19.47 latitude north and south. Okay? And when you look at the sunspot carefully, and I picked this one because I believe that sunspots are at the heart of the matter. When you look at it carefully, you can see that the fire is being sucked in. That's what made me think, actually, from my calculation and from my theory and all this, that the sunspots on the sun are not surface events, but they're huge vortices going to the middle of the sun. The other reason, can you see the fire being sucked in here? I got in a lot of trouble for saying that. Because they said, no, it's just surface event. And I said, well, if it's just surface event, how come if you look at the sunspots on the sun, they always occur in opposite polar. See? This one here got an opposite one there. These three there have an opposite three there. You see? All the sunspot occurs in opposition to each other, because when you have a vortex going one way in the Coriolis effect, you have another one going the other way on the other side. And they generate a link at the middle, a link at singularity. Sunspots are huge vortices going towards singularity at the center of the black hole. And that's why when you look at sunspots very carefully, you see fire being sucked in. The sunspots are actually break through the event horizon of the black hole of the sun, where you can actually see the collapsing black hole pulling the electromagnetic field in. Well, when I was saying this, I was being ridiculed. Recently, this is what they found.
Awesome plasma hurricanes were one of the surprises revealed when scientists recently peered beneath the stormy surface of our star. November 7, 2001. Using techniques similar to medical ultrasound, scientists appeared inside the sun and discovered what lies beneath sunspots, planet-sized star areas on the surface of our star. Astronomers have long known that sunspots are regions where magnetic fields become concentrated. Yet anyone who played with magnets as a child has felt how magnetic fields of like polarities repel each other. Likewise, the strong magnetic fields of sunspots should naturally repel each other too, causing the sunspot to quickly dissipate. Indeed, observations show that surface material clearly flows out of the spots. What then makes sunspots so long-lasting? How do they remain intact for weeks and months? A team of scientists had to look beneath the surface of the sun to find the answer. Alexander Kosovichev and Junwei Zhao of Stanford University, along with Thomas Duvall of NASA's Goddard Space Flight Center, used MIDI's unique ability to probe the happenings just below a sunspot surface, and for the first time, they have clearly observed inward-flowing material. We discovered that the outflowing material is just a surface feature, said Zhao. If you can look a bit deeper, you find material rushing inward, like planet-sized whirlpools or hurricanes. This inflow pulls the magnetic fields together. The cool downward flows dissipate at the same depth where the hot upward flows diverge, explained Duvall. With these data, one cannot get a sharp enough picture to really explain the details. Until now, we've looked down at the top of sunspots like we might look down at the leaves and treetops. For the first time, we're able to observe the branches and trunk of the tree that give it structure. The roots of the tree, however, remain a mystery.
That's for you guys. Now, so they started to see now that the sunspot, which some of them are like 14 times the size of the Earth, okay, are huge vortices going towards the middle. And when they talk about material being spit out of the sunspot, you guys know what material that is? Water. Large amount of water comes out of sunspots on the sun, right beside the fire.
Is that their conclusion?
No, that's measurements. Pardon me?
Is that their conclusion?
That's their measurements of the material that's coming out, mostly water. Well, steam, you know, H2O. Yeah, it's spectroscopy. But then, you know, so then I was thinking about that. I'm like, okay, well, you know, if you were to travel through the universe, and everything in the universe is a singularity, then you could, you know, build a ship that's able to go inside a singularity. That ship would have to have a drive at its center that's a singularity itself. Okay? And you could enter a local singularity, and because you're in singularity, connected to all things, you could come out anywhere you want, anywhere else in the universe. And you could actually follow a linear progression of that travel. Although it would only take seconds for you to go across the galaxy, you would still go through the singularity of the sun, through the singularity of the hub, and then out to another singularity that would be a solar system in some other corners of the galaxy. You could even go from the hub to another galaxy hub and then come out wherever you want there. You guys are following this?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, if you think of it this way, then it's like, okay, well, we should be able to see these guys coming in and out. So I started to investigate this, and I found something very bizarre. I found that most of the telescope and probes that observe the sun are owned by no one else but the Vatican. The Vatican. And I was thinking, well, that is strange. What does the Vatican want with the sun? And I noticed, you know, so I started to, you know, kind of keep track of what was going on the sun. And I kept on downloading, you know, material from NASA, from the SOHO probe, which is a probe that's orbiting the sun. And one day, this video was put on the net. This was a while ago, almost 5 years ago now. There's been many others since then. This is a good one. Let's take a look at it. They placed this on the sun. Now this is the probe telemetry. This is the camera. And it has a little arm that has a protective lens because otherwise the electronics would get overwhelmed. And this is the sun surface here. This is a representation of the sun surface. And this is the video. So this video was placed on the net saying comets, sun-gazing comet hits the sun. And you know, a bunch of people downloaded this stuff. And you know, emailed NASA and said, what are these objects? Because comets usually have extremely long tails when they approach an object like the sun. Do you know how big these objects are? At least the size of the Earth. Okay? A comet the size of the Earth orbiting the sun or approaching the sun should have a very large tail, very visible tail. So, you know, after a whole bunch of astrophysicists emailed NASA going, what are these objects you're calling comets? They retracted the video. And I was lucky to get a copy because after, you know, a whole bunch of people complained when they retracted the video, they put the video back on. But all of a sudden, the objects had tails. However, let's go back and analyze this video a little bit. You can see the stars in the background all going from left to right. Okay, that's because the probe is orbiting. Right? And then you can see all these little white dots. Those are particles hitting the camera. Let's try to find one. You see this one? That's a particle from the sun hitting the camera. So you can ignore these little bleeps. But if you actually go backwards, you will find that there is only one object going towards the sun at first. And then at this frame, you will find two little objects here that appear that in the next frame move from here to here. Can everybody see this?
Off the light.
Oh, the light. So, from here to there. Right? Now, that's against all the other movements in the background. Okay? And then on the next frame, these two objects become one. Now, that's quite possible if the two objects ended up one behind each other. Right? So now it becomes one to an observer here. And then the next frame, these two objects become the second comet, which makes a 90-degree angle turn. See? Boom, become one, and then starts moving in this direction. So it came from here, it became one here, and then started moving in a completely 90-degree angle direction from where it was going. Now, the only comets that I know of that do that type of crazy movements are the ones that have little windows and little guys in the back waving. Okay? The size of the Earth. And here you can tell that the objects make most likely a full orbit of the Sun, and then boom, enters the Sun approximately at 19.47 latitude, probably in the sunspot, and then this huge plasma ejection comes out. Let's take a look at it. Boom. The other thing is the objects don't break into pieces like comets would do. And so I was really amazed to find this video. And I thought, my God, you know, if you were a society that had ships the size of the Earth, you wouldn't be able to go into any small black holes like the Earth. It would be, your ship just would be too big for the Earth. So you'd go for the next fractal level of black holes, you'd go for the Sun. But if you were using a smaller ship and you wanted to go through the black hole of the Earth, then you would find that black hole by going through the sunspots of the Earth. These sunspots would be the volcanoes you find on Earth. And that's when I start to realize as well that volcanoes might not be what we think they are. Meaning that, you know, for instance, the most active volcanoes on Earth are at 19.47 latitude. They're right where I live, on the island on the big island of Hawaii. And we find most volcanoes have a large amount of UFO activity. The volcanoes at 19.47 latitude in Mexico have so much UFO activity that the government, the Mexican government, has started to train pilots so that they know where the UFO activity is and they can avoid these routes when they're approaching Mexico City for landing. It's actually become mandatory that they follow that class if they are landing more than a certain percentage in Mexico City. Why? Because Mexicans typically sit on their porch at night and look at the UFOs coming in and out of volcanoes. That's how much activity there is. So I was thinking, well, if your ship, though, is the size of the Earth, then you'd have to go for the Sun. And as I was thinking this, the music was playing in the background, and this was what played. And I thought that was very indicative.
two objections. One at 5 o'clock and the other one about 10 o'clock.
Pardon me? How we could travel through the universe. The wormholes that John Wheeler predicted, I believe, are actually visible. They are vortices on the surface of the sun that we call sunspots. And they're going directly through to singularity. The vortex we found on Jupiter, the big red spot, 19.47 latitude. The big volcanoes we found in our solar system, the largest volcanoes in our solar system, the Olympus volcanoes on Mars, 19.47 latitude. Go ahead.
On this video, do you know the time scale?
Yeah, this is over, I think, a 2-day period. Yeah, I think it's about approximately 2-day period, but I don't have the timer on it. So I was, I was amazed, but you know what? The sun right now is doing some crazy stuff. Have you all been going through some epic challenge in your life? Don't take it personally. There's a lot going on out there that actually makes it almost unbelievable that we're here. Unbelievable. Did you know that last winter a comet almost twice the size of Jupiter flew through our solar system? Yeah, they didn't talk about that one. They released the data at the last minute. Let me pull it out for you, just so you see it. People don't know about this. Unbelievable. They didn't even talk about it on TV.
Why?
Because they thought we were toast. And they thought we were done. A planet, a comet twice the size of Jupiter is not trivial. Jupiter is the largest planet in our solar system. An object twice the size of that is extremely massive. And there's no doubt that it should have disrupted many of the orbits in our solar system and created huge tidal wave on this planet.
Why didn't it?
I don't know. Here it is. This is the video that was given by NASA about it. They didn't talk about it, they just put it on the net, on the solo site. And basically, you were looking at, the basic telemetry of the sun. And then all of a sudden, oh, what's that? Okay, this is called a V1 comet. And you can see that this is not a trivial object. Look at the sun flare that goes at it and actually disrupted its path. And this is the size of the sun, you guys. Okay? The sun is enormous. The earth looks like a little bitty dot beside the sun. Right? This is a huge object flying right towards the sun, actually, and went around the sun. Astronomers thought it was going to hit the sun. That's why they thought we were toast. But it looks, and I'm not sure about this, it's extremely difficult to get data on this. They won't talk about it much. But I think that it didn't hit the sun because of the sun flare that actually moved it away. Did you see that?
What's the black stripe?
That's the arm that holds that little disc so that the lens doesn't get burned. But you can see that that sun flare moved that that comet away from it.
This is the Vatican that did all this?
Well, the Vatican has a large investment in most of the probes that observe the sun and the dates when it was going to come back. Well, they missed by 2 weeks. And all the people that are looking for Planet X, they're all disappointed because they say Planet X didn't show up. They didn't notice a comet twice the size of Jupiter showed up. The comet was 2 weeks in advance from the Sumerian text, but hey, on a 10,000-year prediction, I think that's pretty dang good. Right?
It's a quarter-inch off.
Yeah, exactly.
Was it observable from?
It was. Yeah, it was observable from the west coast here very early in the morning, at sunrise, I believe.
What month?
February, yeah.
Of 2003?
Yeah, last winter. And here's the map when I updated it, and it showed the comets. And there was 2 comets that went by, one after the other. Now let me play this in slow-mo. This first comet came by, which is already enormous. And then this one. Check this out.
Are they in the same orbital plane?
No. They're on an angle coming in.
Right, so it's not quite as bad as it looks.
Yeah. However, the gravitational field of an object that big going inside the Mercury orbit should have pulled Mercury right into the sun. And look at the tail. When it's at the sun, the tail is still in the Earth's orbit.
Well, if you know what the orbit is, you should be able to calculate what the
The gravitational influence was.
yeah, what the perturbation is to the orbit.
Yeah, we did. We shouldn't be here.
Why are we here?
If it didn't snap back, that means it still moved.
Pardon me?
The orbit of the Earth, you know, I mean, if you're saying that it changed the orbit of the Earth, then it's changed.
Oh, it didn't. Because if it did change the orbit of the Earth, it would have the calculations show that it would have changed it significantly. And a significant change in our orbit would have generated tidal waves and all sorts of events on the surface of the planet that we didn't see. Well, mostly necessarily, yes.
A small change over time would be a big change. A small change for the short time.
It wouldn't be a small change. It would be a large change, including Mercury going into the sun behind the comet. You know? You're talking a huge gravitational field here. Extremely large. I believe that we were given another chance.
We're really not here, we just think we are.
Well, I think we're floating in grace. We're definitely floating in grace at this point, and somebody is taking care of us. Go ahead.
And with a tail that large, I'm amazed that we didn't get more of a visual on that thing from Earth.
Well, it's because of the angle at which it came in, and the angle of the Earth relative to it. It was not easily available. But there's pictures on the net of it. People took pictures in the morning of the comet. It's enormous.
It occurred that quickly. It was pretty.
Yeah, it was moving extremely fast. It moved extremely fast. Within the question of a few days, it was out of our solar system. Yeah.
The size of a comet, I mean, the mass of the comet isn't based on the size of the comet. Here, extremely large, and yet be extremely small, but what we see is expanded gas. Were they actually able to see the nucleus of the comet?
Yeah, the expanded gas, that's a good point. The expanded gas of that comet is much larger than the sun. Yes, yes.
The material size and corona would tell whether or not it would really affect
You see the size of the perturbation and the expansion of the gases around the comet makes the size of the comet actually much larger than twice the size of Jupiter. So when they say twice the size of Jupiter, they're talking about the nuclei of this comet, because the material around it, this is the size of the sun. The material around it makes it almost as large as the sun.
You're talking about size or mass?
I'm talking about size. The mass is directly related to its composition, which is supposed to be mostly ice and rocks. So,
be a concentration of any particular gas.
well, yeah, but that would be an unusual comet. In general, comets are ice and rocks.
Which would make its mass so close to the sun's mass. The sun is gaseous. The solid object that size would have a mass.
An extremely large mass. And the calculations show with a comet made out of ice and rock of this size, the gravitational field is extraordinary, is enormous. Go ahead.
So you're thinking that this was definitely a comet, this wasn't a starship.
Yeah, this was definitely a comet.
These were protected by other forces, but this wasn't, this was just a comet. That was really.
That's right. Because you see on this one, you know, unlike the videos of these other objects, you can tell there's a pretty good tail there, you know. I mean, this is a tail the size of an astronomical unit, almost, from the sun to the Earth, you know. So that's, you know, that's appropriate for a comet, you see. Go ahead.
What's the source of this? Is this is an animation, obviously, since the Earth is in it, or is it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is a program that gives you the activities that are going on in the solar system.
But it's based on measurements.
Yeah, it's all absolutely accurate to what's going on out there. At least some of the stuff that's released by NASA, in any case.
That's actual footage, right?
That's actual footage, yeah. This is not an animation. This is pictures taken by Soho of this comet going by. Go ahead.
With regards to that, what are your information and thoughts on what the latitude was with regards to the sun, where that came from, and might that affect?
Because that would have created a large perturbation in our daily life. Now, the sun is not, you know, the activity that's going on in our solar system is just outrageous right now. You guys need to know about this. It's kind of nuts. This is what the sun does every year. Every 11 years, I'm sorry. It's called the sun cycle. Every 11 years, the sun flips its poles. Its north pole becomes its south pole, and its south pole becomes its north pole. And when it does that, and I don't mean that it flips its physical poles, it flips its magnetic poles. And when it does that every 11 years, it goes from a smooth surface with not too many sunspots to more and more sunspots, till it reaches its peak and flips its pole, and then it goes back to normal. It goes back to this type of structure. So this was the approach to the last sun cycle, the last solar maximum. Go ahead.
Is the solar maximum concurrent with the minimum magnetic field? Just prior to swapping?
No, it's concurrent with the maximum magnetic field. The magnetic field becomes extremely active because of all of the sunspots generate a huge magnetic field and huge X-ray emission as well. Sunspots generate huge X-ray emissions. And that's because material is being sucked inside a black hole. And you expect X-ray emission from that. But as you look at the sun, you find that these sunspots, you know, are supposed to go to a maximum and then go back to normal. So here's the sun in 97. The sunspot maximum was 2000, and then 2001, actually at the end of 2000, the beginning of 2001, and then it's supposed to go back to this. So 97, 98, it's starting to get more active. 99, you can see there's a lot of activity. And then 2000, it reached its maximum, and now it's supposed to be back to normal. Is it? No. No. This is the sun a few months ago. There's more sunspots on the sun than ever before. Some days they have recorded over 200 sunspots. There's never been so many sunspots on the sun. In fact, since Galileo, we haven't seen anything like it. The sun is not calming down at all. Now, the last sun cycle was 2001, plus 11 years. That gives you the date for the next sun cycle of 2012. The end of the Mayan calendar, which tells us that we are approaching a time where we are going to move into the sixth sun. Right. Now remember the dynamics of the theory we learned about this morning. Black holes generate smaller black holes that are subatomic particles that makes plasma dynamics around it. When it gets too much plasma, it starts slowing down, and then it becomes unstable, and it fluffs off some of that plasma, and then starts spinning up again. I think we're approaching one of that fluff off part. And I think the sun has done this before. There's another thing that the sun started to do. And this data now, I don't have a scanner while I'm on the road, but I found new data recently. The sun has started to pulse these huge electromagnetic pulse emission. And I wasn't sure about this because I thought maybe it's the cameras that are going berserk on the SOHO probe. But it's not. I looked at the data of the amount of negative ions produced by the sun, and the negative ions production is going through the roof right now when these pulses are occurring. It's the negative ion production is at normal on a scale from 1 to 9 when it's at about 2 to 3. And recently it's of the sun all of a sudden just pulsing like this. Let me show you what it looks like on telemetry. See, you gotta know, you gotta go frame by frame, otherwise you can't tell. But if you go frame by frame, can you see that? And then the next pulse. Well, this is days apart. Actually, let me see. See, the camera is taking pictures every few hours. But the thing is that the camera only takes picture every few hours, and if you're lucky, it's going to take the picture of the pulse. But it might have missed a lot of pulse in between. So you don't know, but at least you see some of them there.
How long do you think they last?
I don't know. I haven't got enough data to tell, but it's definitely significant. And the amount, and Elizabeth Rauscher and I are actually right now trying to calculate how much energy it would take for the sun to actually do that. Because when you're talking about an object the size of the sun, all of a sudden changing its amount of radiation, almost doubling it in X-ray, you know, just like that, you're talking about a lot of energy.
Is this an accepted phenomenon? Other people see this and they accept this as something happening?
Well, there's definitely a lot of physicists saying there's something happening about the sun. They're not necessarily all aware of this. I've made many of them aware of it, and I've shown them the data. They don't have much to say about it. They don't know what it is. It's definitely not normal, meaning we haven't observed this from the sun before. I have another one that's much more outrageous. You guys want to see it?
Yeah. Why can't we feel it now? I mean, why don't we feel it when we're outside?
Oh, you do?
You could even see it.
Have you noticed this summer?
It's really hot.
The world has never seen heat like this. All around the world, thousands of people have died in Europe. China had 126-degree heat. You know, this is not the result of global warming. Global warming does not happen that fast. Okay? This is the result of something much more dramatic, like the sun going berserk. The other thing is that Jupiter, you see, have you heard about Aurora Borealis this year?
Yeah.
You know what Aurora Borealis are, right?
Yeah.
These colors you see in the sky? These colors you see in the sky are the result of the ions thrown out by the sun, the plasma thrown out of the sun, getting caught in the magnetic field of the Earth, and then getting funneled at the north and south pole of the Earth. And when they enter the atmosphere of the Earth, they create all this radiation that looks like Aurora Borealis. Well, that happens on the other planets too. Let me show you Aurora Borealis on Saturn. See? That's Aurora Borealis on Saturn, on the north and south pole. Let me show you Aurora Borealis on Jupiter.
Have you used any?
These are the pictures of the north and south pole of Jupiter.
Is that unusual?
Well, what's unusual, and I don't have a picture, I gotta get it from the net. I gotta get that in my presentation. What's unusual is that on Jupiter right now, there is so much activity from the sun. Well, on the Earth, never mind Jupiter, the Aurora Borealis are now spanning all the way down to the equator. And they've been seeing Aurora Borealis on the border of Mexico and so on. And there is Aurora Borealis in the North Pole that have been going on steady for weeks and months. They're not going away. Because there's so much solar activity, the sun is throwing out so much stuff that there's so much ions coming in the atmosphere that it's creating these Aurora Borealis all around that are, you know, in a steady state now. But on Jupiter, they have now observed an extremely hot spot, almost the size of the Earth, on the North Pole of Jupiter. Because there's so much solar activity, and all these hot ions are going in, the surface of Jupiter is actually starting to ignite. Jupiter is the exact same composition as the Sun. In the sixth sun tradition of the Incas, the Mayans, and many others, many tradition talks about the next evolution, there will be two suns. And from these tradition, what's his name? Arthur C. Clarke did the movie 2010, where Jupiter atmosphere ignite into a sun. It's the birth of a new sun. I thought that's interesting. But I wanted to show you some of these pulses. I have new ones that are kind of mind-boggling. I hope I can find them. It's kind of not obvious because there's so much stuff going on. Let me see. Pulse is that. So these pulse, you know, is typical or what would be expected of a system that's about to go and release some of its energy. Now, it might not. Okay, 25, 148. Let me see. 25, 148. Let's see. I can nail this. I missed it. Let's see. Okay. 24. 25. That is the largest pulse I have been able to find. That is outrageous. And you know, you should see the data that comes out with this. When you see the graphs of like electron production and negative ion production and all this, everything just peaks right out. It's outrageous. Look at the deformation that is going on the surface of the sun. Look at these bumps. It's like completely warping the surface of the sun. That is a lot of energy. That is a lot of energy.
Why do you think?
Like I said, I think that the sun is going through its cycle where it's actually starting to become unbalanced because it's going too slow for the amount of energy in it, and it's starting to get ready to release some of that energy. And, you know, the result would be, you know, huge energy would be released into a solar system, which we're experiencing right now. Our weather is going to change. It's going to get real hot, you know, and as well, the plasma that's ejected could easily reorganize in smaller planets and change the dynamics of the planets together. So there's many things that can happen there. Well, there's not that much more to say about Jupiter other than that hotspot has been growing for the last year and a half, and at this point it's emitting a lot of energy in X-ray and infrared and all this. It's not visibly ignited yet, like it's not doing fire yet, but it's getting hotter and hotter, and it's getting bigger and bigger very quickly, especially as the sun is going more berserk.
And that's like never been seen before.
No, they have no explanation for it.
If Jupiter is actually in the process of igniting and turning into a star, do you think that there's a possibility of a sympathetic vibration between the sun and Jupiter to actually bring that about?
Create a balance?
Yeah.
It could be.
Distance away, but
yeah.
a lot of energy too.
Yeah, it's a lot of energy, and they're two fairly large objects, and they both output a lot of energy. Jupiter outputs 90% more energy than it receives from the sun, from some kind of internal energy source, which I believe is a black hole. So, yeah, definitely, all objects, you know, are always in sympathetic resonance to each other, and always tend towards stability and equilibrium. So there would be a reorganization of the sympathetic relationship between the two.
So if the ultimate is fractal, what could you relate this to that we have observed before, or that microcosm? Is there anything that you could relate it to?
Yeah, it's similar to an electron going to the next orbit, the next shell. It's similar to a quasar becoming a galaxy. It's similar, you know, it's that pulse that occurs, you know, that pulse of life. The Big Bang is another example of it, if you'd like, you know. And so it is a fractal. The fractal relationship actually you can find everywhere, and all of the dynamics and all the systems we see in the universe would be a result of that pulse. And interestingly, recently we have, for the first time, have been able to get data of what our solar system looks like inside the galaxy, and they we're surprised to find that our solar system is in the middle of a bubble of nothingness in our galaxy, meaning all the material around our solar system seem to have been pushed away on the edge of our far from our solar system. And they don't know why. The only thing they could come up with was that a supernova must have blasted right beside our sun that pushed all this stuff out. But that doesn't make sense, because if a supernova went off beside our sun, then we would have got pushed out with the rest of this stuff. And our sun is right in the middle of that bubble. So the only thing that could have done that was our sun doing the pulse and pushing all the stuff out. And when it did that, most likely that's what generated all the plasma necessary to generate our planets. You see? And so now it's about to go to do another of these pulses. Now it could be a much smaller pulse. It could be a micro pulse in a fractal of larger pulse. You guys see what I mean? So it could fluff off just enough energy, release enough energy by doing these pulses, so that eventually it regains balance and goes back to normal. But even if it was minor in terms of the amount of the energy of the sun that would be released, it would still be a major event to people of Earth. And certainly we would start to observe a new quality of luminosity of our sun. Because when it does that, and interestingly, if it really does this, it's not inconceivable to think that it might actually become clear. I mean, that now there's that many sunspots on the sun. Some of them are like 10 times the size of the Earth. There's a lot of black on the sun, right? Now, if it blew enough plasma, it could actually expose its black hole nature. And that'd be cool because it proved my theory. But in any case, if it did, it's not unthinkable that we would get 3 days, maybe, of darkness with no sun, while it is regaining balance and before it starts emitting electromagnetic light again, right?
Within the network of people that you work with, are there any activities to kind of mobilize human consciousness to tap into per se the consciousness that's happening with the sun to help understand the dynamics of the movement, and how can we on Earth, since we are all our synchronic points, to facilitate a good, easy movement so that we don't explode? As I hear you, I'm asking myself, well, is the sun going to explode and push us out and we all become dust? Or how can we work with our consciousness to facilitate a good transition to the next level?
Yeah, I've thought about that myself, and it's a good point. One thing that I really suggest to work with your consciousness and the sun is don't take it personally. Okay? That's first, on the list. Because when the sun is going berserk like this and flaring and all this, there's so much energy, there's so much, activity, there's so much stuff. It is affecting human consciousness. There is no doubt about it. When I was looking at this data, with Bill Bison, an engineer that has been recording the activities of the sun for the last 30 years, is an expert and so on. And his jaw was on the ground. He was like, oh my God, I've never seen data like this. And the first thing he said is, this is going to affect human consciousness. So don't, just flow with it. Try flowing with it. Just let go. Don't worry if everything you say is completely misinterpreted. Okay? Don't worry if you get yelled at, and don't worry. Don't just try to let it flow and let it go. Everything is going to be in a state of flux, right? The other thing I would say is that if you're if you are aware of these changes that are going on in the solar system, you can start to actually synchronize your resonance pattern, your energy to it by intent. And that might sound very esoteric, but I think there's some validity to this. Meaning that you allow the change to happen in your body so you can adapt to the changes that are occurring in our environment. I think that this much amount of information, this much amount of energy coming at us is actually going to change our DNA structure very quickly. And we have to be aware of that and allow that to happen and go into sympathetic resonance with that. And if we resist that, there's a good chance we're going to get extremely sick.
Because you are several generations ahead of the common person out on the street here, what efforts are you doing to kind of prepare yourself to be a messenger to larger numbers of people to assist them in this process?
Well, everybody has their own mission, I believe. Everybody is here at this time to do something very specific to assist in this change that we're going through. And for me, it's to bring a unified view of the universe and to bring a technology that will help us transition through these changes. For you and for many others, it might be completely different and supportive of each other, I'm sure. But basically, is to go into your center and to find your mission, to find what you're here to do. There is something that you're here to do, and to do it. Don't go around the pot, don't wait, don't do anything. Just do it, you know, and that's going to help the world. And commit to it. Do whatever is necessary to get it done, because there is very little time left. Go ahead.
For me, it's to make sure that the $15 million needed to complete your research is raised within the next 12 months. And I have an email list here for everybody to find who wants to help me with that.
Awesome. Awesome. And we're going to see how the application of this theory. Yeah, we're going to take a. So everybody's like wanting me to get out of the physics bubble and onto the ancient civilization bubble. There's no difference, that's right. So, you know, I had studied many ancient civilizations for many years. You know, I really did study it. I didn't take it, you know, for granted. I looked into it. I found the I Ching. I found the Mayan calendars. I found many evidence. The flower of life, the many different evidence of the 64 tetrahedron grid being implanted, the code being given all around the world. Okay? And it all comes out to the same thing. But I hadn't really looked at the Islamic, the ancient Jewish tradition and the Bible and all this. Amber, if you can find me my Bible. Oh, jeez. Oh, it's on the table. Great. So this infamous book, I definitely, the reason why I wouldn't look at this is that I had an aversion to it from my childhood. I had like terrible experiences with the Catholic Church, and I was really, you know, it was like school, you know, and I really didn't want to have to look at it. I was determined I was going to study all the other religions first. And finally, and we didn't have time to go through all this today, you know, I've given week-long seminars, and even in a week, I don't have time to go through all this stuff. Some of the people here from Reno were at my week-long seminar in Hawaii, and that was fun. You all have to come next time I do one of these.
When?
I don't know. It'll be maybe this winter sometime.
Where?
Just get on my, in Hawaii. Just get on my email list, and you can all come to Captain Cook in Hawaii where I live, and we're going to have a great time. Swim with dolphins in the morning. I don't. Because I've been staying behind the scene for many years, because I'm building technology, but actually now I'm ready to go public, and you're going to help me with that, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, so I've been studying ancient civilization for a while. You all have enough energy for this part? Yeah. Okay, there you go. Wow, you guys are in. All right. And so I was really kind of, you know, trying to avoid this part, but I got into it eventually, and I went to my local church, and I actually borrowed a Bible. And, you know, they give them away most of the time. I was studying this, and, you know, and I was thinking, you know, well, what is this whole thing about? And, you know, I started to study it deeper and deeper. I was kind of stunned to find out that Newton had spent almost 20 years studying ancient Kabbalistic esoteric traditions long before he wrote anything on physics. And actually, there is a book of his memoir that is from his own writing that says that actually all of the physics that he wrote, he pulled directly from the study of the Kabbalistic traditions. You know, that's amazing. Most people don't know that. And he actually made a whole map of the floor plan of the Temple of Solomon, because he felt like if we could understand the floor plan of the Temple of Solomon, we could understand the foundation of the universe. He was convinced that embedded in the Kabbalistic tradition was, and the ancient Jewish tradition, there was the key to the foundation of creation. And so he dug for many years, and he extrapolated all of his laws of physics out of them. Now, he obviously didn't understand some of the foundation of the Kabbalistic tradition, which eliminates the possibility for a closed system or for an isolated system. But in any case, I was surprised to find that. So hey, I got a Bible. One thing I knew is that from what I remembered from my education in the Catholic Church, God, according to the Catholic Church, was this old man with a beard, you know, sitting on a throne somewhere, and with a pair of binoculars and a 2x4, and every time you screwed up, it just hit you behind the head, right? So, you know, I was kind of terrified of that God very early in my life. And, you know, there was a lot of things about being afraid of God and all this stuff. So when I started my research, I was kind of surprised to find that actually the throne of God in Judaic tradition is not described as an old man with a beard sitting in a throne, but actually as a throne with a tetrahedron on it. And I thought, whoa, that's different. And then, you know, there was like 7 angels, you know, radiating into that tetrahedron. You got to realize as well that I didn't have time to talk about that much today. Actually, today my presentation has been a little bit all over the place. But, you know, I kind of improvise every time because there's so much material. But one thing is that all the way through this investigation, it was clear to me that if you understood the structure of the vacuum, the structure of the foundation of creation, you could reproduce it in a technology which creates a resonance pattern between the geometry of space, the geometry of the structure of the vacuum, and the technology itself. And if you could create that resonance link, all of a sudden you would download a huge amount of energy from the vacuum itself. You'd build a mini black hole. To build such a mini black hole, you'd probably need crystals, because crystals appropriately cut and appropriately resonated would be the perfect material to make that link, since crystals molecules, first of all, crystals are 70% water, and then the crystal molecules are actually tetrahedral. The crystal molecules are very coherent if you have good crystals, and if they were cut in the appropriate geometry of the 64 tetrahedron grid with the right gases involved, you could create those dynamics. Because of my studies of the sun gods, you know, and because of my studies about the of ancient civilization, I had a really strong feeling that those crystals, and I'm going to tell you what it looks like right now. It's 64 tetrahedron grid inside a crystal ball. They're very small tetrahedron, and they're inside a crystal ball, and there's gases inside that ball. Okay? This is not some esoteric New Age crystal. Okay? This is highly technical, technological stuff. Okay? It's not like a raw crystal you grab from a mountain and start meditating with. Okay? Now, I believe that many of the New Age people remember the powers of the crystals because they remember that technology. Okay? The first person that talked about Atlantis was not some psychic. The first person that talked about Atlantis was Plato. Plato is and was extremely respected. And we used most of Plato's stuff except the 3 books that he wrote about Atlantis. And when he wrote these books, in all of them he mentions that this is not some story, this is factual. And he says he got it from the high priest in Egypt. And he describes a very advanced civilization that has a source of power, which is later as well described by Edgar Cayce, has a source of power that they call a crystal of extreme luminosity, of extreme power. I believe that is the crystal that can be built, the crystal of Atlantis, to create a link to the geometry of space. Do you guys all follow this? I was starting to read the Bible, and I was finding these plates of the description of God, and with it came words like the throne of God was the crystal seat, da 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 da. Many references to crystal. Ezekiel in the Bible, the story of Ezekiel. Enoch, which is not a book of the Bible. The book of Enoch was found in Ethiopia. Was never re-edited. It's translated directly from the original text. In both these accounts, they describe some kind of ship that shows up in a big cloud. And then they say a door opened and God called me onto his boat. And then inside it describes it describes the throne of God as crystals with rainbows all around it. You see? I think he was describing the power, the drive of that ship. So I was really intrigued. So I started to read the Bible, and as I read the Bible, I realized something. I realized something I had never noticed before. That is, that most of the Bible is describing, the Old Testament is describing I'm going to have to read, and I can't hold this while I'm reading. Thank you. Appreciate it. So that the Bible actually is describing something, the Old Testament anyway, is describing something that is very, very strange. When the Old Testament talks about God, it doesn't say, and God. It says, and the Ark of the Covenant of God. It turns out that the whole Old Testament is describing the comings and going of the Ark of the Covenant, except for Genesis, which describes the start. But you see, even when you read Genesis in the context of what we saw today, you find that actually it's describing something very similar to the account of Atlantis given by Plato. A civilization that develops with a very advanced technology and that allows them to live very, very long In the Bible, there's chapters after chapters describing people living 600 and 800 years. Okay? And then eventually that society was flooded, which is what Plato said happened to Atlantis. So actually Genesis could be an account of Atlantis. I thought that was interesting. And so I started to study it more and more. And I realized that the temples of Solomon was built for only one purpose: to host the Ark of the Covenant of God at its center. The Holy of Holy, the power of all power, the Ark. And I thought, wow, that's interesting. I didn't think that the Judaic tradition was about some object that they called the seat of God. So I was looking into it, and I was reading, and I thought, well, that's interesting, because in Genesis, it talks about the tree of knowledge. You know, Adam and Eve, and the tree of knowledge, and the apple, and so on. Well, interestingly, if you cut an apple in half, you get a double torus with a seed in the middle, which contains the possibility for a whole other apple tree, right? The singularity, which has apples and singularities and apples and singularities and so on. So I was reading that, and then I realized as well, this text, when this is in Genesis, it's 4:24. When man began to increase in number on the earth, and daughters were born to them, the sons of God, plural, sons of God, saw that the daughters of man were beautiful, and they married them, any of them, and they chose. The Nephilim were on the earth in those days. That means they were not from the earth. Okay? And also afterwards. And the sons of God went to the daughter of man and had children with them. They were the heroes of old, men of renown. So, this describes the sons of God that came to the earth, so they were not from the earth, and had children with the women of the earth. And I started to realize, wait a minute, was this planetary system seeded? You know, it started to, in anthropology, we're missing a huge link between the ancient Neanderthal and so on, and the modern Homo sapien. And that link we're missing is getting wider and wider, more and more records we get. There's new skulls that have been discovered now that makes that link even harder to make. So I started to think about it, and I'm like, that's interesting. And so I continued to read, and then I got across something really that perked my ears. It was in crossing of the sea. Exodus, that's 13:22. By day the Lord went ahead of them, Moses going towards the Red Sea as he's escaping Egypt with all of the tribes of Israel. Moses was son of Pharaoh for 40 years before he realized he was Jew and decided to take the tribes of Israel out of Egypt.
You know the 40 years in the middle.
Yeah.
40 years of Prince, 40 years in the desert, then at 80 he decided.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But when he decided he was going to go, and with the tribes of Israel, he was leaving, and all of a sudden the Pharaoh changed his mind and went after him. Well, you know, I was reading this. Now, when the Pharaoh weren't going to let him go, there was this whole thing where Moses and the other high priest of Egypt were having like a battle of manifestation. The ones that could manifest the wildest, craziest things was going to win. So like they had like frogs raining from the sky. He threw his staff down and it turned into a snake. He got water, he got blood to flow through the city and all this stuff. But he won that contest. As I looked at the Ark of the Covenant in the Bible, the Ark that they call the Ark of God, they give dimensions of that box. It's like a box-like object that's got gold on the outside, wood in the middle, and gold on the inside. Well, that's a capacitor. A capacitor is an object that holds energy. When you charge it, just like a battery, it holds energy, except that a battery can only discharge the energy very slowly. A capacitor can discharge the energy in an instant. So when I looked at it, I thought, well, that's a neat capacitor. It would be quite large in capacitance. It would be a very high level, a lot of capacitance. It would have really high voltage. And it would be quite heavy. It would be a heavy object, extremely heavy. In fact, it would be way too heavy to lift up with two flimsy poles. It would weigh over 3 tons because of all the gold on it. And so there was problems with that, but I noticed that the dimensions that were given in the Bible for that box matched the dimensions of a box that was found in the remains of King Tut in Egypt. And then I noticed that those boxes were the exact appropriate boxes to fit inside the sarcophagus inside the Grand Pyramid of Giza. Meaning that the box size is a perfect fit so that you can lower the ark inside the sarcophagus, inside the Grand Pyramid, and then push the poles in without having to touch the capacitor, which would zap the crap out of you. So when you look at, and then I noticed as well that the outside dimensions of the sarcophagus are exactly half, actually are twice the volume of the inside dimension. Exactly. Okay, so it's a perfect octave. And then if you measure the ark as described in the Bible, that's again twice smaller than the inside dimension of the sarcophagus. So now you have another octave. And then if you measure the inside volume of the ark as described in the Bible, you got another octave. It's again twice as big, twice as small. So it was a perfect fit. And I started to think, what would you want to carry in a capacitor like that? There must have been some extremely powerful energy source, energy device inside that capacitor. But the thing is that Moses supposedly didn't build that capacitor, didn't build that device until he was on the other side of Mount Sinai, on the other side of the Red Sea at Mount Sinai. When you read the Bible, you find that actually the Ark of the Covenant is always portrayed as a very, as this box-like object with its two poles, with some kind of extremely luminous object between the cherubim on top of it. And then you see that in the Bible, this object is always described with a huge, what they call pillar of cloud or pillar of light above it, a huge vortex. I had just finished elaborating the mathematics and the topology of the space-time manifold generating huge vortex at the north and south pole of those black holes. And if you were to build a small one, you would generate a vortex like that as well. So I thought that was interesting, but I didn't really have anything on it. And then I read something that boggled my mind. This is the crossing of the Red Sea. Moses is now going towards the Red Sea, and the Pharaoh has changed his mind and is going after him. Maybe the Pharaoh changed his mind and went after him because Moses left with something the Pharaoh didn't expect Moses was going to leave with. And here it says, on the way to the Red Sea, by day the Lord went ahead of them in a pillar of cloud to guide them on their way, and at night in a pillar of fire to give them light, so that they could travel by day or night. Neither the pillar of cloud by day nor the pillar of fire by night left its place in front of the people. But you see, that pillar of fire and that pillar of cloud is always described on top of the Ark of the Covenant. Yet, here, they're not supposed to have the Ark of the Covenant yet. You see what I mean? So now I'm going, wait a minute. The box-like object that they're describing in the Bible might just be the carrying case for the power supply, which is something completely different, that generates the vortices and the singularity at the center. So I was starting to read this, and I'm like, okay, well, this is interesting, and I'm reading more, and it's saying that there's clouds above and there's clouds below and so on. And I thought, what do they mean by God? Right? Because they're calling it the Ark of the Covenant of God. So I did some research on that. Where is the word God coming from? What is this thing they call God? It's some kind of object. Okay? But what is this thing they're calling God? So I looked it up. And I looked everywhere and I couldn't find it. And finally, I found it in the preface of my Bible. Look in the preface of your Bible, and it will say where the word God was translated from. The word God was translated from the word tetragrammaton. Tetragrammaton. Oh my God. That freaked me out. Oh my tetragrammaton, yes. That freaked me out. Every time you read the word God in the Bible, you can translate it to tetragrammaton. And so I was looking at the root etymology of the word tetragrammaton. It's like, oh my God, how can I find a word so close to tetrahedron in the Bible? And I looked at the etymology, and it turns out that tetra, which is 4, right, was used for, and grammaton has a root word that can be grammar. So 4 grammar, or 4 letters, are thought to be Yahweh, the 4 letters of God. Yeah, Yutebote. However, when you dig a little deeper in the etymology of the word grammaton, it has actually a deeper root. And that root is 4 tetra, tetra, which is tetrahedron. Grammaton comes from the word gram, or gravity. Weight, it refers to weight, gram, and the effect of gravity. And that's where the word gravity came from, grammaton. So now you have a word for God, okay, that has the structure of a tetrahedron generating a gravitational effect. And I thought, well, that I'm pushing it, right? I'm sure, this is kind of wild. But hey, then I look up what the heck is the tetragrammaton in Kabbalistic tradition. And I found that it is an isotropic vector metric in 2D. Here is typically in Kabbalistic tradition the way God is represented. It's represented as isotropic vector metric. Remember, 4 faces, 3, 2, 1. It's like one face of the isotropic vector metric. And each letters of the word God has a number that goes with it. In Kabbalistic tradition, that's very important. Now you got to realize that the Kabbalistic tradition are the oral tradition of the Druidic history. These traditions were not to be written. They were not even supposed to be talked about. Only initiates could learn about these knowledge. It was thought to be the nature of God that was revealed. And if you understood it, you could understand God. So I was thinking maybe the Kabbalistic tradition is the explanation of what the power source inside that box is. That bright object. Go ahead.
I would also mention I'm a student of Kabbalah. And,
Yes.
Yud means singularity.
That's right. And the center of the Kabbalistic tradition is that crown that unfolds onto itself to infinity, describing singularity. So I was puzzled with this. I found that the tetragrammaton, right, was actually generating the numbers. So each letter in the isotropic vector metrics is a number. And the Kabbalistic tradition tells you that the numbers are just as important as the letters. And so when you calculate the numbers, you get 72, which is the 72 names of God that's found in the Bible, or the 72 faces of God, right? So that all match. But this is a male God. We're missing half the equation again. Why is it that in many of these ancient civilizations, some of them we didn't have time to see today, we only have half of the code? Well, that would be because if you were an advanced civilization trying to put a code, embed a code in a not so advanced planetary system, you wouldn't want these people to be able to uncode or decode that code prior to being ready for that type of power. So you could code the code, or you could make the code only one polarity of it, like the male polarity of the code. And it wouldn't be until that civilization understood the balance between the male and female, understood the equality between the male and female, that they would be able to decode the code. And then that would mean that they were ready to do it. You guys follow what I just said? So basically, here you have to add the female god or goddess to the tetrahedron or to the isotropic vector metric. And if you did, you have the double of these numbers. And the result would be 72 plus 72, given 144, which is thought to be the number of ascension in the in Revelation. As well, in Revelation it says that the New Jerusalem is a crystal city with rainbows all around it, and that crystal city has faces of 144. There is exactly 144 faces on the outside of a 64 tetrahedron metric. Nice. I thought I was onto it. And so I kept on reading the Bible, and I got really interested now, you know. And I'm like, oh my God, this is all about the technology. This is all about Atlantis. And I kept on reading, and I found something that was extremely significant. And this has been completely omitted by scholars. This is long after, you know, Moses was following the ark through the desert. It took him 40 years to do a route that usually took only a year. Okay? I know this because my father, actually my grandfather, my father is Iranian, and my grandfather was a guide that brought people to Mecca from Iran. And it took him 6 months there and 6 months back in the desert. And so these routes were well known. And actually, my grandfather lived to the age of 128. And I believe that it's because he went to Mecca, to the Kaaba, which held the black crystal, the dark stone, or the black sun, as described by the Sumerian plates, given to man by the sun gods. But in any case, Moses is taking 40 years to do a route that should have taken a year. Why? Because he's following the ark. It's very clear in the Judaic tradition and in the rabbinic tradition that the ark is moving on its own. Whenever the ark lifts and starts going, they would lift camp and follow it. And whenever the ark would stop, they would stop and put a camp up. Sometimes they would stay there for 3-4 years before the ark would start going again. So this ark seemed to have anti-gravitic capability. It seemed to be able to hover. There's instances where they describe the ark lifting the high priest that carried it. So I'm thinking about all this, and then eventually, you know, Moses dies, and Joshua has taken the lead. And Joshua arrives at the Jordan. And this is where I found this really interesting thing. Joshua arrives at the Jordan, and the Jordan is running at flood level. There's no way they can cross with the tribes of Israel. They're trying to get to Jericho on the other side. So Joshua doesn't know what to do, and he asks God. And God says, Now, this is describing the high priest taking the ark and going into the water of the Jordan with the ark. And as soon as they put their feet in the Jordan with the ark, the waters are cut off. Okay? And then it says, and then there's a whole bunch of other things. This is Joshua 4:22 for people that want to refer it. And the priests came up out of the river, carrying the ark of the covenant of the Lord. No sooner they had set their feet on dry ground, than the water of the Jordan returned to their place and ran at stage as before. So they went into the Jordan, sat there with the ark, while all of the tribes of Israel went across, and the water was stopped. And then as soon as they got out, the water started to flow again. Well, I thought that's interesting, because one evidence of gravitational effect would be to stop the course of water. But what blew my mind is what comes next. At the end of that chapter, for the Lord your God, they're talking about the ark, dried up the Jordan before you until you had crossed over. The Lord your God did to the Jordan just what had been done to the Red Sea when he dried up before us, when he dried it up before us until we had crossed over. Wow. That has been omitted. Because this says that they used the Ark of the Covenant of the Lord to open the Red Sea with Moses. But in the section where they talk about opening the Red Sea, they just say Moses lift up his staff and open his arm, and the Red Sea opened. They forgot to mention that the ark was involved with this staff. And so here they do, though. Here they make it very obvious that the power of the ark was used to open the Red Sea. That means the ark was not the box that was built at the foot of Mount Sinai after opening the Red Sea. The power of the ark had to be there with Moses before he crossed the Red Sea. And thus it was something else. The box was only something to carry it across the desert for 40 years. Probably he didn't have time to take the box out when he left Egypt. He just took the crystal. Go ahead.
Do you think Ethiopia has the Ark of the Covenant now?
I'm going to get to that. So, are you guys all following this?
Yeah.
Okay. So I was really excited. I was like, oh my God, this is really real. I mean, they're really talking about some object. And this is kind of tough to do, but we can, I started to look into it, and I found more and more evidence that the ark was this crystalline structure. I found the Ezekiel text. I found the Keys of Enoch text, and I thought, wait a minute, what are they talking about? Well, I looked deeper into the Kabbalistic tradition, And when I did, I found that they didn't just give you like hints to what the geometry was. They actually said, this is the Kabbalistic tree, this is the foundation of all creation, and if you decode this, you'll understand all of the universe. So I knew there that they were giving us a really good key to what was powering the Ark of the Covenant, since the Ark was thought to be the seat of God, the seat of the universe. And the Kabbalistic tree can commonly be described as the tree of knowledge as well. The tree that was placed in the Garden of Eden at the center of our Genesis. So when I looked at it, I thought, what is this? And you know, I started to read Kabbalistic tradition texts and all this. Oh my God, I got so confused. It was so confusing. There's so much stuff out there, and it's all philosophy. And I was really kind of not being able to find anything that was jiving, but I was looking at the geometry, and what I did is I plastered it on the ceiling of my van so I could lay in my bed and look at it in the morning, every morning, and I was trying to decode it. And really quickly, I realized that the bottom part was a tetrahedron, and that the top part was an octahedron. But I didn't know what this middle part was. This X with a box around it. I didn't know how to deal with that. And then I realized, wait a minute, this box here, this rectangle, fits in this upper rectangle. So I thought, oh, maybe they just took it and squashed it. So I took the top part and slid the bottom into it. And boom, the result was a tetrahedron and an octahedron on top, which is all of the vertices you need to generate the star tetrahedron with the octahedron in the middle. You guys see this? To generate this, all you need is a tetrahedron and an octahedron and all the vertices, and you can start building it. So I was like, oh, this is cool. As soon as you slide the bottom into the top, basically, as soon as you compress it, as soon as you collapse it, right, you obtain a 3D geometry. And then I realized that the Kabbalistic text said that there wasn't just one tree, but that there's 4, and that they're attached at the crown, or at the root. Well, I assumed that they were giving us only half the code again, so that there would be 8 trees attached at the root. Well, if there is 8 trees attached at the root, and each one are decoded to give a star tetrahedron, as we just did, then the result is 64 tetrahedron grid. How do you know you've decoded it right? Well, when you're finished, you can actually plot the 2-dimensional tree right on top of it, and you have all the lines you need with its sephiroths. The sephiroths are these balls on the corner of the tree. The word sephiroth comes from the word sapphire, referring to crystals. And when you plot the sephiroth all around the tree, all around the 64 tetrahedron, since each tree has one sephiroth involved in the middle, each tree only has 9 sephiroths. 9 multiplied by 8, 72. I had come back exactly to the tetragrammaton.
You've got
And
2 other ways that you can do this.
Mm-hmm.
The top 3 are always considered to be separate and above man, and thus to be mapped separately.
Mhm.
The center and the crown, is in its own space. And the one space that's missing, that you have filled in with your dark circle, is da'at, known as knowledge.
Knowledge, that's right. That point, that's the esoteric Sephiroth in the middle. That's right. I have shown this to rabbinic tradition experts, and one of them started crying. It's very significant. What scared me is when I was studying this, it warned over and over in many books that if you try to decode the Kabbalistic tree, most people turn crazy. They lose it. And I figure, well, you know what? I'm already crazy, so I can't go much further, so I should be all right, right? And so I just went at it, and it came out. So I was like in amazement that it was so easy. Now I did do an animation that so here it is again.
We see the Kabbalistic trees coming together under the general active contracting pulses, creating the 64 tetrahedrons of the geometry of space, forming the vector equilibrium at its center.
Thank you, Amber. And here's the Kabbalistic tree that was generated during the time that I was writing this up in a little journal I published. This was in England. But note on this little animation that when we look at it slowly, you can see. Can everybody see here how the tree actually compresses and becomes a 3D object? This is the contractive side of the event horizon, you see? And then when you're done, can you see how all the sephiroths intersect all of it? Gives you the exact correct geometry, giving you the 64 tetrahedron grid and the vector equilibrium in the middle. That's just fantastic. That's just fantastic. I was just mind blown. And so you can see that in the Bible, that all of the ancient knowledge of the Old Testament of the Bible is describing this technology, is describing this power. A crystal full of eyes, right? A crystal full of eyes, as described by Ezekiel, looks like this. The petals of the intersecting field of each tetrahedron generating singularity generates eyes-like structure, and certainly would generate a lot of radiance and a lot of rainbows if it's a mini black hole. And so I was looking at it, and I started to trace back the movements of the arc. And because we're running out of time, I'm not going to go into too many details on that. But the arc seemed to have moved from one place to the other, and every time it would move from one place to the other, the symbol of the star tetrahedron, the Star of David, would change name. For instance, the arc went to Zion. The star tetrahedron was called the Star of Zion. Then the arc went to Solomon. The star tetrahedron was called the Shield of Solomon. Then the ark went to David, and the star tetrahedron was called the Star of David. So all you could actually map the geometry directly to the movements of the ark. So you knew that the geometry was directly related to the ark. And so I started to see more and more evidence of it. And I looked in the Bible further and further, and I saw that they actually brought the ark to the Temple of Solomon, and then they built a huge water container in the back of the Holy of Holies. It was called the Little Sea because it was so big. And they would charge the water with the ark. You see? And so I was very excited. I was like, because then I realized that all of the pyramids in Egypt, including the pyramids in South America and Mexico, had waterways that were diverted to go through it. All the pyramids of Egypt had waterways going from the Nile into the pyramid. So they were charging the water with the ark, and then they would allow the water to be used in the fields, and they would get incredible crops. And that's what eventually started baptism with that water, holy waters, and so on. And incredible crops. Every year at Yom Kippur, the ark would be taken out of the Temple of Solomon and brought to the waters that they would irrigate the fields with for the rest of the year. Imagine a technology that creates a huge amount of coherency in the vacuum state polarization, in the structure of space-time around it. Any material that's around there, and certainly water, because water is so malleable, would take that imprint, would go into high coherence, and start to be able to download much more life force than originally. So I started to, I could see how this whole evolution. So I'm going to jump ahead. I'm going to give you, do you guys all follow this? Yeah. See, this is really like a step in a new understanding of what truly happened on Earth. I'm kind of going to give you the whole package because I just don't have time to go into the details right now. But it's pretty obvious and it's pretty evident that actually that object has been on this planet for many, many years. That the sun gods brought it to man, and the first account of that object having been brought to man by the sun gods is in the Sumerian tablets, which says that the sun gods came to the earth and met with men on top of a mountain, just like the story of Moses. And at the top of the mountain, they give them the black sun, a black hole. And the tree of knowledge in the temple, in the Garden of Eden. The tree of knowledge is the Kabbalistic tree that we just saw decoded. The tree of knowledge was that crystal power that was charging the water and charging the food and generating the Garden of Eden. I believe that advanced civilization found this planet, and the planet was not very evolved. And when they found a planet that's not very evolved, they usually try to help it along. Why would they do that? Why would they seed planets? If the universe is a fractal, and the universe learns as a result of an open feedback of the fractal nature of space, then if you understand these principles, you would want your local universe, for instance, your local galaxy, to have the most amount of learning centers for the universe. Because more they would be learning, more there would be knowledge available for all, and more everybody could rise together. So these civilizations would see planets all around the earth. Actually, I believe that that's why they still come here and take eggs and sperms from people of the earth to actually seed other planets with. When they get to a planet, they cannot put their gene directly into that planet. Why? Because that would be like bringing a tropical plant to Alaska. It's not going to survive, or it's going to create disruptions on the biology of that planet. So what they do is they take the highest species, the most evolved species on that planet, and they cross the genes with them. And that boosts the evolution. In our case, it produced the Homo sapien. And that's why the anthropologists are missing a link. You guys see this? When they give the ark power, the tree of knowledge, to Adam and Eve, the first cross that they had made, Eve figured it out. She was smart. She figured it out. This is why it's represented as an apple, the apple being the double Taurus. She figured out that this was a technology and it had power that she could use. She figured out how to use that power. And if you read in the Bible, it says, oh no, now man has become immortal. She figured it out, and she gave the trick to Adam. And since the sun gods had kind of, since Adam and Eve had figured it out, I guess they decided that to let them have that type of power right from the start. And that's what generated all of the evolution of Atlantis and Lemuria, described by Plato. I know this is a lot to take in all at once, but I assure you, it's not coming out of the side of my mouth. It is coming out of a lot of research. Okay? The evolution of Atlantis and Lemuria was flawed from the beginning because these people never learned about destruction. They had so much power so fast in their evolution, it became eventually corrupted. And then, according to what I've researched, a natural event occurred. A huge meteorite hit the earth. That meteorite could have been diverted by the sun gods, but was not, because our evolution had gone to a level where it was becoming dangerous for us to have that type of power, and the sun gods felt that it was time for us to learn about destruction. And it was time for us to have this 5,000-year period in which we learn about war, destruction, fire, and all this, so that we would eventually be ready to go back to the ark, go back to the power of the vacuum, but this time with the maturity that we needed in order to have this power. I believe we're approaching the return of the Ark of the Covenant. When you follow the traditions, you find that this time is when the Ark is supposed to come back. And when we see the evolution of the Ark, we find that the Ark had gone through a long chain of events that brought the knowledge all over the world. And actually, all of our evolution is based on the return of this power to our civilization. Because this power is the power that liberates us from the shackle of entropy and reductionism. It allows us to become centropic, to have infinite amount of energy, to have infinite amount of power. It allows us to regain our place in the brotherhood and sisterhood of the galaxy, and to re-enter in contact with advanced civilization that have been observing us for the past 5,000 years. But this time we have to figure it out ourselves. I followed many. Oh, my batteries are fully charged. That's right. So the ark in the Bible, in the Old Testament, is the technology. In the New Testament, Jesus, which actually true name is Emmanuel, which is mentioned in the Bible, Emmanuel is thought to be the living ark. Well, there's an interesting thing that happened there. You see, when the high priest had the ark in the Temple of Solomon, they knew that if Jerusalem was attacked, they would have to take the ark out of Jerusalem somewhere. So they had a B plan, obviously, for the ark in case there was something to happen with the Temple of Solomon. The Temple of Solomon was built as concentric walls with the Holy of Holies in the middle. These walls were extremely thick, and they were to protect the initiate from the Ark of the Covenant. The initiate had to go through all sorts of initiation to eventually go from one wall to the other to get to the Holy of Holies. It was the largest temple ever built on earth. But during the 1st century AD, the Philistines took over Jerusalem. There was a B plan for the ark. That B plan was called the Dead Sea community. On the side of the Dead Sea, that was the Essenes. Now, the first person that talked about the Essenes and that community was Edgar Cayce. Edgar Cayce, in one of his readings, said there was a community on the side of the Dead Sea that had written scrolls, and that we were going to find these scrolls. Now, when he said that, I think it was in the 30s, all the archaeologists said that was bunk, because there was no writing whatsoever about that society on the side of the Red Sea. There was no record of it anywhere. That was because it was the B plan for the ark. They weren't advertising. So when they took the ark out of the Temple of Solomon, they brought it to the Essenes, which was a community of high priests that was constantly being made ready in case the ark would show up. Go ahead.
James, the brother of Jesus, was with the Essenes for a long time.
Well, I think that the whole family was with the Essenes for a long time. The Essenes recorded the coming of the ark. This is not my imagination. In the Essene scrolls that were found, you know that there was over 5,000 or at least 3,000, I'm sorry, scrolls that were found. There's only 100 that have been released to the public. One of these that was released to the public is a very, very eccentric scroll. It's not written on papyrus. It's written on copper. The copper that it's written on is the purest copper ever found on Earth. There is no purest copper ever found anywhere else. No. What does the copper scroll? Now, obviously, the copper scroll were written on copper to make sure they would survive the ages. And what did the copper scrolls talk about? It talked about the coming of the ark at the Essene community. It says literally that the ark came to their temple. And it describes where it hid all of the components that were kept around the ark. How many components do you think there was? 64. There is exactly 64 lines describing the components of the ark. Some of these components have now been found. It was oils and incense and stuff that they kept around the ark that were part of what you needed to be safe when you went into the ark room. You had to wear certain clothing. You had to cover your eyes. You had to have certain oils on your skin for the conductivity. All these things. Do you guys understand where I'm going there? Okay. If some of you read Elizabeth Heisch's book called Initiation? Note, in Elizabeth Heisch's book, when she's initiated in front of the Ark of the Covenant inside the Grand Pyramid of Giza. That book is extremely accurate. I've done a lot of research. I assure you, that book is extremely accurate. And she actually describes going towards the ark, and she actually describes smelling negative ions in the air. So she's actually talking about the ark generating electromagnetic field and ionizing the air. Well, you know, they have now found some of the components around the Dead Sea Scrolls of the ark. And when they did, it turned out that they found, I don't have this picture, but they found the place where the Essenes say that they hid the ark, because they had it for a fairly long time. The place where they hid the ark was a cavern across from where they lived, across from the temple. When they opened that cavern, and this is research you can find on the net. When they opened that cavern, there was a blue iridescent spot in the middle. Actually, NASA physicists that were there at the opening of that cavern, they reported that blue spot being there, and they said something really interesting. They said, this is similar to the blue spot we found inside the Mayan pyramids when we first opened them. So they were making a direct relationship between the Ark of the Covenant, the effect of the Ark of the Covenant on the space-time manifold that left some trace, and the Mayan pyramids. And so, interestingly, when the ark disappears from the temples of the Temple of Solomon and goes to the Essene, at the same period, very shortly after, the living ark, Emmanuel, appears onto the scene. Emmanuel might have been able to walk on water because he had some anti-gravitational capability in his back pocket. Go ahead.
Well, in the Book of Mormon, why Emmanuel or Jesus visits the American continent after he left Israel.
Well, then he would have had to be able to do some pretty good flying too. And so, interestingly, Emmanuel is the living ark. Well, these things are related. Why? Because when we built the external Merkabah, the external ark, all we're building is a reproduction of our internal functioning. The inside singularity, the inside ark that keeps us alive. And so we're creating a very short feedback. That's why you had to be initiated very carefully before you could approach the ark. You had to be pure of heart. Because the feedback is so short that if you have destructive intent, you'll just die right on the spot. It'll bite you right back.
Aaron's sons.
So Aaron's sons died that way. It's a very fail-safe system. You can't use it for destruction very much. Because by the time you try to use it for destruction, you're already dead. See, it's nothing new. The universe is a feedback. We are very destructive in nature. And we're just about to destroy ourselves. But meanwhile, it took a long time, and we had time to destroy a lot of things around us. With this, no waiting necessary. You just don't survive the experience. There is people that did try to use the ark for destruction in the pharaonic traditions. These were very, very warlike pharaohs. They were found mummified with what they thought at first was smallpox all over their body. They found out later that it wasn't smallpox at all, that it was tumors all over their skin, like they had been irradiated by radioactivity. At one point, the ark is stolen by, the ark is attempted to be used for war and is taken by the Philistines before it's moved to the Essene, long before. And the same thing happens. They bring it to their temple and they try to use it and all this, and they all get tumors. It's in the Bible. And so they send it back to the Temple of Solomon. They're like, get that thing out of here. So Emmanuel was most likely born in the field of the Ark of the Covenant. And as a result, he had very advanced DNA structure. In fact, Emmanuel might have got revived by using the Ark of the Covenant and resuscitating him, generating the whole, you know, return of Emmanuel, return of Jesus 3 days later. Well, when I was asked to talk about the Knights Templar. So you guys are seeing this view a little bit more. I'm going to tell you now how it reaches you, how far this goes, and how much the power at B is actually trying to get this power back. First of all, the key to the Bible is to understand that the Old Testament is talking about advanced technology, very, very advanced technology. The crystal, the power of the sun gods, the power of Atlantis, which was brought out of Atlantis, brought to Egypt, and eventually brought to the Temple of Solomon by Moses. And the other side of the Bible, the New Testament, is talking about the living ark, the purity of heart, the purity of intent you have to be with the ark. And it's actually when the two are put together that we have the new level of civilization. When the technology, the external technology matches our internal knowledge, and the internal knowledge matches the external technology. It is not all internal, like spiritual, commonly think of. And it is not completely external, like most physicists think of. But it is both internal and external. That's the feedback. So when much later, it seems like there was a Jewish contingency in France that believed that they were the direct descendant of Emmanuel, the Cathars. And the Cathars, I think, was it the Cathars? Yeah, I believe so. They were looking for the Ark of the Covenant. This is a large Jewish community in the middle of France that nobody knows how they got there. There's a lot of books now being published saying that actually Emmanuel, after his crucifixion and its revival, went through India and into Europe and resettled in France. And that Cathars were truly the bloodline of Emmanuel. In any case, true or false, they believed they were. And they were looking for the Ark. They might have had very ancient documents that were brought there by the groups that settled the Jewish community there. They started an order of knights to look for the Ark. That order was called the Knights Templar. The first name they were given was the Knights of the Poor, because they were very poor, and their insignia was 2 knights on 1 horse, because they couldn't afford a horse for every knight. They were commissioned by a priest, a Cathar priest, to look for the Ark. Well, after years of research and so on, they came to conclude that the Ark had to be in Jerusalem somewhere, under the Temple Mount in Jerusalem. They conjured the armies of France. Okay? They convinced them to go and take Jerusalem. And as a result, started the Crusades. This is history. The Crusades were described in the tales of the search for the Holy Grail. They couldn't talk about the Ark directly because of Inquisition. So they called it the Holy Grail. And in the first edition of that story, they call it a crystal stone. Later on, describing it as a cup which had 2 vortices on each side. And so they went across all the countries they needed to go across to go to Jerusalem. They fought their way through all the way, generating huge amount of difficulties, and eventually got to Jerusalem and took over the ancient city of Jerusalem. This is historic. They were there and they occupied Jerusalem for many years. For 7 of those years, the Knights Templar themselves settled right beside the Temple Mount in Jerusalem and dug and dug and dug tunnels that are still there today. But because this is Islamic ground today, the temple, the mount, it's the rock of foundation is right under the dome of the rock in Jerusalem, which is Islamic, is under Islamic control. The Islamic population goes there on pilgrimage, turn around the rock where the ark used to be placed inside the Temple of Solomon. They're venerating the exact same thing as the Jewish tradition. And they're all fighting. Amazing. In any case, those tunnels are still there under the ark, under the Temple Mount. They're not accessible. You can't go there. They're blocked and they're heavily guarded. In any case, the Knights Templar dug for 7 years and found zilch. Well, they found a lot of documents, and that's in history books, but they didn't find the ark. It just happens that while they were there digging, the king of Ethiopia was in exile. There was a revolution in Ethiopia and was brought in exile to Jerusalem. And when he heard the Knights Templars were looking for the ark, he went to them and said, "I have the ark. It's in Ethiopia." Now, how did that happen? There was a very well-known route along the Nile that went down the Nile, through the Blue Nile, into Lake Taos in Ethiopia. And sure enough, in Ethiopia, you find a high population of ancient Jewish tradition, which scholars never knew where the Jews came from, why they went to Ethiopia. Most likely what happened is that the Essene temple became unstable, became dangerous. It became dangerous to leave the ark there. So they decided to take it down the Nile. They did, and they eventually settled at Elephantine Island on the Nile. And they found an Hebraic temple there, which, you know, in Jewish tradition, you're not supposed to build a temple unless it's the temple to place the ark in. So wherever you find an ancient Hebraic temple, the ark had to be there. So you find that temple in the appropriate times being built on Elephantine Island. And then it stayed there for a long time, hundreds of years, till it became unstable there too. So they brought it down into the Blue Nile, into Ethiopia. And in Ethiopia, on that lake, you find a very ancient Hebraic temple having been built. And all the priests there say that they used to have the ark. And then eventually the ark was brought to St. Mary of Zion in Axiom, Ethiopia, where it's supposed to be to this day. It's a little chapel that's heavily guarded by the Ethiopian army. And so the Knights Templar actually went down the Nile, and what they did is they made a deal with that king. That king actually is the father of the Rastafarian tradition. That's how deep this goes. The Rastafarian tradition is actually directly linked to the history of the Ark. And if you talk to Rastafarians that are really scholarly involved, they will tell you that the Ark is the center of their worship. So the Knights Templar, isn't this amazing? The Knights Templar went down the Nile with that king, and because they had the control over the European armies, said, we'll give you back your country. That's not a big problem for us. We've got guns. They have, arrows and lances. And so they went down the Nile. Actually, they didn't have quite guns at the time, but they had more advanced technology than the Africans. And they fought for that king's country, and in exchange, the king gave them access to the ark. And there, in Ethiopia, you find ancient traditions that talk about blonde hair, blue-eyed people, Europeans, coming during those years, liberating the country, and building all sorts of things. Now, when you find these things they built, you know they didn't build this with conventional means. Because when you find the things they built in Ethiopia, you find that those are churches. One of them is a church that's a big Knights Templar cross type of structure that is not built, actually it's cut into the stone, like laser cut into the stone, and then it's cut inside it and then emptied out. This huge chapel, right? Basically cut, like sculpted right out of the stone. Only one person has been able to interview the guardian of the ark today. One priest in Ethiopia is chosen to guard the ark, and he has to be pure of heart. And when he's chosen to guard the ark, he never leaves the chapel where the ark is. From that moment on, he stays there for the rest of his life. That high priest gave one interview, and he gave it to Graham Hancock, and it's in the book, The Sign and the Seal. And in the interview, Graham says, what is the power of the ark? And the high priest, well, first of all, he says, how was it the first time you went in front of the ark? And the high priest said, it was terrifying. And Graham Hancock says, why? And he said, because the ark is an object of fire. That means it radiates. And then he said, what's the power of the ark? And the high priest pointed across from the chapel in Ethiopia. And across from that chapel in Ethiopia are huge pillars, some of them 500 tons pillars of granite that were erected, just like Egyptian obelisks. And he said, this was not done with the power of man. This was brought here with the power of the ark. So he actually says directly to Graham Hancock that the ark has gravitational capabilities. Go ahead.
What do you think is...
Interestingly, when they arrived in Europe, the first thing they did is that they built, you see, all of a sudden they became builders. You know, out of nowhere, all of a sudden, they could build amazing structures. The first thing they built was the first Gothic cathedral, Chartres, a huge cathedral in France. Now that cathedral has been examined by many engineers, and all the engineers agree that thing is not reproducible with current technological advancements. I mean, you're talking whole temples, whole pyramids were covered with gold. You don't do that by mining in the middle of the desert. Okay? So, you know, the ark crystal is the philosopher's stone that the alchemists were looking for. So when you start, now it starts to make a whole picture different, eh? The Knights Templar could not talk about the ark directly because the Vatican would have had their head real quick. So they had to talk about it in terms of magic, in terms of magical spell. They had all these ancient books that had description of the ark. They started to distribute those in underground, you know, grassroots, you know, sectors. And all these became magical texts. That's why you see all these ancient texts appearing in the middle of Europe, like the Kabbalistic texts. And the modern archaeologists and historians think, oh, the Kabbalah came out of the 11th century in Europe. It's not ancient. And all the Jewish people are saying, no, this is ancient knowledge. Right? That's because the historians are confused where the information came from. It came from the Knights Templar. And so they start to distribute this, and they became very powerful. They became very rich, and the King of France started to freak out. The King of France was losing a lot of money, and the Pope was getting very, very worried that the ark was going to become public knowledge. And that would not be good for the Vatican. So the King of France, and this is a historic meeting, the King of France, the Pope of the time, and an Ethiopian delegation got together at the Vatican. And they all talked about it, and they decided they needed the Knights Templars out of there. Now it's no longer the 11th century, we're talking 13th century, the year 1213. On a Friday the 13th, which gave Friday the 13th this bad reputation, the Knights Templars were declared illegal. The order of the Knights Templar was declared illegal by the Pope, and the Inquisition striked at some of the largest temples of the Knights Templar. Many of the temples actually were dedicated to the goddess, to the Black Madonna. And how things work was brought through the ages, through these two enterprises, the Freemasons and the Knights Templar. And that's why in both of these traditions, you find and I did research this, they both say that their roots was the Knights Templar, and that their knowledge comes from ancient Egypt. You see what I mean? And they both have the highest level of initiation at the 32nd level of initiation. 33rd being, a complementary initiation, actually, because the 33rd is just when you get a direct a house in both of them. But the higher level of initiation in both system is the 32nd level of initiation. So the two put together generate the 64. And in both systems, the highest level of initiation consists of, and I've asked to both, consists of stepping in front of a mock ark of the covenant and making vows. So they still have the concept of the ark in there. Well, when the New World was discovered, guess who came? The Freemasons. The founders of the Constitution of this country was written by Freemasons. And the whole layout of the Washington Monument and so on was laid out by the Freemasons. That's why you have a huge stellar in the middle, an Egyptian symbol. That's why the Pentagon is a pentagon. That's why the White House and all the area and all this generates a star tetrahedron. And that's why when you look at the $1 bill, you have a pyramid with an eye on it. And on the other side, if you have a $1 bill, check it out, you will see a star tetrahedron generated by 12 stars with a 13 in the middle. The vector equilibrium, the 12 vectors of the vector equilibrium generating the singularity, the 13 in the middle.